Howdy. Un momento, por favor. How is everybody doing this evening? I've glanced occasionally over the last hour or so while I've been busy with other stuff, and I've noticed there's some lively conversation already happening about the kingdoms and the hearts. I may disappoint some of you because some of the stuff you guys have been talking about, I have no interest, just no interest in talking about. So I apologize for that in advance. So today, we are going to be looking at the really long video I did last year, untitled video on storytelling in modern Kingdom Hearts, which in my head, I have renamed to The Unsatisfying Storytelling of Modern Kingdom Hearts, because that's the best name I can come up with for its kind of weird structure and rather it's a lack of structure. It's all kind of all over the place. I tried to find what is the most unifying overall kind of point that I'm making. What is the unified point? And it's that I find the storytelling to be deeply unsatisfying, and that's really what most of the problems actually come down to. I don't know that I actually will rename it, because honestly, I feel that calling it Untitled Video on is a really good sales pitch on the quality of the video, and I kind of feel like the entire thing needs that asterisk regarding its quality, because I'm not convinced this is a particularly good video. This is why I want to do at some point in the distant future, which may not even happen. I would like to do at some point proper structured reviews of the Kingdom Hearts games, because in many ways I consider the Let's Plays to be unstructured word vomits, even the ones where I have notes, right? For me, they were largely about the experience of going through all of them in, relatively speaking, rapid succession, and just saying every single thing that came to my mind about them. A structured review of any of the given Kingdom Hearts games would not include even 60% of the complaints that it would have maybe 30% of the complaints that I make throughout the Let's Plays, because there's so many little things that are really not that important, but it was more for me the opportunity to slay those proverbial mind goblins, right? Just get them out of my head. And in that way, the Untitled Video on storytelling in modern Kingdom Hearts fulfills much a similar purpose, which is why I'm kind of okay with keeping the name the way that it is. Also, I don't know why, recently on streams, our little iTunes little taskbar that shows what track is playing, it keeps flickering. You just did it a second ago. I don't know why. Never done that before. Never been a problem before. It keeps blipping and blopping out of existence, and I don't appreciate it much. I'm not sure what's causing it. I haven't changed anything. It's annoying. At some point, I need to speak to someone who knows more about streaming to really, get a better OBS setup. So I wind up usually having to make a lot of changes depending on what I'm doing, even though I've tried to make, overall universal setups. Always something is going wrong. I need to change stuff. So I need to speak to someone who actually does this professionally, or at least semi-regularly, and really improve my setup. But will that happen anytime soon, or at all? Who knows? Probably not. So I would like to go back through kind of everything you guys have been talking about here and respond to stuff you guys have been chatting about. But unfortunately, since this video is 3 hours long, and the structure of what we're doing here today is watching it, and then me occasionally pausing and talking about it, that means that it will take longer than 3 hours, even if we do speed it up, which I'll probably do at points. The reason we're going to be watching the YouTube upload of it and not just like the QuickTime file I have on my computer is because I'm going to play it back at higher speed, which means we'll have to, some advertisements will come up and we'll skip them, but oh well, we'll live with it. I don't use ad blocker. Technically, we could watch QuickTime file sped up, but it would not retain the audio. It would mute the audio, so doesn't work so well for us. I could probably boot it in VLC, but it doesn't matter. I've already got the correct Windows set up. We're just gonna roll with it. We'll occasionally have to skip some ads. Who cares? Maybe an advertisement for Google Fi will come up, and I can get really, really mad. Epic Otter asked Jacob, did you see the new Batman trailer? It looks really good. If you saw it, what'd you think of it? Epic Otter, that is a great example of a question. Sorry, that was a community reference. I apologize. No, that is, unfortunately, because we've got so much crap to get through tonight, and I would like to at some point sleep. We may divide this into 2 streams if push comes to shove. Since we've got so much stuff to get through, I'm probably going to wind up. We may wind up splitting this into 2 streams. May not happen, but we're going to try our best to stay relatively on topic today, boys and girls, because we've got a lot of crap to get through. And if I swing off into talking about Batman trailers, we're not gonna get anywhere fast. Yeah, Ninja Bunny says we literally talked for like 40 minutes before the stream. Yeah, I saw some of you guys going at it. Now, all right, down to business. Before we actually get into talking about the video, though, I have some other things that I want to address. Something that I kind of wanted to talk about like a year ago when this video came out, but with my lack of streaming ability, with needing to focus on other things, just kind of didn't happen. Next year we should rewatch this stream, make it a new tradition. No, Crossburn, that's too much. That's too meta. Too meta. So for one, actually, I guess I was about to launch into something else, but you saying that actually reminds me of that thing I wanted to talk about first, which is that I broadly dislike, not necessarily the culture of reaction videos. I understand the reaction to a trailer or even like watching a show and reaction to it or whatever. I don't particularly like the school of taking someone else's review of something and using it and debunking it, right? Or whatever. A lot of people nowadays will either on live streams or whatever, or in dedicated videos, will go and take someone else's video or piece of criticism critiquing something, and they will critique the critique. Now, really functionally, what they're doing is they're using the whatchamacallit. They're using the other critique as a springboard to talk about the work, right? So let's say someone does a video that says, I think this movie's really bad. Someone else could do a video saying, I think this guy's stupid because I think that this movie's really good. And they would use that negative review of the movie as a springboard. By criticizing that negative review, they would be able to talk about their positive opinion of the film, right? Now, I don't think the critics are somehow above reproach or above being criticized. That would be a little bit weird. However, I do find the climate and environment of I am going to now take this other review and I am going to debunk it. I'm going to say this guy's an asshole and an idiot, and I'm going to prove why, and I'm going to scientifically prove that this product isn't good or isn't bad or whatever. For example, you guys may not think this, I don't like talking about Star Wars very much on the internet because the toxicity surrounding Star Wars in the YouTuberverse and other spheres, it's just not something I really want to dip my toes into. I briefly considered a couple of times making a video about The Last Jedi, but I was like, why would I do that? Why would I put myself in the line of fire on any of that crap? So eventually, when people ask me about The Last Jedi, I've just said, please watch this video that Neryl did on The Last Jedi. It's a very good reflection of my feelings, if you care to know how I feel about it, and then I just don't talk about it, right? And on that subject, we're not talking about The Last Jedi today. or any Star Wars sequel crap today. We will talk about some prequels later, but that's only because prequels are discussed in this video. So no Star Wars sequel discussion of any kind in the chat, please. Anyway, when I at one point said, "Here's this video that Neryl did. This represents my feelings on the film generally," someone said that video's been debunked. What they mean, I assume, is that someone made a video where they analyzed Neryl's video and said this sucks, his arguments are bad, right? Okay. One cannot debunk media criticism. It's not how that works. Now, you can call out factual errors, perhaps, in their interpretation of the context behind a work or the content of a work. But art in general is entirely subjective. We do not have a standard rubric with which to grade the intrinsic quality of art, because the quality of art is determined subjectively by human beings. We don't have an objective way of measuring the quality of art. That's not what art's about. Some people have a problem with this. Recently on the internet, the discourse has been a lot around discovering the objective value of art and critiquing art on the lens of its objective successes and failures. This is lunacy. And I acknowledge this in my own work. This is a problem that sometimes people look at my work and think I'm trying to make objective claims about the quality of one work or another. If some people like aspects of Kingdom Hearts that I don't like, that I say are bad and don't work properly, I'm not calling somebody else stupid for enjoying those aspects. I'm simply saying they don't work for me. You cannot, in all of media criticism, after every single sentence, add the asterisk of, in my opinion, or subjectively speaking, because all art criticism, subjectivity is implied. And if you balloon your sentence count with every single, if you balloon your sentence count of all media criticism with every single sentence as the asterisk of, in my opinion, we're gonna really, really rapidly increase the total length and volume of all media criticism in the world. And I find it to be very silly and a little bit toxic, this attitude. Giant Butterknife references the old Sterling video. Final Fantasy 13 is a game. Final Fantasy 13 is a game. It has graphics. Some people like the graphics, others do not. There is a character named Lightning in Final Fantasy 13. One can objectively observe the color of a piece, can perhaps make an objective observation about the artistic style of a piece. Is it impressionist? Is it realistic? One can make, then again, I was about to say one can make an objective observation about the quantity of negative space in a piece. For example, in this image right now, there's a lot of negative space on either side of me, right? But wait! That itself is a subjective observation, because someone else looking at this could consider the wall behind me the subject of the art. Maybe they're really looking at, oh, that paint job on his art, on his wall. That's very nice. So maybe to them, that's not the negative space. And in addition, I said a lot of negative space. How do you define a lot of negative space? Right now, I would say 2/3 of the frame, negative space. Is that a lot? Maybe there are other works which are primarily composed of negative space, where the negative space is, in many ways, the art, right? So then from there, what does that mean? What's a lot of negative space? What's a little bit of negative space? What is going on here? Oh, I see what's happened. Never mind. I got confused about music for a second because two Paper Mario tracks played that are both a shot of somebody getting on a boat, and my brain skipped and thought the same track was playing again, and that isn't what was happening. However, I've once again, I keep doing this. I keep going to the startup playlist instead of the backing playlist. Not that it really matters, but these things, they bother me. You know what I'm saying, guys? Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Ladies and gentlemen? These things, they bother me. Now we're in the correct playlist. And I do need posters to make my wall the subject alley W. Problem is I don't have posters, nor do I like posters. Complete Mystery says there is bad quality in art or media, but yes, it is subjective. That's precisely the thing, though. Good or bad in art are subjective observations. If 99.9% of the world's population thinks that a piece of art is good, and that 0.1%, somebody out there thinks that it's bad, their opinion is not incorrect. Anyway, I discuss all of this because we're going to be talking a lot about some criticism that I've received before we actually get into this. Because it was criticism that I received around the time of the release of this video originally. And before we move into my own video here, I because I'm doing essentially watching a piece of criticism on YouTube and critiquing it, my own work. That's part of why I wanted to frame it, discussing about why I find that sometimes to be a little bit disingenuous. I find the act of looking at someone else's criticism and saying this person is stupid and debunking it to be not very helpful. I do find looking at someone, I find that somebody who gets on YouTube or a live stream or whatever and says, let's watch this review of somebody else's work that I disagree with, right? I find that sometimes that can be a useful lens through which to examine particular points and particular arguments, and it can be useful to help you structure your own argument, perhaps, if you don't have time to script a nice video and you just want to talk about something on a stream or whatever. But it has largely to do with tone and intent and what the person's objective is. Today we're going to be roasting myself a little bit, as well as, I guess, clarifying some things about myself, probably complimenting myself a little bit. I'm sure that'll happen somewhere. Get the Sora posters from the Smash reveal, says Ninja Bunny. I don't know if they sell those, unfortunately. Those are good-looking posters. I saw somebody, not to get sidetracked, somebody in the comments on the community tab, when I said this was going to happen, saying, don't expect Jacob to say much about Sora being in Smash, because his Twitter feed was full of negativity about it. I'm not sure what they were talking about. Let's read everything that I had to say about Sora getting into Smash on Twitter here. So I was making jokes about how Sora won't get into Smash, and then I said, no matter what happens next, I've had a lot of fun telling people Sora won't get into Smash while simultaneously making troll videos matching up Cage 3's opening to Ultimate's theme. Then, first thing I say upon the reveal occurring, literally Sakurai does a better job of showing Sora saving everyone than Cage 3, shaking my head. So that's a positive take from the reveal. My God, that render is the best he's ever looked. Positive take. Just realized that Sakurai's going to give us remixes even though Melody of Memory didn't. Homie's always got us. That didn't wind up happening, but it was an initially positive take. Featuring Timeless River Sora is way better than a Rocks Assault. Thank you, based Sakurai. Positive take. Making spells look like the command deck is cute, and putting all spells on B already makes this kit a lot better than I thought it would be. Positive take. Sakurai knows the coolest winning animation is the slow motion. This is about how if you're doing stamina and Sora wins, it does the slow-mo finisher, right? Positive take. No remixes, but hey, if you bought the $60 rhythm game for Switch, you get an extra track as a treat. That's a shot across the bow at Square, not at anybody from Nintendo or Sora. Lol, train more, Kyrie. Why aren't you training more? Why aren't you training? Didn't you train before? You should get some more training. Eventually, you will have trained enough, but probably not, because even Roxas is stronger than Aqua, apparently. I guess women should just leave it to the boys, huh? This being a shot across the bow at how Kyrie is a novice spirit, Aqua's an ace, and Roxas is a legend. Roxas is even better than Terra and Aqua are. To be fair, he's pretty good. That was more just me using that as an opportunity to make jokes about the writing of the Kingdom Hearts series and its treatment of women. And then this guy, much appreciated. And then positivity about Sakurai being free of Smash. A joke about fandom and internet stuff that didn't have anything to do with the inclusion in the game. Repeating an old joke remixed to basically make the exact same joke even though Sora was in Smash. An objectively true statement over here. That's a joke. We were just talking about objectivity and subjectivity. though it's objective. Anyway, don't know why everyone's so excited about cloud gaming. We had that crap back in 1997. That was just a dumb joke. And also a joke about how cloud gaming sucks. Meme. Complaint about the stained glass windows used in the stage. But that has nothing to do with the inclusion in Square and more to do with the artistic decision made like a year and a half ago now to use these pieces, these things in like acrylic stands and other marketing and eventually in Remind. That's just that has to do with the series. And other than that, like the stage was basically, I said, other than that, I think I'd feel a lot better about the stage. Then I said, honestly, dude, the whiplash of Sora in Smash looks like fun to, oh no, this crummy KH 20th anniversary trailer, right? They're still making new games. Hit me like a truck, and I've got a ton of work to do, so I'll see you later. That's because I had a ton of work to do. But I was, I have a job. And I was taking time away from it to tweet about this crap. And then even then I said, had fun though, felt very positive about the Kingdom Hearts series for the first time in a while. Smash Ultimate, what a package. Fighter Pass 2 stacked. Good stuff. This was just, I went and watched that 20th anniversary trailer, and it's like, 20th anniversary, yay, announcements. The mobile game is getting an update eventually that will conclude the story. You can play the cloud versions of the games on Switch. You can play the cloud-based versions on your mobile system, thanks. That's good for me in nowhere. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, the $800 chessboard that is not a functional chessboard because it's the chessboard from the beginning of KH3 that's not shaped like a chessboard and doesn't have the right number of pieces, and it's so you're paying $800 for a thing that's going to sit on your coffee table and collect dust because you can't do anything with it. It would have been better if they'd done a real chessboard that just used the designs, but whatever. Meme. Post of Sora. Meme. Congratulations. And then this was the thing of Sakurai saying, I'm following the trend. Thank you, Mr. Sakurai on Twitter. And thank you all for your support throughout the time of working on this game. That was all I had to say about Sora getting into Smash. So I think that was mostly positive. Anyway. Jacob, even compliments as you read them come off as incredibly backhanded. Well, that just means you guys need to get used to me. Look, I'm not saying that doesn't mean I don't have work to do on myself or whatever sometimes. Sometimes I have issues with communicating my meaning and my intent on certain things, but you just gotta understand that that's just kind of how I sound sometimes. Anyway, before we get to the video, I do, because I was a distraction of the type that I said I would not allow, but I just permitted it. Want to talk about some stuff that I read some other people write about me and my work a while ago. Before I get into this, we all have to make a solemn vow in the audience, okay? And I'm serious about this. A while ago, during the Kingdom Hearts 3 playthrough, someone came up in the comments section and said, I was looking for a fun playthrough of Kingdom Hearts 3 because I wanted to see other people playing and enjoying the game, and all you guys have done is complain. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. A bunch of people responded to that being like, hey, man, this is the show. They're allowed to complain. They're allowed to not like it. And I went in and said, guys, stop. They're allowed to not like the show. It's fine. Our show is not for everybody. Way not for everybody. It's cool. And that guy said thank you for being civil and left, and good for him. No problem with him voicing his grievance with the show. But I need you guys all to promise something. We're going to talk about some people who had some critiques of me. Now, these are people who, as far as I can tell, are fans of the show, who, generally speaking, enjoy our content. And so with that in mind, I hesitate to draw attention to anybody who's written stuff about me and draw the attention of, because how many people are even watching this right now? I don't have a huge audience, but almost 50 people are watching this right now. I don't want anybody to go and try to find these posts or mess with these people, because they are, to my knowledge, perfectly nice people. They're fans of the show. Even if they weren't, that wouldn't matter. And they're voicing some legitimate grievances, some legitimate complaints about my style of presentation and myself as a person. And reading this type of stuff is valuable, because sometimes it's important to reflect on your own shortcomings, either just in the execution of what you're attempting to make, or as a person, whatever else. So we're gonna basically talk about some things that some people had to say about me. I would like to request, please, that none of you go looking for these posts. Leave these people alone. I'm not trying to draw attention to anybody here, okay? And indeed, if the people who made these posts happen to watch this stream, I mean, if you guys, if the people in question want to address it and respond to my response to their response to me, go right ahead, obviously. However, this is not an invitation to, or I guess invitation is it. This is not, I'm not seeking to draw attention to anybody here. And if you wish to remain anonymous and not draw attention to these posts, then that is also completely understandable. So anyway. I only go after people on the internet who don't like Ace Attorney 4, says Ninja Bunny. Oh, that's fair. Anyway, oops. Don't do that. Stop that. Crap. Go away. Thank you. Alrighty. So this was posted on a forum thread, and we are going to essentially go through kind of this thread, sections of this anyway, talking about what's been said. I'm also going to be paraphrasing bits of this in an effort to reduce the chances of any of you guys going and trying to find this, because while I am politely requesting that none of you go looking for this, because we're gonna talk about it, and I have no hard feelings. I don't want anybody bothering these people, but I don't know. Just some of you guys might want to be assholes for some reason, so I don't want to draw any unnecessary attention to people who do not deserve it. We're just talking about stuff. Anyway. So this was written shortly after the release of the Untitled video. I don't know. It may have been several months later. I honestly don't even remember. It was a while ago now. I read this quite a bit ago. So I'm going to kind of read through these, and we're going to respond to some parts of it. In some places, I'm going to attempt to clarify kind of some things that I feel perhaps misunderstood or miscommunicated. And in some places, yeah, I'm probably going to have some things to apologize for. Anyway. So I'm going to kind of go through these in order. Post 1. He, me, Jacob, has an approach to critique where he claims things like knowing the only reason anyone could like a show having only watched a handful of episodes. This was referring to my discussion of Miraculous Ladybug in the Shovel Knight playthrough, which I admit I haven't watched in a number of years, so I may make some factual errors about what I said during that discussion, but we'll loop back to that in a second. He makes snap judgments based on limited exposure to a product and then lets his friends and audience just believe that he's right. And engaging with him is pointless. At the beginning of the Untitled video, he asks people to counter his points, but then says he is always but then he says he is always defensive and feels the need to counter points that people make. He claims and or tries to be polite, but reacts poorly when contradicted, which has happened in an interaction that I had with him. He isn't going to change his opinion on something despite what somebody says. First of all, I've attempted to find an interaction with this that I had with this person, but I don't know because this wasn't a comment on YouTube, so I can trace the person directly. So if the people who made these posts wind up reading this, whatever interaction I had with you where you felt that I was dismissive or disregarded you, I sincerely apologize. I hope that wasn't my intent, because I usually try not to be that way, but if I came across that way, or worse, if I was that way, I apologize sincerely. I do want to address a little bit the stuff going on with the Miraculous Ladybug and the TV show kind of criticism stuff, though, because basically in the Shovel Knight playthrough, to the best of my recollection, I discuss how I had found out there's a show called Miraculous Ladybug. It's starting to get an adult following. I didn't understand why. I went to go watch some of the show, right? Some of you guys I know in chat are going to be very happy because you're always trying to bait me into talking about Miraculous Ladybug, so here we go. As someone who watched My Little Pony Friendship is Magic for 2 seasons and checked back in on it every now and then, I am not unfamiliar with adults consuming children's entertainment. I also watched all of Gravity Falls. I skimmed Star vs. the Forces of Evil every now and then. I wasn't super into it, but I checked in on it every now and then. I'm watching Amphibia. I'm checking in on Owl House every now and then. I haven't done a dedicated viewing of it, but I'll get around to that eventually, probably. But I saw a bunch of stuff about Miraculous Ladybug. I was like, what's going on with the show? So I went to look in on it, and I was a little bit confused because I felt that the writing was of a somewhat substandard quality. Not to say that the writing on My Little Pony Friendship is Magic is Oscar-worthy or anything, but in my personal opinion, I felt that the writing was not as strong as My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Now, to be fair, that's because it's a show, I believe, originally written in French and then dubbed in English, so that could impact the script quality. But I'm looking at it and saying this is a children's superhero show versus My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, which was a show that a lot of people got into for the meme at the time and then discovered inadvertently that they liked it. And so I was wondering where and how people got drawn in, right? Because I watched several episodes of the show, and I still check in on it every now and then. Every time I think maybe relationship stuff and major plot stuff is advanced, I go and look in. I'd watch clips or I watch an episode. If I see in my recommendeds that somebody has snuck an upload of a full episode of Miraculous Ladybug onto YouTube, I'll watch it. I might skip around a little bit to, like, I might skip past fight scenes and stuff sometimes, but I'll check in on it every now and then. I don't know most of the characters' names, but I got a general vibe of what's going on in there. And it's a legitimately fun show sometimes. There's a lot of good comedy, some decent action. There's a lot of drama. There's a lot of that capital D drama in it. But when I initially interacted with it, I was curious about what had drawn people to it. In response to this, I went and looked at the productions of the Miraculous Ladybug fandom and found that a really significant chunk of it, of fan comics, of fan fiction, of fan art, had to do with the weird love quadrangle going on between the two main characters and their alter egos, where they're in love with different versions of each other, but not the same versions of each other, and nobody knows anybody's secret identity. And a huge chunk of the fandom was built around the anticipation of what will happen when these two find out their secret identities, and what are the many different ways in which this could unravel. So basically, this person is proposing that I was dismissive of anybody's enjoyment of Miraculous Ladybug by claiming I had found the only appeal of the series. I haven't gone back and watched that episode of Shovel Knight, so perhaps I did phrase it poorly, though I feel confident that even at the time, my intent was to communicate my search for why it was drawing such a huge adult following. Not that there were not other positive qualities to it, even though I felt the writing was weak and sometimes a little bit cringeworthy. Some of the comedy didn't land very well. That didn't mean that it was all bad, and it didn't mean that I felt the only reason somebody could be into it was because of shipping. It was simply what I felt was a really big chunk of the appeal for the adult fan base, for the type of people who would be posting about it on Tumblr and stuff. I don't feel that that was necessarily an unfair observation, though I certainly would not claim that I think everybody who likes Miraculous Ladybug is only into it because of shipping. But with that in mind, this is something that I have a general problem with, because I'm not putting an asterisk of "in my opinion" on something, and because I'm often making broad statements about stuff. Yeah, I can be misunderstood, and a lot of what I say can be misconstrued sometimes. We're gonna be talking about a lot more as we continue on through this. And with regards to me responding to criticism and stuff, we're going to be skipping over the first 8 minutes, 10 minutes of the Untitled video when we do start it, because it's just me introducing the premise of the video. But one thing I talk about in that is that I appreciate and invite comments and criticism of my work. But one thing that I say, which I admit in hindsight was a terrible way to word it. Basically, in the beginning of the Untitled video, I say something to the effect of, please offer criticism, please respond to my opinions, because over the years, reading what you guys have to say about the series and hearing your guys' opinions has really helped me to form a much more concrete, firmer understanding of my own opinions. This was a horrible, horrible, horrible way of putting it, because it sounds extremely conceited. Like, oh yes, I hear other people's opinions who disagree with me, and they only prove that I am right. This is not what I meant, but it is entirely my fault for putting it that way. What I meant was that oftentimes when consuming a piece of art, my mental, heart, or gut reaction is, I didn't like that very much, this particular thing. Or, I like that a lot, but I don't necessarily know why. You know, we all have these reactions of enjoying something or not enjoying something, but we don't necessarily have the complete mental and emotional, using 100% of your brain clarity to understand exactly what is going on that makes you like or dislike the thing. And sometimes you can make false equivalences. Sometimes you can make false assumptions about why you like something or didn't like something. A lot of the time, I'll examine a piece and go, why do I think I like this, or why do I think I dislike it? And I'll come to something that really is not a good understanding of the material. And over time, I've had to come to a better understanding of why something worked or didn't work. It's a fairly common occurrence for me with going through all this Kingdom Hearts stuff over the last couple of years, is coming to a much firmer understanding of why I feel something works or doesn't work. But I mean that within the context of my own consumption of the material, my own understanding of why I emotionally reacted the way that I did. Now, hearing, like, let's say there's something that I dislike, and someone else likes, and someone comes in and explains in express detail why they like something. I don't think that their opinion is necessarily wrong, and indeed, perhaps their criticism of it will yield a greater appreciation for the thing that I don't necessarily like. But it is not guaranteed to flip-flop how I feel about it, because probably there's something gut instinctual inside of me, inside of my makeup and the way that I consume media and approach stuff and think about stuff, that just means I'm not going to like that very much. Now, certainly over the years, I've had things that I liked, that my opinion changed on and I disliked, or things that I disliked, and then I returned to it, and I liked it a lot more. For example, Porco Rosso, which is my favorite Studio Ghibli movie, the first time I watched it, I was like, there's kind of some weird tonal dissonance issues in editing in this, like, where we're really jumping vibes very quickly, and I got a little bit of emotional whiplash. I'm not quite sure that was super intelligently put together in certain spots. Upon a second viewing, my response was, that was the greatest management of disparate emotional tones I've ever seen in a film. Was I wrong the first time, or was I right the first time? It's not about right or wrong. Once I watched the film again, I gained a greater appreciation for what it was doing, and part of that was only because I had a greater understanding of where it was going and what it was trying to accomplish, because I'd seen the whole thing. So when I wasn't having the surprise of a sad scene washing over me that then jumps immediately into a funny scene, I could instead have a greater appreciation for exactly what was going on in that sad scene and what its function was within the movie. But I also knew, there's a funny scene coming up next, and I appreciate its placement here because it's important for the pacing of the movie and for the emotional, everything. So, right? My opinion on things has changed a lot over the years. I think something is good, then I think something is bad. I think something is bad, I think something is good. It just happens. It just happens. And certainly, by reading other people's criticisms of material, sometimes my opinion on a piece is entirely changed. But just even if my opinion is not changed on something, it doesn't mean that the criticism is not interesting or that it doesn't impact my perspective on something. For example, I watched some stuff a while ago on, like, the Star Wars prequels are secret masterpieces type reviews, right? Excuse me. They did not change my opinions very much on the Star Wars prequels, but they echoed a lot of thoughts that I'd been having over the last couple of years. And I'll admit, they helped me to develop a couple of these ideas a little bit better. About a year or so ago, I was actually having a conversation with Joshua about it. We had a really, really long rumination on George Lucas's career and interests as a filmmaker. And in doing this, we found that we came to have a much better appreciation of why the Star Wars prequels probably were the way they were, and what George Lucas's intent in creating the films was. I used to have a relatively cynical perspective on why George Lucas made the Star Wars prequels. More recently, I've come to have a much more generous appreciation for why I think he made those films. We don't need to have a whole discussion about that right now, because we're going to be here all night as it is. Just because I came to a better appreciation of what I think George Lucas was trying to accomplish and why I think he made the movies, did not change my opinions on the films. There's some parts of them that I think are good, some parts of them I think are bad. That was not impacted, positively or negatively, by having a greater understanding of what Lucas's artistic intent was, or what his authorial intent was. Now, does it help me to perhaps gain another perspective through which to view the movies or certain aspects of them? Certainly. Does it significantly enhance my enjoyment of watching the movies minute to minute? No. Unless I am just completely divorced from the experience of watching the movie and trying to think about George Lucas's brain. But even then, it doesn't make the movie better. It just makes for a slightly different textural experience. Anyway, and if you like the Star Wars prequels, that's fine. I don't care. But anyway, point being that with regards to reading other people, so for an example, I saw something a while ago regarding the Roxas sequence, which if you guys have watched the playthroughs, you know that I spent a lot of time in the Kingdom Hearts 2 playthrough bitching about the Roxas sequence. That's because sometimes it's easier to complain about stuff than it is to compliment it. If I were to do a review of Kingdom Hearts 2, I would talk about, because really, to me, the problem with the Roxas sequence, the reason I'm looking over, by the way, is because I'm looking at a monitor that's showing this, and we can see the episodes with the Roxas stuff. So I'm literally looking center screen here at Struggling and Cheating, which is Roxas and Axel. That's why I keep looking to the right when I'm talking about the Roxas sequence. If you guys have watched the discussions about that, my feelings on the Roxas sequence are that I feel that it has limited thematic connection to some of the other stuff that's going on later in the game. Beyond the broad vibe of what most of Kingdom Hearts is going for, which is separation anxiety with teenagers who don't know where their friends are. And that I felt that it did a poor job of executing on its own good ideas in certain spots, and that its execution could have been much stronger. This is my main area of critique with that. Billy the Kid Lawrence, this stream will be up later, yes, or at least it should be. I'm making a local recording, so even if something goes catastrophically wrong with the YouTube archive, it should be up later. Anyway. Someone left a comment somewhere. I don't think it was on one of my videos, but it was somebody wrote something about how when they played Kingdom Hearts 2 for the first time, they had just gone through, their family had just moved to a new state, or they just had some big move. They might not have been in the States, I don't remember. Just they said something about my family gone through a big move. I left behind all the friends that I'd ever known, all this kind of stuff, right? And right when that was happening to me, I played Kingdom Hearts 2. And the whole Roxas opening prologue hit me like a truck. Just absolutely destroyed me. And that's extremely interesting to me. And that's a perspective that I don't have on the piece, right? And I find that to be an extremely valuable perspective to have in my mental catalog for when I'm eventually talking about the Kingdom Hearts 2 opening. Not necessarily because I need to reference that guy's specific experience, but because it helps give me another perspective through which to look at, okay, let's look at what this opening is trying to do emotionally and what its intent is, what its potential impact is, be it on me or somebody else. That did not significantly change how I felt about the actual opening. Not because I think that person's opinion about the opening is wrong, but because my personal experience with the opening was at a time in my life where I hadn't just moved somewhere radically new and I wasn't experiencing a lot of loneliness or anxiety or whatever, and I have different issues with the intro. I think a lot of its ideas are very interesting, and I think they could have been executed slightly differently, as I've said before. I'm not invalidating that person's opinion at all, because I think it's an extremely important opinion to be able to examine and look at when discussing what that sequence does. It's extremely valuable to me as something to kind of mull over and to examine the opening through. And it revealed, as Jensen says, this experience has revealed many hidden truths, and we must gird ourselves for what is to come. Or whatever he says. Hurricane Area says, tell Josh I got Europa Universalis 4 for free on Epic. Ooh. Grand strategy nerds and their grand strategy games. Anyway. So, we're going to talk a little bit more as I'm reading the rest, because I only read through one post of several posts here. We're going to be reading a lot more about me not responding to criticism very well. And I admit that often when people come at me in comments and are like, Jacob, you're wrong about this, I can get a little confrontational. I don't mean it to come across as attacking somebody, though I've realized something that I took for granted for a number of years doing this. Because I have a couple thousand semi-reliable viewers. How many people are watching right now? 64 people are watching the stream right now. I'm not a big YouTube deal, right? I don't think of myself as a big deal. I don't really think of myself as someone with an audience even, barely. I'm very appreciative of the audience that I have, but I don't think of myself as a personality, if that makes any sense. On one hand, I'm very wary of parasocial relationships, even with the fans that I do have, but on the other hand, I do not think of myself really as someone who has power over other people if that makes any sense. Thinking about the hashtag #MeToo movement, among other things in recent years, and our society's general reflection on how people in positions of power are able to leverage that power in social situations. I would not have been keen to think of myself as a person in that position until in the last couple of years, really, where I realized that I'm trying to have like what in my mind is a casual conversation with a person in a comment section who is another human being, and they're just expressing their opinion, and I'm having a dialogue with them. I realize that sometimes I can be a bit too casual for someone who does have a platform, and for whom, when I respond to a comment, that means now in the comments section it says reply from video uploader, either Frustrated Jacob or Research Runs, right? I am drawing a lot of attention and throwing my proverbial weight around, right? And that's not something I've had a lot of respect for until relatively recently. I've just kind of engaged with people casually and made jokes and just chatted about stuff. And I usually don't take those conversations too seriously. Often when someone's like, Jacob, I think you're wrong about this, I'm not responding to try and, knock them down. I'm just saying, okay, I think perhaps from the way you've worded your comment, I think you might have misunderstood perhaps what I was talking about in this video. Allow me to attempt to clarify. It's not me attempting to shoot down someone else's opinion on the material or to debunk something necessarily, unless I feel that there has been a factual misunderstanding about lore, perhaps, because sometimes that happens. Though certainly I get proven wrong on lore stuff all the time. In fact, we will be talking in detail about how I got debunked. Frustrated Jacob got debunked with the big reaction face and the red circle and arrow. I'm wrong about stuff all the time, which is why I encourage people to correct me. Sometimes people say, Jacob, you're wrong about this, and I'm like, I'm not sure you quite understand my explanation. Let me try again. And sometimes I'm proven wrong. It happens. It happens a lot of the time. And sometimes it's things where, like, it really comes down to what you want to consider to be canon. For example, I've had a lot of conversations about... This music's probably a bit too loud. I've had a lot of conversations with people about the entire, the grid situation in DDD. If you guys have watched the DDD playthrough or the streams, you're well aware of my feelings on this. In DDD, it is claimed that the grid from Tron Legacy is the original source system, which was copied and used for the Hollow Bastion OS from Kingdom Hearts 2, which is contained in Ansem's lab, in which Bruce Boxleitner Tron from the original 80s film resides, with the 80s aesthetic, space paranoids, right? Xemnas claims the grid, seen in Dream Drop Distance, originally from Tron Legacy, in the context of Kingdom Hearts, was copied and then used as the basis for the Hollow Bastion OS in Kingdom Hearts 2. Now, my concern with this is that in original Tron, in the Tron film franchise, which I'm a big fan of, I love me some Tron, the Encom mainframe system is a computer system developed by the company Encom in the 80s. In the original Tron film, the character ventures inside of an Encom mainframe system which is connected to the overall computing network within the Encom office. This is the setting this setting is used as the basis of space paranoids from Kingdom Hearts 2. All right, are we all following along? There's an Encom system in an office building, which is sold by a company called Encom on Earth in the original Tron from the 80s. 2010's Tron Legacy. I think it actually was released in 2010. The subject of this film is a computer system called The Grid, which was created in either the late 80s or the early 90s. It is not an Encom operating system. It is not even a publicly available conventional computing system. It is a custom-designed proprietary virtual reality interface, which Kevin Flynn, the main character of the original Tron, who was a programmer for Encom, but who did not create the Encom system. Kevin Flynn created The Grid as a computer which he has in a secret underground lab where he continues to experiment following the experience that he had in the original Tron of being sucked inside of a computer. Using this technology, which allowed him to travel inside of a computer, he creates a relatively blank slate system, which he then constructs from the inside out. This system was created 5 to 10 years after the ENCOM mainframe was observed in the original 80s film. The ENCOM mainframe system was probably created before the film even started. But let's say it was created in 84 or 82 or whenever Tron originally came out. The grid was not created until 5 to 10 years later, okay? Then, Kevin Flynn goes missing. He's trapped inside the computer, which is in a secret underground lab for 30 years. His son, Sam Flynn, one fateful night in 2010, travels into the basement and enters into the grid system. All right? Okay, we all following along? These are the events of Tron Legacy depicted in Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. We all following along? Okay. I just, this is the problem. That may have sounded like facetious or like I'm treating you guys like dumbasses or assholes. It's just the way that I talk. I'm literally just like, this is me just trying to get words out of my mouth, and I'm adding little breakers instead of ums and... When I say, are we all following? That's my way of saying or as my brain tries to form the next thought and trying to engage an audience who can't actually respond to me. I promise that's not me trying to be sarcastic or, like, talking down to you guys. Anyway, I am asking, are we all following along? If anybody's confused about what I'm talking about, that's fine, because some of you guys ain't watched Tron. So that's fine. So if you guys don't understand something, ask me to explain myself. The issue with this is that the grid, as a computer system, is extremely sophisticated. Far more sophisticated than the ENCOM mainframe system, because it's created by supercomputer genius Kevin Flynn in a secret lab as this super special, awesome computing experiment, okay? And the state which we find it in Dream Drop Distance, is that of its state more than 30 years after its creation during Tron Legacy. The proposal of Kingdom Hearts is that Ansem the Wise or Labcoat Xehanort or someone found the grid, which, this is important to understand, because Dream Drop Distance because it's in Dream Drop Distance, and it's a sleeping world. I'm not even going to get to the logistics of it being a sleeping world because that doesn't matter. The plot of Legacy hasn't happened yet. So Sam Flynn has not yet escaped the computer. So he does not have the opportunity to take, because at the end of the movie, he puts a backup of it onto a little thumb drive, which is honestly kind of a cute little joke because it's like, here's this huge computer from 30 years ago, and now the whole thing can fit onto a little thumb drive. He makes a backup of the computer and leaves. Until he does this, which in Dream Drop Distance he cannot have done, because it hasn't happened yet. Because in Dream Drop Distance they're all trapped inside of the grid. Until he does this, the only permutation of the grid which exists is in Kevin Flynn's secret basement lab under his arcade. Okay? When did Ansem the Wise / Xemnas / whoever find Kevin Flynn's secret lab, break into it, take a copy of the computer, and leave? When did this happen? And unfortunately, because of the inclusion of Sam and Flynn, we've now ruled out, like, oh, this is just some weird thing that somebody on Hollow Bastion made. Like, this now takes place in America. Like, the plot of the movie's happening. So it's getting really funky at this point. And then we have the issue of, if someone found the grid in a secret underground lab, made a copy of it, took it to Hollow Bastion, and then customized it into an ENCOM mainframe OS, that's insane. Because the grid and the ENCOM mainframe are completely different computing systems in the context of Tron, and suggesting that one customized a super advanced virtual reality interface into a piece of standard office computing software and then customized it into the Hollow Bastion OS is like saying that you customized a freaking M1 Abrams main battle tank into a Sherman, and then you customized it again into a Spitfire. Some of you guys aren't World War II nerds. I just said customized a modern tank into an American World War II tank into a British plane. To someone who's familiar with Tron, what Xemnas is saying has happened makes absolutely no sense. Now, the Hollow Bastion is in Ohio, says Ninja Bunny. Yeah, probably. So, from here, I'm left with a couple of... So basically, in comment sections with people, during the Dream Drop Distance playthrough, I attempted to explain all of this that I've just explained to you guys. Now, basically, there was some hemming and hawing over, well, maybe, but what if things were different in this continuity from I'm not accusing any of these people of being wrong. And if this continuity error doesn't bother them, then that's fine. They can go about enjoying Dream Drop Distance. I am merely attempting to explain why I have a problem with this. And so when I responded to people in comments explaining all of that, it was not me trying to go, shut up, I'm right, game bad. It was people saying, Jacob, I don't understand your complaint. Because there were basically people who literally left comments saying, Jacob, of course the Space Paranoids from KH2 is a copy of the grid. Xemnas said so. For them, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way at all, I swear to God, for them, that's enough. They don't care about the continuity beyond that. Character said this is the way it happened, so that's the end of the discussion. For me, I find that to be really weird, and it deeply messes with my understanding of what's happening in the immediate context of Dream Drop Distance, what's happening in the context of Ansem the Wise and the grid from the original Kingdom Hearts 2. These are the issues for me. Does not mean it has to be an issue for somebody else. And it doesn't mean if somebody else isn't bothered by it that I have a problem with them. So when I respond to somebody with, okay, clearly I didn't explain myself thoroughly enough in the video, allow me to get into this 27 paragraph thing explaining everything I just told you guys and more. I understand now how that could be read as a shot across the bow at the person who was saying, Jacob, I think you're misunderstanding this. Xemnas said. I didn't mean it in any way as an insult to people who said that in comments sections. I meant it sincerely, just as clearly I have failed to communicate my point on this appropriately. Allow me to clarify. And the perspective of a fan who wants to say, well, that doesn't matter. I will, in my brain, fill in the blanks and rearrange the canon of the Tron films and Kingdom Hearts as necessary to make this function, then that's fine. And ultimately, Xemnas' line about the grid being the original source code of Space Paranoids from Kingdom Hearts 2 doesn't even matter because it never comes up again, and it's completely irrelevant, and it's just some stuff that they put into the script for reasons that I won't talk about right now because we got so much other crap to talk about. That was me responding to the first post of this lengthy thread of posts. Moving on. We'll probably go faster after this because a lot of it is going to be repeated points from this. So post 2 from this little thread that I'm kind of responding to. I enjoyed some of his content, but stopped watching the playthroughs after Kingdom Hearts 2 because it was too negative. I didn't like the slant and would not recommend his content for a first-timer. I started watching some episodes of Kingdom Hearts 2, mostly skipping around to cutscenes, then to the ending of the game, since he's mostly positive around there. I completely agree that my playthroughs are bad for first-timers. 100% yes. 100% yes. A lot of people wound up watching our stuff as their first-time experience, and if they enjoyed it, then that's great. But I completely agree that ours is not probably the ideal first-timer experience. And later on, we're going to see a little bit more critique towards me poisoning Joey and Aiden towards the material as it's their first-time experience with it. And I agree that absolutely our talking about it the way that we did impact their experience with the series. Though you guys also do need to understand that Aiden and Joey are, you know, they have somewhat similar tastes to me. It's part of why we're friends and consume stuff together. So I think their feelings would have largely been the same on most things. But I agree that I did significantly skew their perspectives on the games by not giving them the wide berth through which to experience the material themselves, and I was guiding them so heavily through it. I completely admit that is a shortcoming of the material, or at least that it is the angle that our material took. Unfortunately, I can't do both. I can't do a blind playthrough with Joey and Aiden or Aiden, where I just don't say anything. We just experience it blind, and then go back and do it all again, and I criticize it all. There are many blind playthroughs of Kingdom Hearts on YouTube, and I elected to conduct the way that I did it because I wanted to be able to talk about the stuff that I wanted to talk about, and I wanted to have someone along for the ride with me. And I admit that messes with the flavor of our playthrough significantly and skews who it's going to appeal to. Freely admit that. And I'm not going to say it was like a calculated choice or whatever on certain things, because certainly sometimes I have a hard time going back and watching some of these Let's Plays, because there are points where our tone is really not great. Like, I have a hard time going back because our energy is not very nice. Really, again, this is something Joey and I talked about a lot as we were going through it. Like, we were really negative about Birth by Sleep while we were playing it. And then we were playing Dream Drop Distance. All we could do was talk about how great Birth by Sleep was. And in this post-Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind Melody of Memory Union Cross Dark Road world, I feel very, very positively about a lot of the earlier games. But that's probably part of why it was valuable for me to have a video record of me word vomiting all the stuff that I had to say about it at the time. I sincerely wish that I had a record of me playing Birth by Sleep for the first time back in the day when I liked it a lot more, because I would find now that to be an extremely valuable historical document and a valuable perspective of my own to be able to examine. Now it's hard for me to put myself back in the headspace that I had when I played Birth by Sleep in 2010. And I think it's valuable for me to have an archive of how I felt about these things, even if occasionally I fail to articulate myself perfectly, before the release of Kingdom Hearts 3. But I admit that is going to impact the vibe of the Let's Plays a lot. Also, this is another thing. We also just used to shoot these things stupid, because we didn't get to shoot very often. We would do like 8-hour sessions, and that's with probably an hour of hanging out beforehand and a lunch and a dinner in there, and maybe watching a movie or something. We would do like 5 to 8 hour sessions. We would be exhausted during half of it. So our energy and enthusiasm was really not so great. We've gotten significantly better about managing our playtime on these things, even when we can't shoot as often. I think we do a better job of keeping our energy levels sustained through long Let's Plays. But going back to watch some of our older stuff, like, I can tell ones where it's like, oh boy, we shouldn't have been shooting then. There was the very beginning of, so I like 0.2. I actually legitimately like 0.2, A Fragmentary Passage. I have issues with it, but I like that game. The beginning of the 0.2 playthrough, it sounds like I want to die. It's not because I'm like, 0.2 sucks. It's because we just finished a 5-hour Dream Drop Distance recording session, took a brief break, and we're immediately going into that, and it was like 10 or 11 o'clock at night, because I wanted to try and film all of 0.2 that night, because Kingdom Hearts 3 was coming out 3 days later, so I wanted to get the whole thing done. And Joey had a migraine at that point, and I was exhausted, so it was a mistake, which is why we stopped after an hour and finished it a week later, even though Kingdom Hearts 3 had come out. But yeah, I admit completely, when you don't know that, and going back and watching it, it really doesn't help the entertainment value of that first episode of 0.2. Anyway, next post to respond to, post 3. Sometimes he has pretty smart observations, but then he'll also just make big mistakes. In the Untitled video, he spends a big chunk of it complaining about how time travel is used, but he makes factual mistakes. He suggests that time travel is a justification for a consequence-free Terror revival, which we'll get to when we're actually rewatching the video 6 hours from now. But Terra's revival and lack of aging has nothing to do with Xehanort's time traveling. He also spends a lot of time mocking the idea that the organization could have created Xion using Vexen's notes, mocking the fact that the notes existed before we existed, but we never heard about them before this. But not only have we heard about them, you could read them in Vexen's diary entries in days. The Untitled video feels like a detail-oriented explanation of the material. Feels less like the detail-oriented examination of the material that he does in his playthroughs, and more like a super long justification for why he doesn't want to make content about the series anymore. And he's making repeated factual errors about the content of the games. I don't have a problem with criticizing KH, but basing a stance around factually incorrect information. I wish the volume between these tracks wouldn't fluctuate so much. If music's too hot or too quiet, you guys need to tell me, like, immediately, because I might not notice my levels fast enough. I don't have a problem with critiquing Kingdom Hearts, but basing a stance around factually incorrect information and then using that as a basis for why the writing is empirically bad is more than a little deceitful. And he pushes away from debate really hard when he is contradicted. I've personally pointed out some of his supposed writing flaws in the series are likely the result of stipulations or limitations by the Walt Disney Company, but he dismisses that, saying he doesn't care why problems come up, only how they affect the product. Calling it a writing flaw and putting the onus on the Square staff is an issue because it obfuscates, the actual source of the problems, especially if you lump the criticisms in with other stuff the Square writers are actually responsible for. His dismissiveness rubs me the wrong way more than criticism of the material. I also don't like how he's positioning the opinions of his how he's poisoning the opinions of his co-hosts who are experiencing the series blind. He's just telling them what isn't, like, he's just telling them what isn't good. So backing up to the beginning of this one. An untitled video it takes Ben's big chunk complaining about how time travel. I'll talk about that in a second. I'll actually move forward a little bit more. I will address the Terra thing and the Xion thing in a few minutes. I was wrong about time travel. I was completely wrong. This person made me, because I only watched the cutscenes for Remind once. This person did make me go back and re-examine cutscenes from Remind, which we will be doing in a few minutes here. They were absolutely right. I was wrong. I was completely wrong about how Terra got to the present day, because he didn't get to the, anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. There's less like a detail-oriented examination of the material that he does in playthroughs and more like a super long justification for why he doesn't want to make content about the series anymore. I don't necessarily agree with that, but we're here to rewatch the video, so maybe I'll agree by the end of rewatching the video. Who knows? I don't have a problem with criticizing KH, but basing the stance around factually incorrect information. Like, if I make a mistake, I'll accept being called out. And in this instance, I did make a mistake, and I'll accept being called out by that. With the Xion thing, I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding, but we'll address that later. This is why I ask for feedback, because I get stuff wrong all the time. Like, I was a while ago on Twitter, I was asking people, like, did I miss something that happened in Union Cross? Because I'm not sure I understand this. Like, I mean, my objective is to have as robust an understanding of this series as possible. So if I get something wrong, I want to be shot down on it. I request this. If I get something wrong, tell me. Now, if I feel that I'm still right after an explanation, I may attempt to explain myself more thoroughly, and sometimes the further discussion will reveal, no, I am actually wrong, and sometimes the further discussion will reveal that maybe I was right, and I did have a pretty good understanding of it, and maybe somebody didn't understand the explanation that I was making. Does that mean that I have some kind of patent on the truth and the correct interpretation of Kingdom Hearts? No. And I'm not trying to be pretentious by saying, yeah, a lot of the time I will see people say I'm wrong about something and I still feel that I'm right, but usually it's because I have looked into something and I'm like, I think this is what's going on here. Someone will offer an alternative explanation, I'll read it and I'll say, that doesn't quite jive with my understanding of the material, because I feel like this person isn't noticing this or that or that or this. Or often it'll be an instance like with the grid, where a person will go, well, maybe in the Kingdom Hearts canon somewhere this happened to explain it, and my concern is with the... But in general, factually what occurs in Kingdom Hearts has very little to do with what doesn't work, frankly. Because Tetsuya Nomura wants to be making a mood piece, but he's writing... We're going to talk about this. Something I really failed to properly articulate in the Untitled video on storytelling in modern Kingdom Hearts. Tetsuya Nomura, as a writer, I feel, wants to be making vibe pieces. He wants to communicate a vibe to people. He wants to make you feel a particular way. And all of the particular content and context of his stories is secondary. And I don't mean that as an insult. There's plenty of stuff out there where the primary intent is the vibe, and the literal context of what is happening in the work is relatively unimportant. A lot of experimental film like this, a lot of art film like this, a lot of stuff where the feeling of what's going on and what the characters are experiencing emotionally is infinitely more important than the context of what's happening. Most action movies are like this. Doesn't even have to be experimental art film or whatever. Freaking the Fast and Furious movies are a great example of films where the visuals and the vibe is infinitely more important than the context of anything that is happening. Those movies just want to make you feel a particular way, and the justification for getting there is completely secondary to what's happening. And you may disregard the movies or dislike them because of that. But I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I think those movies know exactly what they want to be at this point, those Fast and Furious movies. And I think there's room for media that functions that way. The difficulty with Tetsuya Nomura's work is that he doesn't write vibe pieces. He writes scenes where people stand around and give exposition about lore. Nowadays. Back in the day, he wrote really good vibe pieces. The Roxas sequence, for some of its, I feel, writing shortcomings, is fantastic vibe piece. It's just about making the audience feel a particular way. And though I feel that it could have been executed in a better way, where that feeling came through more strongly, I will not deny that the feeling that that sequence is going for is accomplished. I just think it hits some snags where things could have been cleaned up slightly. The difficulty, really, with Kingdom Hearts is that as a series, the general vibe that Kingdom Hearts wants to communicate is sad teens experiencing separation anxiety. That's what Kingdom Hearts is about at its root core. Really, all of the games are about this. Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, Kingdom Hearts 2, Days, Birth by Sleep, even coded a little bit, 0.2, all about this. And the games that I feel fail the most, Dream Drop Distance, tries to be about this because Sora and Riku are separated, but fails because it undercuts itself at every step by them going, Riku's there for me, I love my friends so much, Sora's always there, and we're always helping each other, so it undercuts the tone it is itself attempting to establish. And then with Kingdom Hearts 3, because unfortunately, that tone that the series carefully establishes is paid off with the finale of Kingdom Hearts 2, where our heroes finally come back together. But the problem is, I don't think Tetsuya Nomura particularly cares for the vibe of the hangoutitude of Sora, Riku, and Kairi all going for on an adventure together. I don't think he cares about writing that very much. Perhaps I'm mistaken. And when I examine... great. Hold on, boys and girls. Sorry. Anyway. Sorry about that. Crap in the chat. Had to deal with there. Anywho. The difficulty with Kingdom Hearts 3 is that Tetsuya Nomura has written himself into a corner to write a story about positivity, about everybody coming together and be pals. I don't think he particularly cares about writing that vibe. Therefore, he pads out a game with superfluous Disney content, which is also, to be fair, as this person said, I sometimes make generalizations about Square's responsibility for decision-making. But this is not related to the discussion we had previously about objectivity and subjectivity in media criticism. I feel that the fact of the matter is that basically every single criticism I could ever make of the Kingdom Hearts series should have the asterisks on the end of it of, this could be the fault of creative decisions making at Square, or this could be the result of creative limitations imposed by the Walt Disney Company. If I did that for every single comment that I ever made, I'd be blue in the face. And I apologize if I've ever mischaracterized something that could be the fault of a wide number of people as being exclusively Tetsuya Nomura's fault. One thing I will strive to do if I ever do get around to writing those damn reviews of the Kingdom Hearts games is to say Nomura's name as little as possible, because he's not the only guy responsible for working on these games. And indeed, there will be a lengthy examination of areas where I suspect the Walt Disney Company's decision-making has impacted the quality of these games and the freedom of them being able to experiment and explore stuff. And I don't mean, as this comment said, to dismiss the statement that the Walt Disney Company is responsible for some kind of decline in quality in the series, because I feel it's very important to examine. However, I do feel I don't care if it's a corporate decision or a creative decision, if the decision is bad and it harms the overall experience, if it harms the overall product. At the end of the day, the people who are more likely to see these videos anyway are people at Disney Interactive or at the Disney Company who speak English, not the people at Square who speak Japanese. So frankly, if I hit on something that's a big problem, and it's the fault of somebody from the Walt Disney Company, or the fault of someone from Square, if the Disney people see it, maybe they go, oh, I didn't realize how negatively this was impacting the series. This is a pipe-smoking crack dream that will never happen. I'm just saying that I can't put that asterisk on every single thing that I ever say. I apologize if I've ever unfairly characterized something as being exclusively Square's fault when there's reason to believe that it may be the cause of the Walt Disney Company. But I do feel that hiding behind the smokescreen of And I don't mean that this person making these, because this person said that they've interacted with me in comment sections apparently about this, and I dismissed their concerns, and I hope that I didn't seem dismissive towards the person. My intent is not to be dismissive towards the concern of the Walt Disney Company messing with the series. My intent is that I don't like using that as a shield for criticism. Like if you say, someone said cough Arendelle cough in the comments. JG said cough Arendelle cough. So let's say we did a video where we talked about how Arendelle sucks in Kingdom Hearts 3, right? If someone in the comment section said, hey, you're not allowed to criticize Arendelle because Disney made them make it like that. To me, that doesn't stop it from being bad. That doesn't stop it from being a mess. Though I don't even hate Arendelle as much as some other people do. Then I don't know, maybe I need to replay Kingdom Hearts 3. At this point, I have like 2-3 years of distance from the damn thing, so I don't know. However long it's been. 2019? It's been, it's almost 3 years. Anyway. But anyway, I'm not going to talk about the whole Disney equation right now, because that's a whole other discussion to get into. But anyway, I got distracted there for a second. What was I saying before I got distracted talking about that crap? Darn. Oh, Kingdom Hearts 3, I feel that a lot of it is so weird because Tetsuya Nomura doesn't, it's not a vibe, there's no vibe that he's interested in communicating, which is why the reunion scenes, which are obligatory because they've been set up and the fans want them, are all one scene long of the characters all hug and they're back together and yay. And then at the ending, Sora dies because now we got teenage separation anxiety again. Sora's over in Verum Rex world. Riku's looking for him. Kairi's stuck back home training. Everybody's like, Kairi's got to go train again. She's not allowed to be part of the adventure. Of course, because we need the characters spread out, because that's when they're the most saddest. And that's what Nomura's trying to write. I don't mean that as a negative. My problem is that I feel Tetsuya Nomura could accomplish the mood piece tone that he's going for in these games significantly more effectively with relatively minor changes to his writing style and presentation style. And I feel that spending so much time discussing lore does very little to support the tone he's trying to establish. We'll talk about that later. I was going to talk about the Terra thing right here, but you know what? I'll loop back to the Terra thing and the Xion thing. I'll both loop back to later. I was wrong about Terra coming back through time travel. We'll discuss that in a minute. The Xion thing I'll clarify when we get to it in the actual video. And we will watch the video soon, because we're almost done reading these comments now. Post 4. It's particularly unfortunate because he does have some really quality, insightful KH content talking about the positive aspects of the series and why the things that work. And he usually has a good understanding of the lore. When he's doing a good job, he's walking a decent middle ground between the KH stan sphere of YouTube, where everything is great and Nomura is a galaxy brain genius, and the unfair KH is a joke, Nomura is a hack school of criticism. It's unfortunate that his more recent videos skew towards that latter end of the spectrum. He's entitled to his opinion, of course, but I wish he allowed more open discussion instead of being locked into his opinions. He seems to take a stance of, I'm educated about writing, I assume referring to the fact that I've been to film school and stuff. Therefore, all my opinions are right. For example, he says that lore can't be the primary draw of something, and as it's a backdrop that helps the narrative function. But some people really do like stories where lore is the primary draw, and they really like world building. This isn't a right or wrong approach, nor a right or wrong way to enjoy something. Ooh, that track was really quiet and then really loud as I tried to adjust it. Didn't go so well. All right. Some interesting stuff going on here. First of all, I hope that our earlier discussion about objectivity and subjectivity and media criticism already kind of covers the whole, he thinks that he's objectively right because he's educated about stuff. No. As someone who's read a lot of books on writing and screenwriting and stuff like that, I know firsthand that there's plenty of really good media that violates the rules. So I got no problem with that, and I apologize if I give off a pretentious air. I admit, some of these playthroughs were filmed while I was going through screenwriting classes. Even then, I was not like, this is the objective truth. I was simply using that as a baseline of examination. Generally, in my personal, I hopefully, not always, but as a generality, I think I was usually trying to use that sort of stuff as a baseline of perspective to discuss how I thought things could have been improved. Not rules that I felt the series needed to conform to, necessarily. Just areas where I felt something wasn't working for me, and how I thought it might have been improved in a way that hopefully would be functionally better for everybody. Not changing the context and not changing the emotional core of what was going on and what people liked, but simply finding a better way to communicate that. And yes, sometimes I used screenwriting conventions, storytelling, education, conventions as a framework for that. And I freely admit that some of these Let's Plays were filmed while I was still in school, and sometimes in the middle of screenwriting classes. So yeah, some of that stuff was top of my mind, and maybe I leaned towards those types of discussions a little bit too much in our Let's Plays. Freely admit that. That is a shortcoming of some of those Let's Plays we've filmed previously. Guess we might just have to play them all again, right? You know, being able to play all the games again and not have to worry about spoilers for anything would be interesting. To be able to discuss, hey, listen, this bit in Dream Drop Distance, this bit in Birth by Sleep, I feel is kind of weak, but I can also talk about how it's so much better than what happens later on. For example, he says lore can't be the primary draw of something. It's the backdrop that helps narrative function. Some people really do like stories where the lore is the primary draw, and they really like world building. There's no right or wrong approach, nor a right or wrong way to enjoy something. So that's a major problem with the untitled video on storytelling in Modern Kingdom Hearts, is that the entire premise of that video was I was trying to cut a stream highlight of a thing where I made fun of some plot holes in Remind. And then I felt the need to clarify, hey guys, I'm not overly concerned with plot holes. I'm really concerned about emotional storytelling and characters. I feel that lore is primarily a backdrop for this. And then it spiraled out of control and became a huge video. And now that's read as a condemnation of the entire concept of liking something because of its lore alone. Here's the thing to me, right? What's that thing called? The Silmarillion, however you pronounce it, that supplemental quotation marks, Lord of the Rings book that's basically just lore. If you examine Silmarillion, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Really, it is lore. It's backstory for the world of Middle-earth, right? But it's all stories. It's the history of Middle-earth. It's stories about Middle-earth. That is lore, yes. It also is technically a kind of narrative that you are engaging with. Now, I don't have a problem with filling your fantasy world with tons of cool details. If that was the case, then I would, if I didn't care about the details of fantasy worlds, then I would only care about wacky mood pieces and sci-fi settings that don't explain themselves at all. I wouldn't care about stuff that it attempts to take itself a little bit more seriously. A huge part of the Harry Potter series is the world building and the lore. The vibe of the world of Harry Potter. It's the fun of going to the Universal theme park, right? A lot of people really get onto the Harry Potter series for having crappy world building. I really got something in my eye. Sorry, I'm trying to ignore it, but it's killing me. A lot of people get onto the Harry Potter series for having crappy world building. Why do we have owls delivering letters in a world where everybody can teleport and use phones in every fireplace? But the vibe of the books is very cozy. It's very cute. Especially like, and a lot of the world building stuff there is because it was a cutesy book for 11-year-olds, and then it grew into a series for, you know, young adults, and then it was still saddled with a lot of its kind of crappy world building. And admittedly, JK has some problems with her world building in spots. But that's a series where a huge chunk of the appeal, even for me, is the vibe, the feeling of the world building, right, of the setting. I completely understand why that can be valuable. I think that usually for me, I am going to want some kind of narrative that supports why I'm continuing through it and not just looking at concept art or fan art. But I can freely admit that there are some pieces where a huge chunk of my enjoyment comes from the vibe of the setting. And I am not in any way going to say that I think no one can enjoy something because they just enjoy the world building or they enjoy the lore of it or whatever. I think that sometimes a lot of this type of stuff is propagated by Tumblr-type settings where you can say, idea for an AU for this thing. Wouldn't it be neat if... And I'm going to put a little cottagecore aesthetic collage with it. Or Dark Academia. Or whatever, right? You know? We have websites now where that thrive on vibe, on mood. If I don't need to read a whole story, I can just like, oh man, it'd be so cool if there was a setting like that. And I'm not going to make a generalization and say that no one likes a story where that's the primary draw, because it's absolutely not the case. I firmly accept that there are plenty of fantasy storylines and science fiction storylines, and even some stuff set in the real world where the primary draw is the world or the lore, quotation marks. I personally am never going to be primarily engaged with something where the primary engagement is theory crafting, for example. Because I don't like shows where it's asking you to do the heavy lifting of the narrative, where it's saying, hey, something might happen eventually, we'll explain what's going on eventually, because I don't trust those types of shows or movies or books or whatever, because it almost never works out. Attack on Titan worked out, and then it didn't. For years, I was like, oh man, dude, Attack on Titan, dude, it really worked out. Oh man, all those mysteries totally paid off, but then at the end, the narrative didn't work so well. It was all good up until like the last 2 chapters, and then it's like, oh no, I still think Attack on Titan is good, but like that last chapter, if I understand it, I haven't gone on like Reddit directly, but if I understand it, not a good way to conclude that. But to be fair, the guy's been drawing it for 10 years. He probably wanted out. Anyway. Yes, for me, usually I'm going to be primarily drawn by story first, but I am not attempting to be dismissive of anybody who enjoys world building primarily. I feel, personally, that the world building of the Kingdom Hearts series is really weak. So even if I was into something primarily for the world building of the lore, I don't think I would be drawn to Kingdom Hearts for that purpose. I don't think that somebody else who is drawn to it for that purpose is wrong. Just how I feel. And I certainly do not want to suggest that nobody can be into something primarily because of the vibes that it gives off or the lore that it gives off. Aiden and I have already recorded the first couple of episodes, but they won't be released for a while because I'm too busy. I haven't edited anything for YouTube in like 2 months, guys. I live streamed Psychonauts with Joey, and I'm doing this now. This is about all I've done for YouTube lately. Aiden and I have started recording our discussions of the Pure Blood Pretense, the Rajul Black Chronicles, the Harry Potter fanfiction series, which I discuss in the Kingdom Hearts 2 Let's Play. In the Uncharted 2 Let's Play, which I have read all of, and I'm now in the process of rereading and confirming to myself that it is, in fact, a masterpiece. Aiden has read through the first 2 books. We recorded our second discussion of Book 2, which would have been Episode 3, and then the recording got deleted on accident, so we're going to have to record it again sometime, but we've been too busy to get around to that, unfortunately. Something that's really cool about the Rajul Black Chronicles, which I will be talking about a lot in this Harry Potter fanfiction series, as we're going to be discussing it going forward, is the world building and the lore that Violet, the author, injects into it. It's not even like J.K. Rowling's lore was a mess, I'm going to fix it, because she has a lot of respect for the vibe and the aesthetics and the things that worked about her lore. And a lot of the stuff that she adds in is not like a take that, J.K., for your shitty world building, boom, boom, boom. It's usually there just because she finds something really interesting or to supplement her writing style. And admittedly, when I was reading the first of those fanfictions, I often found that her lengthy swerves off into, and now my characters are going to have an academic discussion about magical theory for 5 pages. Initially, when I was reading the series, I was like, ugh. And my eyes would kind of glaze over because I'm like, here's somebody writing a fan fiction, they're shoving all this stuff in, and it's kind of being communicated clumsily, and I would kind of skim it. Later on, number 1, she gets way better at communicating world building, because the first book's kind of rough, and they get way better after that. But, I really like Violet's world building. Whenever she starts talking about magical theory or rune sequences, I am glued to the screen, the proverbial page. Partially because Violet does a lot of what I talk about, which is that her lore is almost always there in support of story or narrative elements. Well, not always, but very often, very, very often, a problem will come up in her fan fictions and be like, how are we going to deal with this? And the character, and hopefully you, usually one of the best things about reading her, oh God, it's such a great example of all of my criticisms of Kingdom Hearts and of its lore, honestly, which is why I'm so excited to talk about it, is that so many times in that fan fiction series, characters wind up in a seemingly impossible situation. You're like, how are they going to get out of this? And then you, the dedicated reader, go, wait a second. hold on. If we took that thing that was established a while ago, that magical concept, and combined it in this creative application with that thing from 2 books ago, if we did that, that would probably work. And then a couple paragraphs later, the character realizes the same thing and executes it. And it feels so rewarding and exciting to be rewarded as someone who's paying attention to the lore, and to see the lore that is so thoroughly realized and interconnected, because she's put a lot of damn thought into how she's built out all of her magical theory concepts and all of her new systems that she's invented and elaborations she's created upon systems that were admittedly undercooked in the JK books, because the JK books were not really concerned about magical mechanics. It was all kind of a joke. It's not important. So with this in mind, I have a great appreciation for, even removed from the context of her story crafting, for her world building and how intricately put together it all is. But yes, as someone who's primarily drawn to stories because of their story, I also appreciate how carefully integrated it is with the story. But anyway, point being, no, I don't think that you can't enjoy something primarily for the lore or world building. I'm generally not drawn to things for that first. I'm sure there are some examples of something where that is the case for me, but I can't think of one right now. Maybe Bionicle? But I don't know about that. Anyway, moving on. We're at the final comment here. Agreed, following up on the previous one. He understands technical rules, but the idea that he understands technical rules, but the idea that knowing when and how to break the but he doesn't talk about. He understands technical rules, but doesn't really talk about the idea that knowing when and how to break the rules is just as important to creating great art, which is something I completely agree with, but I talked about that a little bit earlier. He uses this to dismiss anything that breaks the rules as inherently bad writing. Trying to use academic analysis to establish your opinion as instantly correct isn't necessarily useful, especially so in art. I completely agree, but I think hopefully I've demonstrated, I don't know why I'm pointing up, as if there's like a thread that you're reading through or watching a video. In the past, wherever, in the timeline, we've already discussed how I think that art criticism is inherently subjective, and I completely agree with the sentiment that person is giving, and I apologize if I ever give off that vibe. I admit I can sometimes come across a little bit pretentious. I am, this may surprise some of you, I am deathly afraid of coming across as pretentious, but it's just because of the way that I talk. Not just because of. There are many reasons why I'm deathly afraid of it, but I'm susceptible to it because of the way that I talk and my speech patterns and the fact that I have Asperger's and other stuff that, and I'm not trying to like shame anybody. I'm not like, oh, see, I'm on the spectrum, so you're not allowed to make fun of me or criticize me for things. Please call me out on stuff. I never want to come across as pretentious or controlling of that sort of thing. But it is something that I have that fear about sometimes, and it clearly it happens sometimes despite my better efforts to the contrary. Anyway, continuing. Pokemon is a good example of a franchise that attracts people based on lore. There are only a handful of Pokemon games I consider to have good stories. Almost all are entirely dependent upon world building. Sorry, the draw is almost entirely dependent upon world building. Stories are filler that allow the games to adapt Pokemon to themed locations of the game and to build the world's history for you to discover through environmental exploration. Characters and plot lines are unimportant. Lore can be used to support characters and stuff, but that's not its only legitimate use in a narrative. Jacob tends to quickly discount the idea of the setting of a work, the lore of a work can be a character of its own, and doesn't have to be wholly in service to the character of the story we're going through. I guess I really didn't have to read the rest of that, because that's kind of the same idea that I just addressed before. Video games are particularly well-suited to narratives that are primarily concerned with lore, because much of the appeal of like something like Breath of the Wild is building your own narrative. Because there's an experiential narrative of you exploring the world, but the story that the world is telling in a game like Breath of the Wild is strictly lore and environmental and backstory and world building. I think that video games in particular are very strongly suited towards that type of storytelling. I think that video games are better suited towards lore and world building centric storytelling than perhaps any other medium, except like, I don't know, like immersive interactive environments like escape rooms or whatever, right? Like that, those sorts of things. Which is why when I've had discussions in the past about how I feel like in later Kingdom Hearts, I don't remember a single thing I ever pulled out of a chest in Kingdom Hearts unless I remember that it was something underwhelming. like for the amount of work that I put in to get to it. In a series that's so focused on world building and stuff, why aren't we constantly opening chests in Kingdom Hearts and pulling out Wikipedia entries on world building stuff or reports, right? Why are all the secret reports locked behind optional optional stuff post-game in Kingdom Hearts 3? Why aren't there 50 journal entries and 100 Wikipedia articles, and they're in chests all over the game? It's like that would be so cool. I'd be so into that. That's kind of neither here nor there. Anyway, that was a very long discussion. We'll be returning to some of these briefly because I am going to talk about what I got wrong on the Terra and what I got wrong on the Terra front, and where I believe I was misunderstood on the Xion front. But now, it is finally time to 1 hour and 40 minutes into this stream to watch the video. Oh wait, I already have it open. I have that open in case I need to get back to other stuff. Guys, we are going to skip the intro because it's already 12 minutes. And we are going to set this to high speed. You can all observe my COVID hair. Check it out. Hold on. Check out my COVID hair.
Kingdom Hearts 3 presented itself as a finale in many ways. In a couple of times in this video. I mean,
so much of it.
I know that there are going to be more games, but
and now I'm here. Look at me now.
Kingdom Hearts 3 presented itself as a finale in many ways, so
check it out.
That's perhaps neither here nor there. But anyway, this
amazing.
Is extreme.
Alrighty, let's get into it, boys and girls. Are you guys ready to talk about Star Wars? All right, I'm going to turn up the video a good bit because I'm probably going to pause the video whenever I have something I particularly want to talk about anyway.
How come our parents
and we already have an ad from, is this PragerU or something like it? Who knows? Let's skip over it.
It doesn't make sense by the game's own internal logic, but who cares? It's a cool moment. People get I think people tend to misconstrue some of my criticisms of Kingdom Hearts and think that I'm just upset because it doesn't make sense, but it's because, no, I always care about character stuff and drama first.
I'm still going to keep myself slightly louder in the video, but tell me if this is acceptable volume for the video,
this is the
folks.
Problem, right? Okay, let's look at the original Star Wars.
Tell me if this is acceptable volume for the video, please.
If you really want to look into this in some level of detail, if you go to, like, YouTuber asshole levels of scrutinization on the original Star Wars, you can pick it apart just like you can the other movies. Because you go, okay, if Darth Vader's so strong, why didn't he go in first? If all the stormtroopers are coming through one door, how is it that the good guys didn't just shoot them all coming through that one door? Why didn't they throw in, like, tear gas or something like that? If Darth Vader's got a lightsaber and he can do this and throw people around like he does in Rogue One, why didn't he come through first? He's supposed to be threatening. He comes in last afterwards. Just because he's wearing black, that doesn't mean he's threatening. Why does he pick up the guy and choke him with his hand and throw him against a wall if he can do this with his hand and force choke him? Better yet, later on we see Obi-Wan do this and control somebody's mind. Why doesn't Darth Vader just do this and control somebody's mind? Why doesn't he make Leia tell him where the plan is, or at least try? He calls in a robot with a needle instead of doing this after we just saw Obi-Wan do this. Why doesn't he do that? Why does Luke? How does the Sand Person sneak up on Luke? Was he not listening? Did he not have ears with which to listen? C-3PO and R2-D2 were both there. Why didn't they warn him that the Sand Person was coming? Can R2 doing like R2 like doing scans of things? How does Luke, living on a poor moisture farmer place, how does he own a T whatever, like basically like a crop duster that he flies around? Why does he have that? How do they have the money for him to have one of those things and fly around and shoot womp rats in a valley? But you're engaged enough with what's happening in the narrative dramatically that you don't notice these things. Then you go to the Phantom Menace, and it's like, because what's happening in the original Star Wars is very clear. In the opening crawl, there's an evil, corrupt government that is taking over the galaxy, and there are rebels who are running away from them, right? That's the plot. They have a doomsday weapon, and the rebels are trying to destroy the doomsday weapon that can blow up planets. And later on in the movie, they do blow up a planet. So we know who the good guys are, who the bad guys are, and what the stakes are, and everything is pretty straightforward. There's rebels, they're trying to kill the bad guy government. It's real straightforward. Then you get to the Phantom Menace. Okay, so the Trade Federation, this is just the opening credits, the opening crawl, before the movie's even started. Okay, so there's a corporation, the Trade Federation, and I guess they run, do they run all space trade or just some space trade? It doesn't, they must run some space trade. There's no way they run all space trade. No, there's no way they run all.
By the way, if this is too fast, I can bump the speed down
they wouldn't
slightly.
Pay space taxes if they had a space monopoly, right? Because they must just be a space corporation that runs trade, even though we don't see any other ones. But that's that's fine. That's not that important. Okay, so there's taxes on trade that they're upset about. So they are.
I'm wondering why there are taxes on trade though, when the Republic's basically the only governing force in the entire galaxy.
Yeah, if the galaxy, if the Republic are the only governing force in the galaxy, why are there tariffs and taxes on trade? But what? I guess they need money. Whatever.
It's probably corrupt like Rome.
Okay, so now to protest the taxes, they're blockading a planet. That seems illegal. Okay, whatever. But okay, maybe the movie will explain this. Okay, so the Republic is sending 2 emissaries to negotiate with them about the taxes, 2 Jedi Knights. So they get there, which means that the Trade Federation got what they wanted. They got the Republic to come to the table to talk about the taxes and to discuss the trade dispute. And then when they get there, a guy in a cloak shows up and says, "Shoot them." And you're like, "Wait, why are these 2 businessmen doing what the guy in the cloak says? Why are they assassinating government officials when they came to the table, which was what they wanted?" So I don't know what's happening.
Like if Hitler at the Munich conference
We're gonna bump it to that. We're gonna bump it to that 1.25 because even though this is a long video, I understand that may be a bit fast for people.
Chamberlain and then walked out.
So we don't know what's happening, and there's no relationship stuff going on with Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. Their relationship is established. There's no friction or drama between them, so there's not much for us to engage with dramatically, and we don't really understand what's happening. Then they decide to launch an invasion of Naboo. So the Trade Federation has a private military that's sending armed troops down to a planet that is a sovereign. It's the equivalent of a nation that is part of the UN. It's a part of the Republic, right? Or it's like a state in the United States. So they sent in troops. A private corporation has just sent in a private army to a planet, and they start putting civilians in internment camps. That's what happens in that movie. They're talking about they're sending everybody to camps, right? And their objective is to get the Queen of Naboo to sign a treaty that will make their invasion legal. A couple of things come to mind. Number one, how will this help them with the taxes? All they will have accomplished.
So somebody's already commenting. We're gonna talk. I guess we're time to start talking about prequels, boys and girls. Ruby's Knight says it is illegal. That's why the guy in the robe says, "I will make it legal." Okay, all right. Please understand. Just because a movie explains something doesn't mean that it makes sense. So, for example, one of the big criticisms, one of the big defenses people have for the Star Wars prequels is, hey, listen. Palpatine's plan makes sense. All right? Because he's trying to create a crisis, which will get him a sympathy vote in the Senate, vote of no confidence for the Chancellor. He becomes Chancellor of Space, right? That sets him up for all the other stuff he needs to do. I get that. I understand that completely. That's not a problem. I don't have a difficulty understanding that, okay? I got all that. The problem is the context of his plan, of why the Trade Federation is going along with this. What is he offering the Trade Federation that makes them willing to do this? When he went to them and said, and again, in the first place, I talk about how the context of why trade is being taxed doesn't make a ton of sense. Whatever, maybe they're corrupt. Like I said, maybe the Republic's just corrupt or whatever, right? But why is the Trade Federation going along with Palpatine's plan? Is he paying them a lot of money? Where did Palpatine get the fortune with which he pulls off all of his plans? There hasn't been a prequel explaining all the private equity firms that Palpatine is secretly involved with, as far as I can tell. There is an episode of the Clone Wars where the central government, aka Palpatine, gets complete control over all the space banks, but that's like 10 years after this, and even then, whatever, doesn't matter, right? The difficulty is that Newt Gunray is just a businessman who wants to make money. So going along with this plan just doesn't really track for him. Doesn't really make a ton of sense. And I will make it legal. Sure, Palpatine is going to become Chancellor. Hello, it's me, right? He's not actually going to make it legal. Palpatine doesn't want to make it legal. Palpatine wants this to be a crisis where he can show the current leadership is weak and I'm going to deal with it better. His plan is actually messed up by Padme and the crew going back and beating the crap out of Newt Gunray and kicking the Separatists out with the Gungans and the blowing up the space station. Because Palpatine wanted to do that himself with legislation. He wanted to take power and then control the system, right? This leads me to believe that Newt Gunray knows that Palpatine is placed in the government, but doesn't know that Palpatine is Palpatine. He just knows that Sidious is someone in the government. Because surely Gunray would have felt betrayed by this and not worked with him later on if he knew, because Palpatine's plan is plain to see by anybody who knows enough about the situation, and it just got a little bit screwed up by our protagonists in this movie. So why is he doing this? Why is he going along with this? Why does he think that Palpatine, Sidious, all he knows is Sidious is a highly ranked politician? Why does he think that Sidious, whoever he is good enough to be able to convince everybody at the Senate to make a hostile takeover of an entire planet and imprisonment of its and extrajudicial imprisonment of its government and citizens legal? Does Gunray really believe that one senator has the power to do that? Similarly, what's the point of the treaty with the Queen if he thinks Palpatine is going to make... It doesn't make sense. The reason this is important to discuss is because the political context of The Phantom Menace fuels the entire thing, and the politics don't really make much sense. This is a movie where the way Lucas has written the script, the context overtakes the vibes, except when you're on Tatooine, which is the best part of the movie. Because I actually don't hate The Phantom Menace as much as some people do. Once they land on Tatooine, I actually kind of like the movie, that whole stretch of it. The pod racing stuff is good. Like that is a section of the movie where your brain gets a little smooth and the vibes take over, however briefly, and it's firing on exactly the level that I think Lucas wanted it to. This stuff is all over the place because it's too context heavy. It's too exposition heavy. There's not enough moving forward. There's a lot of interesting aesthetics happening, but there's very little vibe being communicated because the script is too wordy and we are too caught up in the specific ideas of what is happening. The movie is too caught up in the specific politics of the situation. It's not a simple enough conflict. It could be a simple conflict, or it could be a complex conflict. But if it's going to be a complex conflict, then that means the audience is going to start paying attention to it. This stuff is placed in the foreground of The Phantom Menace. We are meant to be drawn towards and pay attention to it. We are meant to unravel what's going on. That is the design of the film, whether Lucas intended it that way or not. That's how the film is written, and that's how it's structured. And he did not lend it the backbone that it needed, because he had the locations, the aesthetics, the vibes, and what he wanted to do with Anakin, Padme, Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan, probably, and Sidious, probably before he had any of this other stuff. So all this other political situation he had to construct was probably built around arcs he already wanted to build, locations he already wanted to shoot at, ships he already wanted to design, and movie got to get shot at some point, and he didn't feel like having somebody do some punch-up on it, so it is the way it is. And that's why the movie looks the way that it is. That's why the movie works the way it does.
Objective is to get the Queen of Naboo to sign a treaty that will make their invasion legal. A couple of things come to mind. Number one, how will this help them with the taxes?
The way a story opens tells the audience a lot about how they are or aren't supposed to engage with it. The Phantom Menace begins with an opening crawl that says, taxes, trade routes, greedy businessmen, corporations, and a Congress are all factors in the story. So right off the bat, you're being told this conflict is more nuanced than Nazis in space with the doomsday weapon. Our villains are motivated by money and seek to gain a political upper hand, but the script doesn't operate on that level. The script does not communicate that stuff intelligently to us. It tells us that all that stuff is important, but then does not actually take the time to parse through any of that material, and Newt Gunray and crew don't function on the level we've been told they function on. They function as mustache twirling, we have evil robots and we invaded the peaceful planet of the peace-loving hippies. That's the level that the script operates on, despite directly telling us it's not going to operate on that level. That's why The Phantom Menace is so awkward until you get to Tatooine, where none of that stuff matters because it's a whole other film there.
All they will have accomplished is invading one planet,
Which probably is super costly.
which is very costly, and it won't do anything about the taxes. Are they hoping to hold the Republic hostage and make the Republic like say, okay, we'll lift the taxes if you leave Naboo alone? But like, why would they just leave them alone and let them go? Why wouldn't they tax them more because of this? Typically, when someone is misbehaving, governments punish them to discourage them from doing it. And even if they get the Queen to sign a treaty saying that the invasion is legal, won't it just be legal on Naboo? Won't it still be a violation of the Space Geneva Convention
that's the other thing.
for a private corporation to invade a planet and arrest its leadership and put them in internment camps? So what's their plan? Because even if it's made legal, won't the Senate send an investigative council to Naboo?
Freaking Shadow 8 says, I will make it legal, has similar vibes to I will make him go back in time and bring back everyone.
And won't they talk to the civilians who were forcibly put in camps at gunpoint, who say this private corporation put us in camps at gunpoint? So, what's the...
This is something that I wish I'd said during, because basically the whole discussion we just had. This scene where they've invaded the city and there's been no fighting back because Naboo doesn't have a proper military. They get off the ship and they're like, victory. But if they want money and to not pay taxes. Expensive attacks on planets that don't control taxes does not equal victory for these two. All it's doing, realistically, is painting a target on their back. The Republic would not lift taxes on them because they invaded a sovereign state. Anyway.
plan? Is it because the guy in the hood told him to
The real plot of the movie is Palpatine creates a crisis to get power, but why are these two risking it all to help him? So we were just saying a second ago.
do it? Why are they doing what the guy in the hood told them to do?
Is he blackmailing them? Does Palpatine have an embarrassing snapshot of Gunray at the Christmas party? A rare SpongeBob reference from me.
Camps at gunpoint who say this private corporation put us in camps at gunpoint. So, what's the plan? Is it because the guy in the hood told them to do it? Why are they doing what the guy in the hood told them to do? And so far, all that's happened is Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, who have no drama or friction, have met a guy named Jar Jar Binks that they basically get along with but are slightly annoyed by. And they go to the city and they rescue the queen.
I guess I'll let people read that.
Drama or
that was just me making fun of the structure of Phantom Menace, where the characters don't really have any dramatic tension, because like these characters are kind of, all the characters in Phantom Menace are kind of paper thin and don't have much going on, and they're kind of cardboard cutouts, and they all they're annoyed by Jar Jar Binks, so they basically get along with them. It just kind of cuts into like the drama of what's happening on a scene-by-scene basis. Unimportant.
Met a guy named Jar Jar Binks that they basically get along with but are slightly annoyed by.
Well, no, not unimportant. The point is that since there's no character drama happens, that's not unimportant. That's the whole point that I'm making here. Since there's no character drama happening, since the plot's moving kind of slowly and all the focus is on expositionizing us on all this other stuff, our brain isn't focused on the tension between Luke and Han and Ben Kenobi, because there is no tension between these three. So we're thinking about, what's that new Gunray guy up to? How's he gonna dodge them space taxes today? What's an offshore account called in space? Because there are many, surely, like, you would have accounts on another planet. How do you control money that's stored on one planet or another? Can you store planets on asteroids and that's outside of governmental jurisdiction? This is where your brain is going during the Phantom Menace. It isn't being distracted from the stuff that doesn't make sense by, oh man, Luke, he's so sad about how he's stuck on that planet and he wants to go have big adventures. That's the point that I'm making there with that caption.
All that's happened is Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, who have no drama or friction, have met a guy named Jar Jar Binks that they basically get along with but are slightly annoyed by. And they go to the city and they rescue the queen, and nothing's happening with any of the characters, and I don't know what the objective is, so I'm just thinking about all these things that don't make sense. And that's the difference. Here's the other immediate comparison, right? Let's look at Infinity War, not Infinity War, Endgame. We need to use time travel to accomplish a very specific mission.
Let's not explain it.
How does the time travel work, movie? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just roll with it.
Woo says, I actually think a more competent storyteller could do a political thriller and make it work. Not that George is incompetent, but the nuance of the stories he tries to tell are a bit beyond him. This is because Lucas is a guy who I think is primarily interested in special effects, in cinema as art, experimental filmmaking, editing. He's not a writer. He's self-professed not very interested in storytelling stuff, which is why there are other things about the prequels that were very clear draws for him. But these other things he should have let somebody else at least do punch-up on, I feel would have improved the movies significantly. Then again, he had a co-writer on Attack of the Clones, and that's the worst one, so I don't know. Anyway, in my opinion. Again, asterisk, in my opinion. No, I mean, like, hey, listen. You want to go see a political thriller set in Star Wars? Dune, coming to a theater near you next week.
It works. Don't worry about it, just roll with it. That's the movie telling me, oh, okay, so don't worry about it. Just care about what's happening dramatically with all these characters, wrapping up character arcs that have been developing.
Ninja Bunny, I feel dumb right now, but who's Newt Gunray?
Guy in the hood. So
this is Newt Gunray, the guy directly below me. This is Newt Gunray. He's the head of the Trade Federation. After this, he's mad at Padme and wants revenge. I want her head on my desk. She can't do that. Shoot her or something.
Immediately. That's the movie telling me.
Not explain it.
How does the time travel work, movie? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just roll with it.
In Avengers Endgame.
It works. Don't worry about it. Just roll with it. That's the movie telling me, oh, okay, so don't worry about it. Just care about what's happening dramatically with all these characters, wrapping up character arcs that have been developing for 15 years. Got it. Okay. I'm engaged with the characters and not worrying about the lore. Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance says, okay, we're introducing time travel now, 15 years into our story. Here's 6 minutes of cutscenes of young Xehanort explaining the...
Ruby Knight says, hey, Jacob, remember that George Lucas wrote the first draft of Star Wars and he wrote the final draft? Oh, he didn't write the first and final drafts of Star Wars. He wrote the first 50 drafts of Star Wars, which were all incomprehensible nightmares. I don't think that George Lucas is like the worst writer in the world. I think that his writing focuses are not so great, and he's self-professed that he doesn't find character story and plotting very interesting. He finds craft interesting. He finds filmmaking craft interesting. I don't think that Lucas is a bad filmmaker necessarily. I really like the original Star. Listen, I freaking love American Graffiti, dude. And like, that's just a George Lucas product, which he let his actors improvise on, because he said, I'm directing this movie. I also wrote the script. I'm not a very good writer. I'm not super attached to this. As long as you keep the general broadly what's happening in the scenes the same, you adjust this to feel more natural and to fit for your guys' acting styles and whatnot. And the actors spent daytimes during the filming of American Graffiti, reworking and rewriting scenes on their own time, which they then shot in the evenings. As Darth America points out, the final script of Star Wars was a mess. I wouldn't say it was a mess. That's not necessarily fair, but it did have a lot of unnecessary fat to trim. Got a lot of extra scenes that really messed it up. The whole ending was completely different. Huge chunks of Star Wars were redone in the edit. And like, people get really upset when you bring this up because people think you're just trying to shit on George Lucas. And I got mad respect for George Lucas. The only area where George Lucas really truly pisses me off is the whole, like, you're not allowed to watch the original versions of the movie because I say they're my movies and I updated them. And even though the original Star Wars is one of the most important special effects pictures of all time and won like 10 Oscars for all these other different categories, and it's extremely historically important, and the Library of Congress has asked for a copy of the original film. I refuse to give them one because it didn't look the way that it looked in my head, and the special edition is much better, and that's the only one you're legally allowed to watch. And I'm going to put a clause in my contract with Disney when I sell it to them that they're not allowed to give out the original version of the movie until I die. That's a prick move. I hate that shit. Other than that, I think Lucas is a cool guy.
Mechanics of time travel in explicit detail.
That don't make no sense.
And then they break the rules immediately.
See you later, Video City 1.
Also,
Or Videocity 1, whatever. No, listen, guys, this is late. I know. We're 2 hours into this, and we barely just started the video. I knew this stream was going to be a nightmare. We may split this into 2 streams if we have to. We're going to go as long as I can physically stand to, though.
let's look at why this is also really important, because people, this is just a larger thing about, because people always go like, oh, why did they put time travel into the story? Time travel is bad. Time travel ruins everything. And that's not the case, because then you turn around and say, well, what about Terminator? What about Back to the Future? What about Steins Gate? What about Avengers Endgame?
This is not a super important sequence. I'm going to put it on 1.5 times speed. We really don't need to spend too much time here.
The difficulty, right? Yeah. That you're that you stare down is, okay, so why does time travel work sometimes and other times it doesn't? And it's because if time travel is introduced in there are a couple of reasons that time travel can be introduced into a story. Number one, time travel creates the problem, right? That's Back to the Future. That's Terminator, right? Time travel exists in the story as a specific vehicle to create the drama that the entire story is now going to center around. Time travel allows the Terminators to come back in time and creates an unstoppable killing machine in the 80s that under-equipped characters have to deal with. Time travel sends Marty McFly back to the 50s and he has to find a way to get back home and get his parents to fall in love and unknowingly alter the future, right? It's the source of the plot of the movie. Alternatively, time travel is the only way to solve the problem. Avengers Endgame is an example of this. Time travel is we need the Infinity Stones, and they've been destroyed. How do we get them back? Time travel. That's the only solution that we have. We gotta use time travel to get the stones back. That's the only way to solve the problem of this narrative. Steins Gate is kind of a mixture of the problems exist because of time travel and can only be solved because of time travel. Let's look at Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. What does the time travel accomplish? Well, we already introduced in Coded that if you kill a nobody on a Heartless, the original person...
I tried watching THX 1138 years ago. I was not into it. I probably need to give it another chance.
Is reformed, right? So we already have all of the original organization members and Xehanort coming back. That's already established. So what does time travel actually afford us in Dream Drop Distance? It lets us have young Xehanort in the story. It lets us have Ansem, Seeker of Darkness in the story, and it lets us have Xemnas in the story. What do they do?
Have crappy boss battles.
They have cool boss battles. They have cool boss battles with cool music. But what do they do to the story?
Nothing.
If you remove those three from the story, what changes?
Well, it's just 3 less Xehanorts, who could be 3 guys.
They could be somebody else.
Yeah.
They could be other characters. You could just pick other people to fill those slots.
Yeah, you could have just had Sora's final boss battle be against Xehanort.
What if you removed Xemnas, Young Xehanort, Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, Terra Nort, and Vanitas from Kingdom Hearts 3? What do you lose?
We lose 6 of your Xehanorts, which could have just been other people.
You pick other characters, though. The only thing I can think of that you lose is that you lose an easy way to get Terra back.
Yeah.
You get a consequence-free Terra revival, because otherwise you would have had to strip him out of, Xemnas's and Ansem, Seeker of Darkness's restored body, and he would have been aged by 10 years. So by having time travel Terra Nort in the story, you get to get Terra back consequence-free, which I think is lame, but that's a personal opinion. I would have preferred him and Aqua to have aged. But that's a personal, dramatic thing. So,
I was wrong about this. We won't make too many divergences like this throughout the evening. However, let's watch some Remind cutscenes, boys and girls. Onimax Blade, if this may wind up being multiple streams, we shall see. We simply shall see. All right, boys. Ooh, it's remind time, baby.
Marluxia and Larxene are both here in this time, attempting to locate the new Seven Hearts. Luxord is also somewhere about in this age, but after our last meeting, he went in search of something per your order.
Livestream will be archived afterwards, Dark Knight 1.
Isn't that so?
Huh. Oh, that. Right. Well, let's just say that what he's doing will benefit us in the long run. But it's really of no importance right this second. Go on.
Playing your cards close as usual.
Yeah, Ninja Bunny. Ninja Bunny said, this is my first time I'm watching anything from Remind. Ninja Bunny, there's like a whole 10-minute scene here, which is just the characters clarifying who time traveled and who didn't. I'm not joking.
All right. The hearts of Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and young Xehanort return to where they came from.
I'm kind of blocking it. This scene is taking place like 5 minutes after Dream Drop Distance, by the way. This is literally after they teleport out of the room in Dream Drop Distance. And Ansem is up in the corner there.
And reassembled once more. Each of them is seeking a guardian of light.
So, the ones who turn human, and then back again into nobodies are me, you, Luxord, Marluxia, and Larxene, that's 5. The ones from the past transferred into replicas are Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and the old man's younger self. Then we add the old man in, the total comes up to 11. I think we're still missing 2.
Now we must discuss why we have assembled here today. My incarnations from past times, vessels into which I transferred my heart, my essence, were destroyed. Thus I was restored to what you see now. For one to completely disappear, their heart and body must be restored to their original form. That is one reason why I distributed my heart into several vessels. Ansem and Xemnas originated from Terra, or rather his young form, and it too was restored. However, my heart has returned to me, while his is yet lost. I decided to fill this hollow vessel with my heart. Indeed, the very same heart that previously resided within young Terra.
So that makes 12. Then, who do we get to replace?
So, I was wrong. I said Terra Xehanort was brought here through time travel, which provides us with a consequence-free Terra revival. By this, I mean a Terra who is not aged. I was incorrect. I admit that, because that made the most sense to me. Though it leaves me with more questions than answers. I'm not trying to be contrarian and be like, I was right. I'm just saying, like, it is, yes, I was wrong, but this, like, then partially my whole conversation was like, okay, so what's the justification for time travel existing in Kingdom Hearts? Well, what do we get out of it? We get some villains who return but don't do anything except have cool boss battles. Oh, well, we get Terra back without him having aged. So that's cool. But then that isn't what happened. So partially now we loop back to now there's no justification for the time travel in the narrative. It lends nothing to anything, but that's perhaps a whole other discussion. So let's try to wrap our heads around everything going on in Kingdom Hearts, okay? Now, that may be difficult. boy, oh 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 We're not going to make too many divergences from the actual video throughout this whole process. This is pretty much the only time we're going to do this. But I don't know when else I'm going to talk about this. And I'm not doing this as like some kind of like, and now I'm going to debunk that criticism. I mean, I'm like, okay, all right, you're right, I was wrong. Now let's examine why I thought what I thought briefly. And I will attempt to express my confusion. I unmuted that at exactly the right time.
You see?
Yeah! Keyblade!
The Keyblade has been forged!
Keyblade!
And now, Terra, it is time for the final union!
All right.
What? At last our moment is here. Out with the old and brittle vessel, and in with a younger, stronger new one. I swore I would survive, and be there to see what awaited beyond the Keyblade War. And now it is your darkness that shall be the arc that sustains me!
Ninja Buddy says, I literally just watched that cutscene, the Remind one, and literally don't remember anything that was said in it, lol. That's because it's boring. It's boring. And it's the type of shit that Remind devotes its time to. Because Tetsuya Nomura wants to be writing mood pieces, but he's not. He's writing exposition-heavy lore world. So he's not writing what he wants to be writing. Anyway. Observe! Observe. So, Xehanort, my body's old. My back broke my back. My back is broken. You don't need this crap no more. He gets rid of it. Boom. Heart in there now. His body bursts into fireflies. Similarly to what we saw happen to Sora circa Kingdom Hearts 1. Now, in Kingdom Hearts 1, Kairi walks up to a Heartless generated by this exchange, touches it, uses Princess of Heart power, restores his physical form. Cool. Where'd the body go? Well, it generated a nobody, Roxas. But then, Roxas and Sora were both alive and existed concurrently at the same time for a year. There were no replicas involved, despite Kingdom Hearts 3's insistence upon their omni-importance. They continued to exist at the same time. Did Sora not have a body throughout the final fifth of Kingdom Hearts 1, the entirety of Chain of Memories, and the entire period he was in the memory pod between Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories and Kingdom Hearts 2? Was he, in fact, a crystal gem-esque holographic manifestation projected by his heart? If so, seems to me that bodies are really unimportant in the world of Kingdom Hearts, and the whole replica thing's pretty unnecessary, because if that was the case, then surely Naminé and Roxas could project their own existences. But I don't think that's what happened. I think that, well, I used to think that actually Roxas was not Sora's nobody at all, really. He was a weird hybrid nobody thing, and also Ven's heart with his broken, busted up, so Ven's body with Ven's broken, busted up heart inside of it and amnesia. This is why I talked about I felt that the two characters should really be the same person. I'll come back to that later. Dorok Zero, Jacob, Kairi made him a body. How? How did Kairi make him a body? And where did his old body go? Is it Roxas? If so, Roxas has his own body and Sora has his own body, so there was no reason for them to remerge. And there should have been no necessity, you shouldn't have needed to make a nobody for Roxas to get him back out because he had his own body the whole time. And Sora had his own. So how did he... Dorok Zero, I'm not trying to be a contrarian. I'm not trying to shut you down. I apologize if I come across this way. I'm not. I'm asking you, how did she make the body? Where did the old body go? How does this work? Is this your theory? Or is there an Ultimania Guide Japanese interview that I don't know about that explains this? I'm asking with sincerity. I'm asking sincerely. I'm not too concerned about this, frankly. Princess of Heart magic. Done, okay? However, here we are. Xehanort's body. Where did it go? What happened to it? What became of Xehanort's body in this scene? One could assume it simply disappeared. It is stated in the lore of Kingdom Hearts, for the Nobody reformation process to occur, the Heartless must be destroyed first. Then the Nobody. If the Nobody is destroyed first, and there is no heart floating out in the ether of the universe and or Kingdom Hearts for it to remerge with, the body simply vanishes. It ceases to be. It is gone. It's too late for any reformation process to occur. If the Heartless was not killed first, and the body is destroyed, body's gone. Okay? This is established in the canon of Kingdom Hearts. That's how the Nobody reformation process works. Gotta destroy the Heartless first, or the body disappears. So here we are. Did Xehanort, in this scene where he stabbed himself and sent his heart into Terra, become a nobody? Is there an unaccounted for nobody in the general vicinity of the ending of Birth by Sleep, who was created when old man Leonard Nimoy Xehanort stabbed himself? Is there another nobody out there somewhere? I don't think so, for a couple of reasons.
How'd it go?
Let us observe a scene of characters being turned into nobodies.
Hey! Is this how you wanted it?
The bodies are flickering in and out with a weird, goopy, pasty effect coming up off of them, right? And little flecks of light in there as well.
Nord, you want to fill me in? I am. Hey, do you remember now, or... Wait, did you never lose your memory?
That's not my name. I'm not Xehanort.
What?
My name.
We don't get to see the effect on Brig. I thought maybe we did, but we clearly don't. But we see in this scene the effect of a person turning into a nobody. This effect, the Fireflies, we saw when Sora stabbed himself, but do you know where else we've seen it, ladies and gentlemen? Because we've seen it somewhere else in the series. I'm going to give everybody in chat 5 seconds to guess where we've seen this effect before.
I failed you, Terra. I raised...
Some of you correctly guessed Erika's death. Xion scene Brian R looks a little bit different, though there is a similar effect. She crystallizes first and has little flecks coming off of her. I said Sora dying. If I didn't say Sora dying, I apologize. Yes, Sora has the same effect. I thought I said that. Maybe I didn't. I apologize. I think we can all agree that in this scene, Ericus did not generate a nobody. The next time we see his body, it's a ghostly projection of his heart, which comes out of Terra. In that scene, we do see a heart project a Crystal Gems-esque hologram of itself. But, to be fair, it's happening inside of a dimension inside of Xehanort, and moments later, their hearts turn into holographic projections of themselves and fly to heaven together. So presumably that was enhanced magic because we were inside of a portal inside of Xehanort. And so the point being, Yosh Kapoor, the secret boss that's Ericus' nobody, is not canon. So it's safe, but we've never seen Ericus and Square in the same room, says Joey Perez. You know, you make a good point. It's safe to assume that this effect is body destruction. Non-nobody body destruction, I think is fair to say. Now, to be fair, the Kingdom Hearts series reuses effects all over the place with no regard for what they're actually doing. So does not necessarily mean anything. But anyway, so we have at the end here, Xehanort. Unless there is a twist coming for us in a later entry in the series, Xehanort's body is eliminated here, and he did not generate another nobody. Maybe he did. Maybe in Kingdom Hearts 4, we're going to find out that during this scene, Xehanort generated another nobody, and he's not out of the story just yet. Until such a time as that twist happens, it's safe to assume Xehanort did not generate a nobody in this scene. Ericus did not generate a nobody in this scene. If they did, then it was the secret boss fights, No Heart and Armor of the Master from Birth by Sleep. If they did, and those fights were canon, then we fought them in fights and they were eliminated and their Heartless hadn't been turned back, so those are gone too. So their bodies, following the canon of Kingdom Hearts, would have faded into oblivion. So that body's gone. Okay? Gone. What's this son of a bitch doing here? Is he a replica? No, proposes the series. Let us watch this scene again. We'll back up to the very beginning because we got nothing better to do, folks. This is what we're here to do tonight. I will speed it up, though, since these characters all talk at the pace of snails.
So funny.
Oh, also, not important, but in Remind, this is the scene, so the Master of Masters and young Xehanort have a conversation, which basically confirms that everything that Xehanort said at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3 was his secret true motivation all along, and everybody who was complaining that that it was... Oh, I'm gonna talk about this in the video we're watching. Why am I even talking about this? Moving forward. Moving ahead. 75 years later.
What's so funny, old man? Mind sharing with us?
I stand here today because of a fated encounter. Very many years ago, when I was still a young lad. I never learned who he was, and perhaps I never will. But I see now the truth he spoke of.
We don't have time for bedtime stories. Without the kid, we're still down a 13th vessel. And as for the other 12, only 3 of us are here right now. Are you absolutely sure the others made their way back to their respective times?
Zorok Zero says, but for creating a nobody, it's necessary to turn into a Heartless, isn't it? Well, technically, Kairi didn't, but I know that this is special circumstances. I think technically a heart could be removed from a body, and it would still be functional, because that's what a replica's a body without a heart. I don't know. We haven't seen an instance of that in canon, so it's hard to say, but I don't think a Heartless is necessary for a nobody to exist. I think it's more reasonable to assume there that Xehanort's body fades away because he was 90 years old and he's over it. And he's an old man, or he's like 70 years old, he's like 80 years old or whatever there. Probably he allowed, in the context of that scene, out with the brittle old vessel and in with the stronger new one, and then he gives like a and disappears even after his heart is already gone. Almost like that seemed to me. I always read that as Xehanort is a person who is so firm in his own ego that he doesn't need... He's like, I'm not attached to this old hunk of junk. I'm done with it. I don't need it anymore. I got a new one. So it's time for this. to go away. It is not useful to me anymore. Now, if the series had instead had his body fall over and Braig ran over and grabbed it and threw it in cold storage in case they needed it at some point in the future, we wouldn't be having this conversation, but we're here having this conversation. This is what I mean about sloppy writing in Kingdom Hearts. They can do all the things that they want to do. They just have to write lore that justifies it, and they don't. They write weird, backward, circular lore that claims to explain things but doesn't actually accomplish anything because Nomura doesn't actually care about this stuff. He cares about creating vibes. So he shouldn't bother explaining any of it. But instead, he wastes valuable screen time and resources explaining it, and it doesn't make sense, and it's not important to the story he's trying to tell, and actively undermines the story he's trying to tell. Anyway. In my opinion, asterisk.
Marluxia and Larxene are both here in this time, attempting to locate the new Seven Hearts. Luxord is also somewhere about in this age, but after our last meeting, he went in search of something per your order. Isn't that so?
Huh. Oh, that. Right. Well, let's just say that what he's doing will benefit us in the long run. But it's really of no importance right this second. Go on.
Playing your cards close as usual. All right. The hearts of Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and young Xehanort returned to where they came from and reassembled once more. Each of them is...
So, our nobody characters reformed following the events of Kingdom Hearts 2, as observed in Dream Drop Distance. Some of them decided to be evil. I understand this. This crew, they are the time travelers. Again, Ansem Seeker of Darkness is hidden behind my webcam. This crew, all time traveled to be present in Dream Drop Distance. Got it.
Vanitas, Riku Replica, and young Xehanort returned to where they came from and reassembled once more. Each of them is seeking a guardian of light.
So, the ones who turn human, and then back again into nobodies are me, you, Luxord, Marluxia, and Larxene, that's 5. The ones from the past transferred into replicas are Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and the old man's younger self.
Ninja Bunny says, okay, so nobodies are still a byproduct of someone dying who had a particularly strong heart, right? I'm not forgetting the retcon or anything, right? Anyone who had a strong will or strong heart who lost their heart generates a nobody. Yes, that's still the lore, as far as we are aware. We don't need to get into this. Dream Drop Distance does the weird thing where the characters run out of time and they have to go back and then they time travel forward again. So this is an example of Nomura's lack of interest in lore. In Dream Drop Distance, he wrote a scene where our heroes are all in a room surrounded by the 13 villains of the series in a situation where they probably cannot fight their way out, right? How do we get them out of this room? The villains ran out of time and all returned whence they came through the time stream. I sure am glad that we've just established that these guys
Marluxia and Larxene are both here in this time,
are not time travelers.
attempting to locate the new Seven Hearts. Luxord is also somewhere about in this age. But
You
after our
again,
last
huh?
meeting, he went in search of something per your order. Isn't that so?
Huh. Oh, that. Right. Well, let's just say that what he's doing will benefit us in the long run. But it's really of no importance right this second. Go on.
Playing your cards close as usual. All right.
So,
Huh. Oh, that. Right. Well, let's just say that what he's doing will benefit us in the long run. But it's really of no importance right this second. Go on.
Playing your cards close as usual.
so here we have this, okay? So, our organization members we were just talking about, and our nobody characters, Syax, Braig, and Old Man Xehanort are here in this time. So at the ending of Dream Drop Distance, the reason they all ran out of time, 12 of them. I apologize, Complete Mystery. Complete Mystery is correct. I'm once again factually inaccurate. I'm debunked by facts and logic. There were not 13 of them, 13 bad guys in the room. There were 12 of them. Point, though, is that Nomura wrote a scene. I shouldn't say Nomura and Oka, or whoever the other writer is, wrote a scene in which our heroes wound up in a room and were surrounded by all of the villains. And oh no, how are we going to get our heroes out of this situation? The villains all run out of time in the time flow stream, and they vanish. I talk about this later in the video. We're here to rewatch. I don't know why I'm going into this now, because I get really heated about it in the other video. This is an example of, I feel, Tetsuya Nomura not particularly caring about his lore, but in the same vein, not caring about writing in general, and knowing that he needs a scene where the villains confront the heroes and explain to them the plot, because that's the whole point of Dream Drop Distance, is to set up the next game. So he needs the heroes to get in a room with the villains, and he needs them to talk, and he needs them to kidnap Sora. So he's got all of that, but he doesn't want to have to take the time to work out the details of the rest of this. So simply, when they disappear because of the time, which is not what's up with that. Most of these characters weren't even time traveling. Whatever. I'm sure someone will say they lied, they teleported out and pretended it was the time flow stream because that was part of their plan. There were 12 of them in the room. They could have kicked Sora. They could have kicked Riku, Mickey, Donald, and Goofy's and Axel's ass and shoved the Xehanort heart into Sora. How was it How was their plan was to get Sora in the room, fail, then leave after giving their enemies tactical information about about what was going to happen. Anyway.
All right. The hearts of Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and young Xehanort returned to where they came from and reassembled once more.
Okay. So they returned to their original times.
Each of them is seeking a guardian of light.
When he says reassembled, does he mean they reassembled in their own time? Or does he mean they reassembled in the present day? In the present day might make more sense because each of them is seeking a guardian of light in the storyline of Kingdom Hearts 3. But then again, everybody other than young Xehanort was also seeking a guardian of light in their original timeline. So it's a little bit of vague dialogue there. Let's continue.
So, the ones who turn human and then back again into nobodies are me, you, Luxord, Marluxia, and Larxene. That's 5. The ones from the past transferred into replicas are Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and the old man's younger self. Then we add the old man in. The total comes up to...
Why is he here? So, in Remind, it is stated, the defeat of Ansem Seeker of Darkness and the defeat of Xemnas will cause the reformation of their source person, Master Xenohort. All right? Remind shows this guy. I'm facing the TV over here, the monitor over here. So I'm facing the wrong direction for you guys. I'll move myself back over. I'll move myself back when we can return to the video because my old webcam will be in this corner. But for now, I'll move myself over here. Old Man Xehanort will be restored by this. How does that track, though? Because this body is not the body that was used in the Terra Nort transaction. The reason it's called Terra Nort is because it's using Terra's body. Xehanort's body, as we just established, is somewhere else or destroyed at the ending of Birth by Sleep. So, when Xemnas and Ansem reform, they should form back into Terra's body, right? Hopefully, we can agree on this, because that would make sense. Then, we did get an advertisement for Google Fi. Cool. God, can't stand these. Complete mystery. What? Weren't the replicas created later in Kingdom Hearts 3 beyond this point? Vexen created them, and he didn't side with them until after Dream Drop. But maybe they had some spares, or maybe because they were in the dream realm, they didn't need the body. They didn't need bodies, because in the dream realm, you can just do a crystal gem projection of your heart. But the final confrontation with the villains in the big throne room is in the real world, so that doesn't track either. Anyway, the opening scene of Dream Drop Distance. Here on the ground, we see Ienzo. Young kid. Later in the game, he is restored if I can find the cutscene, but seemingly I cannot. Well, that's no good. There he is. Found him. But here he is as a 20-something. We don't know how old he was originally. I'm going to say he's like 19, 20-something. I think that's a fair guess. So, when a nobody ages, someone can be turned into a nobody as a child, age, because their body continues to age, and then when they turn back into a human, they retain the age they've gained. We don't see exactly when Syax and Lee, Isa and Lee turn into nobodies, but tracking what is said in Isa's secret reports from Kingdom Hearts 3 seem to confirm they turned into nobodies around the same time all these other people did because they went and became apprentices. So they wouldn't have turned like years after Hollow Bastion fell. So they aged, and then when they turned back into humans, they retained that age. The body continues to age, and when the body is restored, it retains that age.
And Larxene, that's 5. The ones from the past transferred into replicas are Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and the old man's younger self. Then we add the old man in, the total comes up to 11. I think we're still missing 2.
Now we must discuss why we have assembled here today. My incarnations from past times, vessels into which I transferred my heart, my essence, were destroyed. Thus I was restored to what you see now. Why we have assembled here today. My incarnations from past times, vessels into which I transferred my heart, my essence, were destroyed. Thus I was restored to what you see now. Discuss why we have assembled here today. My incarnations from past times.
My incarnations from past times.
Vessels into which I transferred my heart.
Vessels into which I transferred my heart.
My essence were destroyed.
Were destroyed.
Thus I was restored to what you see now.
That's different from the nobody heartless reformation process. This is a new thing. When were vessels from his past destroyed, though? What is that talking about?
Here today. My incarnations from past times.
What incarnations from past times were destroyed? These guys weren't destroyed. These projections from past times. They all went back in time at the ending of Dream Drop Distance. Plus, at the ending of Dream Drop Distance, he'd seemingly already been restored. Vessels into which he transferred his heart would be Terra Xehanort, right? Terra Xehanort split, was destroyed, restored. Got that. The Ansem Seeker of Darkness and Xemnas present in Kingdom Hearts 3 are time travelers from before they were defeated at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts 2. Got that.
Vessels into which I transferred my heart, my essence, were destroyed. Thus I was restored to what you see now.
Is he saying, I don't know what he's talking about with vessels from the past being destroyed. People into whom he transferred his heart, there's only one. There's only one person into whom he transferred his heart who's been destroyed, and that's Terra Xehanort, was split and then destroyed. That would feed into... But who else? He put his heart into Braig. Braig was turned into a Heartless, then destroyed as a nobody, then turned back into a human, then a nobody again. But he still has yellow eyes unless he got re-injected with Xehanort heart. Defeating the nobodies in this, the other villains, Sora presents it as you're going to be recompleted and you'll be free of Xehanort's heart, though it doesn't seem to, as we discussed, doesn't seem to get in the way of any of them planning coups or doing their own things. So it's a little bit odd. Is he saying that something else is going on that has caused him to be restored? Because the destruction of Xemnas and Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, should have produced Terranort, the body of Terra. This is not the body of Terra. This is the body of Xehanort, which was either destroyed or off in nebulous, we don't need to explain it, zone. And we are now adding a layer of nebulous explanation of his resurrection in this scene intended to explain how he was resurrected. We are now throwing a veil over the process to obfuscate any clarity about what was happening. Anyway.
For one to completely disappear, their heart and body must be restored to their original form. That is one reason why I distributed my heart into several vessels. Ansem and Xemnas originated from Terra, or rather his young form.
So here we do seem to be saying that these are literally, all the Horcrux jokes are directly accurate. He cannot truly die as long as his heart is still out there somewhere. So here's the question, right? If we had gone to the ending of Kingdom Hearts, so he's put his fragments of his heart into other people, right? Okay, all right? Where we all agree on this. His hearts are in other people, right? So are we saying that if we hadn't killed the other, 12 darknesses, right? And we had gotten to the final boss fight with Xehanort and beat him, would he have not died? Would that not have been permanent? He would have come back in some way, Voldemort style with the Horcruxes, right? Okay, that makes sense. I get that. You know what? That's different than what we established previously, but I will accept we are functioning on straight Horcrux logic of as long as there's still a fragment of me somewhere else, I'm technically unkillable. I will allow this. Hey, wait a second. We didn't kill Lucio, and he still has yellow eyes at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. But Xehanort is dead. Perhaps he would have stayed alive, but the talk with Ericus that he had convinced him to quit, and he allowed himself to pass on. Okay, maybe there is still technically a fragment of Xehanort inside of Lucio, but since Lucio is much more powerful than we previously anticipated, it is completely suppressed and clamped down upon, and Prime Xehanort, his mind, his soul, allowed themselves to pass on. I will accept this. That Xehanort Heart does function as a Horcrux, but even though Braig is still alive, and technically Xehanort could have revived and survived the final fight, he allowed himself to die. I will accept this. I'm not sure that Nomura has considered this angle, and he's writing this extra dialogue after that has already occurred, but I will accept this. Let's move on, because we still haven't addressed what we're here to address.
Into several vessels. Ansem and Xemnas originated from Terra, or rather his young form, and it too was restored.
You see what they just did there? Ansem and Xemnas originated from Terra, or rather, his young form, and his young form was restored too. Why? That didn't happen to anybody else. Xemnas looks a mighty bit different from that boy Terra that we all know. From Terra Thunder Chad. Looks quite a bit different from that mad lad we all know, from that Keyblade whip-slinging cannon-forming lad. Why does he get special treatment on the body restoration? Why hasn't he aged? Because we did basically just say, yes, young Terra, Ansem and Xemnas originated from Terra, or rather his young form, and it too was restored. Terra's young form was restored thanks to the participation of Xemnas and Ansem Seeker of Darkness in the nobody reformation process. Okay, sweet. Why has he, unlike observably aged Zexion, this guy keeps coming back with more accounts. Keeps coming back with more accounts, boys. Anyway. Why was he not aged in this way? How queer. How strange. How odd. How mysterious. Ienzo, Syax, and Axel all visibly aged. For sure, during their time as nobodies, and their appearance is altered when they are restored consequently. Terra is immune to this. Terra actively looks younger than the body which he was restored from. The point is that the body that the nobody was is being used in the reformed existence. Ruby Knight says, because we wouldn't recognize it if it was actually Terra, and that would have had to make a new design. Precisely, which is why I said in the base video that we're here to talk about today, time travel provides you with a consequence-free Terra revival, by which I mean a non-aged Terra who hasn't lost 10 years of his life. There exists in the story a way to provide a non-aged Terra revival, which was not used. And instead, they ignored their previously established rules for no good reason when they could simply have written something differently. This is my problem with the writing of Kingdom Hearts, is that when they have something that they want to do, they do not do what I like to call writing to be able to achieve the goal. They simply say, it happened. And here's some lore that explains it. That usually doesn't, because it was probably written in one draft and nobody else went back and looked at it. This would not necessarily be problematic, and I would not care if 90% of the non-Disney cutscene content of Kingdom Hearts 3 was not characters explaining lore. If the return of all these characters was Yen Sid or Ansem the Wise looking into camera and saying, it doesn't matter. It's all a bunch of bullshit. And it took us 20 seconds, and the rest of the game was spent on characters interacting, being sad, dealing with drama, fighting bad guys. I wouldn't give a shit, dude. But there's 10 hours of cutscenes in this damn game. And 9 hours worth are... How do the replicas work? How's that work? How's that replica situation work out there? Hey, how did that Terra come back to life? How did that boy Terra come back to life the way that he did? Maybe you should do some DLC. What can explain how Terra came back? Well, tell people it came back, because don't worry about it. Because don't worry about it. If you wanted me to not worry about it, don't put the damn scenes in the game. Just give me cool content with Terra. I won't give a shit. They didn't give me cool content with Terra. Actually, I say that. Terra's the only character other than Sora who got even a half-decent moment in Kingdom Hearts 3, so maybe he's not the best example. I hope you understand my point. We're not quite done here yet, but anyway.
However, my heart has returned to me, while his is yet lost.
This makes sense with what is established. Terra's heart is in the Guardian Heartless, which is seemingly time traveling alongside Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, and seems to cheat by time traveling from Kingdom Hearts 1 time period. No, that's not right. No, because the Guardian that we see comes out of Terra Xehanort. Yeah. So, that's a whole... How did his heart get there? I'm not being sarcastic. I'm actually thinking about this. I'm not doing my play acting thing. I'm actually, thinking about this. Okay, so hold on, because Guardian would have been defeated alongside Ansem, Seeker of Darkness at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 1, presumably. I assume his little Venom symbiote died when Sora went, Kingdom Hearts is light. I will accept that his heart could have been protected by Ericus magic or by sheer willpower. This is fine to me. Trying to think. We do see a Guardian in Dream Drop Distance, but it's there with time-traveling Ansem. And when Ansem time travels to Kingdom Hearts 3, he doesn't bring the Guardian with him. Because the Guardian, which transitions its heart into Terra Xehanort's body, is bound to Terra Xehanort in the modern day. Because if we got the heart out of an Ansem who was bound to... out of a Guardian who was bound to time-traveling Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, then that would not explain how he could be present at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 1 after Ansem, Seeker of Darkness time travels back. So yeah, no, okay. So it did come out of Terra Xehanort. My heart is returned to me while his is yet lost. So where did it go? And how did it, after being detached from Ansem, Seeker of Darkness due to Ansem, Seeker of Darkness's obliteration, Terra's heart presumably went to Kingdom Hearts or floated around in the abyss for a few years, and then when Terra Xehanort reformed with the 10-year de-aged body following Kingdom Hearts 2 in the time period of Dream Drop Distance, it magnetized back to the empty vessel, which doesn't make sense because there should have already been a Xehanort heart inside of Terra Xehanort, because the heart of Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, which was Terra Xehanort's heart, presumably just Xehanort's heart because Terra's heart was in Guardian, the heart inside of Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, and the body of Xemnas should have reformed. So his heart is returned. My heart is returned to me while his is like, okay. Oh, got it. Okay, got it. Okay. What Xehanort is saying in this scene is that when the reformation process happened, I got it. Okay. All right. I just figured it out. When Xemnas and Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, Billy Zane, screw it, Billy Zane, when Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, God, when Xemnas and Billy Zane died, they recreated Terra's body with white hair. All right, that happened. It's 10 years younger, even though it shouldn't be. But forget it. All right, who cares? The heart, which came from Billy Zane, did not go back to Terra's body. It went to that guy. He's saying, my heart has returned to me. His original heart, which was inside of Terra Xehanort, which was then Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. So, when the nobody reformation process occurred, in this one instance, not only was the body de-aged to its original state, which has never happened before, the heart did not return to the body it belonged to, but instead went to its original body, which, as we all observed, was destroyed or sent somewhere else at the ending of Birth by Sleep. That's what happened. And Terra's heart, says, no, Terra doesn't need to be floating around to Limbo. If you have an explanation for where Terra's heart was, please tell me. Because it wasn't in Lingering Will. I don't think it was inside Lingering Will. If it was inside of Lingering Will, that would make Lingering Will a whole other entity. But maybe I'm wrong. So that's what happened. Is I think that's what happened. Didn't Riku have Guardian when he transformed into Ansem in Days in KH2? Says Plumsy Pants. We're not going to unpack that today. So you guys may recall back in the day, I said some stuff about how I didn't think that the Guardian is secretly Terra theory held a lot of water. One of my reasons was because it was bound to Riku while using that form. Don't worry about it too much. Says he was transported to the future and didn't come back. So you're saying that at the exact second of Ansem's defeat in Kingdom Hearts 1, he was snatched up by time travel and brought to the future. Am I understanding that correctly? I would accept that, but the people who would have done it, aka this guy, say his heart is yet lost. They don't know where it is. Maybe they don't know that the Guardian is Terra's heart. That feels insane to me, but maybe they don't know that. Maybe they know that Guardian is here and bound to Terra Xehanort, but they don't know that it's Terra's heart. Maybe they just think it's a really cool Heartless. They just think it's a really bitchin' wicked cool Heartless. I would accept that. Or are you saying that when Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, Billy Zane, and Guardian time traveled for Dream Drop Distance, that Billy Zane went back in time, but Guardian stayed in the present time? That wouldn't work because Guardian has to be present for the final battle of Kingdom Hearts 3, unless the Billy Zane who we see in Dream Drop Distance literally was snatched up for time travel purposes in Phase 3 of the final boss fight of Kingdom Hearts 1, which would be nuts, but I would accept it, I guess, if they told me that was what happened. Jin, well, Ansem is an emblem Heartless, and the heart tied to it was Terra's. So when the Reformation happened, there are two hearts again, therefore two bodies are needed. But no. Ansem, Seeker of Darkness is not the Heartless of Terra. Is not the Heartless of Terra. Ansem, Seeker of Darkness is the Heartless of... He's using Xehanort's heart. Terra's heart is inside of Guardian. The problem is not why Terra's heart didn't return to Terra's body. The problem is why Xehanort's heart didn't return to Terra's body. Because that's what it should have done by the rules established by the universe, but instead, it mysteriously broke the rules and went to a body which, for all intents and purposes, should have been destroyed. This is why I was confused when I said in the Untitled video that Terra was able to be revived via time travel, because I thought that the new canon was that inexplicably, the destruction of Xemnas and Billy Zane restored this Xehanort, crusty old man Xehanort. That didn't make sense, but that was what I thought the series was trying to tell me. And that Terra Xehanort was back in Kingdom Hearts 3 due to time travel, and that the Terra who we now have going forward permanently is a replica. The replicas seem to... I think that Nomura likes Blade Runner and doesn't want to use Replicant. Not Replicant, that's, hold on, holy crap. Is that what they're called in Blade Runner, or am I freaking out? Because Replicants are what they're called in... Did Yoko Taro just decide to be more on the nose? He didn't care? Yeah, they are called Replicants. They are called Replicants in Blade Runner. I was like, wait, hold on a second. That's what they're called in Nier. Yoko Taro didn't care about what he was referencing. Okay, anyway. That really threw me for years, because, like, replica is such a weird word to use that makes it sound artificial and robotic, and I'm not exactly chuffed about Naminé and Roxas living the rest of their lives inside of a weird fake robot machine. Framing them more as biologically grown test tube baby humans, which is what replicants are in both Nier and Blade Runner, makes more sense. But Tetsuya Nomura never explained that in his writing and used replica as a shorthand because I guess he was like, oh, it's close to replicant, they'll get it. But it really threw me and I think a lot of people way off, especially because Riku Replica, the first replica we're introduced to, is not treated as a human being. And then Xion is like a completely different thing. So she's a replica, but like with totally different properties. Anyway, this is unimportant. Anyway, I assumed that what I had been told by the games was that Xemnas and Billy Zane had died, and this had caused old man Xehanort, as we see him here, to be reformed with his own heart. Right? And then Guardian's off doing whatever the hell. I really hadn't processed the logistics of how Guardian got here until a few minutes ago. But that Terra Xehanort's body was brought to the present day via time travel. This was my assumption. I was clearly very wrong. What actually happened seems to violate more of their established... Because I thought they were breaking their own established rules by saying that Xemnas' body generated this guy. And that was one rule broken. But I was like, that's what they said happened, so I guess it just happened. This breaks like 16 more rules, and I still don't think I understand it. Anyway, let's continue with the scene.
I decided to fill this hollow vessel with my heart.
He put another fragment of his heart into Terra Xehanort. Yeah, we got all that.
So that makes 12.
He says the very same heart that previously resided within young Terra, but that's inaccurate because he presumably put a fragment of his own heart inside of Terra, and all of Xehanort's heart, except what was inside of Braig, was inside of Terra. So this is an example of the writers of Kingdom Hearts. I won't say Nomura because there are other people. This is an example of their flowery language and just like, I'll put in a compound sentence and go, indeed. It was exactly as it seemed. It was all according to plan. It's like poetry. When here they're drawing a false equivalence. They just wanted to say, indeed, the very same heart that was inside of him before. I put a fragment of his heart inside of him, not unlike when my entire heart was inside of him before. Even that would be more accurate. Even that is unnecessary. Just have him say, so I put a fragment of my heart inside of the empty Terra Xehanort, and now he's part of our team. That's all he needs to say. But the writers of Kingdom Hearts would not find that flowery enough, not poetic enough, and mysterious, and ooh, the vibes enough. So they write this nonsense that doesn't mean anything and literally contradicts what they are trying to tell us. It's giving us false information because it's not the very same heart that resided within young Terra. The heart that was inside young Terra was all of your heart except for the sliver you gave to Braig. Anyway, whatever. Could be translation, says, oh, certainly. But you gotta remember, we do have Tai Yasue, who is the co-director of Kingdom Hearts now, and he speaks fluent English, and he checks all this crap. I'm not saying there's no translation errors anywhere. But this is the version of the product I am being presented with. I will criticize it as such. If this is a translation error, then the fault lies in the translation department. In the same way that if this was the fault of the writers, it would lie with the writers, or if it was the fault of the Disney putting some kind of restrictions on their word count per sentence, it would be the fault of Disney. However, this fits within a general mold of the style of writing of Kingdom Hearts, which is to contain excessively flowery dialogue and sentences which draw false equivalences and relate one item to another item when the things don't actually have anything to do with each other, to the point that it actively obfuscates what the scene is trying to do. I wouldn't say this is a thing the writers like to do from one dialogue line. This is an observation across every game since Birth by Sleep. I haven't gone back and played Original Days in a while, so I don't know how prevalent it is in that game, though I'm willing to bet it's there, too. It's really, really bad in Dream Drop Distance. It's honestly not as bad in this game as it is in DDD. In DDD, there's entire scenes where conversations happen where they only happen to fulfill the requirements of screenwriting format. Of people like, oh man, Tetsuya Nomura is an artistic genius who doesn't need to be bound by the conventions of storytelling, right? So, hold on. There's a scene in Dream Drop Distance, back to Tron again, some of you guys may recall, where they're on the bridge of the recompiler, or whatever it's called, Clue's warship, and Tron walks in, right? You guys remember that? You guys remember when Tron, Rinsler walks in, right? And he's like, hey guys, how's it going? It's me, Rinsler, back with another sick prank video, right? And Korra pulls out a disc. And Sora goes, wait, Korra, let me talk to him. Maybe a little heart-to-heart could jog his memory. And she goes, he's a program, Sora. Programs don't have hearts. And he's like, that's not true. The Tron I knew, he had something. And then he goes over and talks, right? So here's the thing. That whole scene has a huge communication issue because we devote a massive word count to saying programs don't have hearts. Korra says it, and for those who don't know anything about Tron Legacy, Korra is the most unique program ever created. If any program in existence would ever have a heart, it would be Korra, because she is an ISO, which were programs which were generated by themselves. They were not written by a user or by another program. They came into being out of the miasma of the computer system. They were deeply fascinating to Kevin Flynn, our main character, and deeply important to him. Essentially a discovery of new life within another dimension. It's very Star Trek. A lot of people bitch about that ISO stuff. It's very, I don't know, I like it. It's cool. Clue, who's the villain of Tron Legacy, is like, they're bad. They are abhorrent. They lie outside of our realm of understanding, and he eliminates all of them in a decades-long apartheid, except for Korra, who spends many years living with Kevin Flynn, who is I know what an ISO actually is, Ninja Bunny. ISOs in the context of Tron Legacy are a totally different thing. They're a totally different thing. Anyway, she spends many years living with Kevin Flynn, who is the smartest computer guy in the world because he's a human being who's been inside of the computer world. If anybody would have an understanding of whether or not computer programs are capable of having a soul, it would be her. Now, then young Xehanort and Xemnas come along, and they're like, Sora, programs don't have hearts, and this world is real, and a bunch of other stuff, right? This is the only scene in the entire game where they give us bad information. I mean, they say evil stuff like Sora and Riku, you should be evil, but all the other exposition they give us and hints they drop in Dream Drop Distance are accurate. This scene in Tron World is basically the only time that they give us just what seems to be, if we are to believe Kingdom Hearts, factually incorrect information. You know, I think we can all agree Tron probably has a heart. Korra probably has a heart. We can accept this as consumers of Kingdom Hearts. Data Sora has a heart from Recom. We can all accept this. If we are all true believers of the heart of hearts of Kingdom Hearts, we can all accept this. Anyway. I have some stuff I wrote down about this a while ago. Shortly thereafter, after this exchange between Korra and Sora, the villains show up. In other appearances, they mostly spout accurate if vague information. In this scene, pretty much the for pretty much the only time in the entire game before the ending, the villains stop and provide what is presented as more straightforward exposition, complete with a multimedia presentation and way more dialogue than we'll get anywhere else in the game before the world that never was. They talk about two things. Number one, programs are bogus, and you're bogus too, Sora. The grid can't be a sleeping world, and something more nefarious is going on. Now, I apologize in advance if this becomes meandering or seems like I'm losing the plot. I'm not going to read this whole... This is a long thing I wrote a while ago in comments sections. Where's the bit that I want here? Okay. There's a whole thing about like what's being accomplished from like a objective standpoint and lore standpoint. It's not important. From a screenwriting standpoint, the writers seem to be trying to create a conflict and drama in a scene in ways that don't make sense. I think it's fair to say that at least some of the programs in Kingdom Hearts have hearts, don't have a problem with that, If Xion and Riku Replica can have hearts because of human memories, I don't see why people like Korra, Tron, Data Sora can't develop hearts, The screenwriters want to have a scene where Sora says, I'm going to go help Tron because he's my friend. Then they need another character, because the scene has to have tension, to say, that's crazy, Sora, he's been reprogrammed. Then they need Sora to say, no way, the power of friendship can overcome anything. I hope we all find this reasonable. This is a reasonable way of writing the scene. Sora says, I want to go talk to Rinsler. Another character says, that's a bad idea. He says, hearts and lights and friendship. This is a fine scene. It's a fine scene. I don't have a problem with that. It's pretty straightforward. And they want to gussy it up with some slightly less blunt dialogue. All right? So we have an exchange between Sora and Korra, where Sora insists on having a heart-to-heart with Tron to turn him back to normal, and Korra says that won't work because programs don't have hearts. Now, first of all, I don't know why Korra from Tron Legacy knows anything about hearts as they exist in Kingdom Hearts. Maybe she literally means the blood-pumping organs that humans have, because programs wouldn't have those. But her response to that doesn't really make sense. She wouldn't respond that way. She'd just say, talking isn't going to do any good, Sora. She wouldn't focus on the heart thing. It's not a comedic scene about her not understanding Sora's intent, right? And it's followed up immediately with a lengthy discussion, the lengthiest discussion in the series, about whether or not programs can have hearts. And there's not a lengthier discussion afterwards debunking Xemnas. But anyway. This is a really long comment, and I'm going to be a little bit unfair to this scene. The thing I wrote out is way longer than this, but we don't have time to read all of this. Anyway. Her response seems to imply she has some knowledge of the metaphysical Kingdom Hearts variety of heart, and that she believes programs don't have them. If there was ever an expert, it would be her and the woman who's lived with Kevin Flynn, as I explained a second ago. So when a character who should be knowledgeable about this says the programs don't have hearts, and a villain who is, in this game at least, mostly a source of credible information, walks in and says the programs don't have hearts, I hope you understand what I mean when I say the scene, that's a weird way to build a scene, if you want people to think that programs have hearts. I don't have a problem with the villains gaslighting Sora on stuff, but it's a weird way to build the scene to have maybe the most credible source in the universe on whether or not programs have hearts say they don't have one, then have the villains show up and give their longest bout of exposition before the ending of the game on how programs don't have hearts, which is really just there as flavor to say, Sora, you're bogus. You're trapping hearts inside of you. That's all the scene actually is. But they just gussy it up with a huge production with all the fake little glowing Soras appearing and whatnot, right? And then there's no counter argument later on. Korra doesn't even have a scene at the end, which is like, you're right, Sora, programs can have hearts. So it's a very strange way to construct things. I hope you'll all at least accept that, because I'm not going to go into a ton more detail on this. This only happens because they're trying to have a little moment of drama between Sora and Korra. Characters say one thing, another character says no, small argument. Conflict in the scene is not a bad thing. They've just chosen a really weird way to pursue it that actually runs counter to the narrative goals of the world, because the people writing the minute-to-minute dialogue of this game aren't thinking about what they're doing. There's no serious consideration being given to the dialogue, because all that matters is that the good guys win and the bad guys lose, and that everyone finds their friends in the end. Everyone is friends in the end. The scenes with Korra could have been changed in very minor ways to avoid this problem. And all the stuff with Xemnas could have even still been there if Tetsuya Nomura just really wanted to have a scene, or whoever wrote that scene really wanted to have a scene with that cool little multimedia presentation with all the fake Soras and Xemnas saying all his Sora programs aren't real and neither are you. Ooh. If you want to have it, you can keep that. Let's adjust the Korra scenes just one iota. Aboard Clue's throne ship. Rinsler approaches. Korra prepares to attack. Sora stops her. Wait, Korra. Let me try and talk to him. There's no point, Sora. That thing isn't your friend anymore. I don't believe that. Flynn said Tron is still in there somewhere, just deep down. Maybe we don't need his source code to get through to him. Then Sora tries talking to Rinsler. It doesn't work. Scene proceeds as normal. Later, after the boss fight with Rinsler, where he falls, Sora and Korra talk again. I reached for my hand, blah, 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 whatever. I think that what you said did get through to him, Sora, Cora says softly, hardly believing herself. But I don't understand. What clue did to him? It should have... I told you he was still in there somewhere. Incredible. Maybe a program with a heart can transcend its code, discover a new purpose. Well, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, but the Tron I know can definitely do anything he sets his mind to. It's the exact same thing, except better. Just because it's more fun, and it uses the ideas built into the series. We don't have all this confusing bullshit that exists because the writers only wrote one draft and didn't pay any more attention to what they were doing. I'm honestly really proud of that scene. I hadn't read that in a while. That's pretty good. I actually kind of like that. I think whatever you did get through to him, Sora. But I don't understand what clue did to him. It should have... I told you he was still in there somewhere. Maybe a program with a heart can transcend its code and discover a new purpose. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, but the Tron I know can definitely do anything he sets his mind to. I feel like I nailed both of their voices there. I'm very pleased with myself. I'm pretty chuffed with myself right now. Anyway, that was a side note. The point I'm trying to make is the general writing stylings of Kingdom Hearts err towards this type of flowery, ill-considered dialogue just because it's their style and it's their instinct. They just lean towards, let's just puff this up. Let's puff this up and let's put in a bunch of allusions to how grand all of this is and how everything is interconnected. And they don't do it with a lot of consideration because I think that while they feel it's important for establishing the tone, they're not actually using it terribly intelligently. They're using it as a shorthand and a shortcut for writing better scenes. If we can have people make fun of the scripts of Kingdom Hearts for just, it's one character says darkness, darkness, darkness. Another one says light, 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 friendship, right? And to be fair, you can have the same patterning of scripts and the exact same messaging just delivered even marginally more intelligently. But because they, intentionally or not, lose sight of characterization and lose themselves in the miasma of this type of stuff, the very same heart that previously resided within Terra. That's not even true, technically speaking, and obfuscates what's actually going on. Because we just had a line of dialogue saying the heart that was inside, literally, this guy just said 10 seconds ago, the heart that was previously inside of Terra is now inside of me. And the whole function of the scene is to explain that for anybody who may have been confused about what's going on. And 10 seconds later, he has another line of dialogue where he says, the heart that was once inside Terra Xehanort is now inside of him again. Do you see the problem with this style? This is not where all the problems come from. This is the key problem to understand with the writing of Kingdom Hearts, is their favoring of this type of flowery, ill-considered dialogue, and I'm willing to bet very few drafts, means that they lean towards, when they could say one sentence, when they could say a short sentence, they always make it a compound sentence. They could say, we gotta get through that door. But they could say, we got to get through that door. It's just like that time we had to get through the door at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 1. What does that have to do with this? That was I can't think of a scene like that, but you understand my point. They feel the need to draw these false equivalences to make everything seem much bigger than it actually is, to make the characters and their prose seem much more flowery than their dialogue seem much more flowery than it actually is. This is a little bit unreasonable. And it severely damages not only the flow of these scenes, because I think we can all agree, I think even those among us who really like Kingdom Hearts 3 can probably agree that the pacing of these games could use a real giddy up sometimes, could use a real adrenaline shot here and there. And a lot of it is thanks to this type of dialogue, because they never use few words where many words will do, and indeed in many instances where many words will not do, and will indeed obfuscate what they are trying to accomplish. They will still err towards many words, because it is simply the style that they are going with. And but then they choose to go that path and don't have the patience to actually lend the necessary thought and patience to examine that sort of thing. This is where many of the minute-to-minute writing problems of Kingdom Hearts come from. And indeed, I think where many of the basic lore misunderstandings come from. A deliberate attempt, an accidental an accidental sabotage of their own exposition by making everything in this weird circular dialogue, drawing equivalents where sometimes the equivalence is really important and it helps us understand what's happening. Sometimes it doesn't mean anything. Sometimes it's actively confusing, and it contradicts something that we were told 2 lines ago. And they can't make the distinction of when to do and not do these things. And I firmly believe it has made the series significantly harder for people to understand and significantly harder for people to relate to just what the characters are saying. These compound sentences are really sus. We gotta have a meeting. Shadow Forces, we still have the problem with how Tron and DDD and the Tron and KH2 aren't even the same person, literally. We had a whole hour-long discussion about the grid situation and the space paranoid situation earlier. We don't need to get into that. We're not talking about, that was an example of me not really talking about lore, talking about just the raw minute-to-minute writing. Anyway, I hope that was a decent illustration of how these problems come about in their style of dialogue writing. Generally speaking, Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts 2 and Chain of Memories mostly don't have this issue. This type of prose primarily, again, I keep saying prose, this type of dialogue primarily begins to appear days onward. And these are the games which Tetsuya Nomura has been ghostwriting. This sort of stuff certainly does appear in Kingdom Hearts 1 and Chain of Memories, and a good bit in 2 as well. But it really picks up in Days. But thankfully, there's not much going on in Days, so most of the circular dialogue exists in just the friends chilling out, having a couple brewskis on the clock tower after work. So it really doesn't impact anything. It just makes their conversations sometimes a little bit difficult. Like, not quite, it makes them feel not quite natural, but it doesn't kill our understanding of what's happening in the story. One of the biggest perpetrators of this in Kingdom Hearts 2 is the explanation of the Xemnas twist, of the Ansem Seeker, of the Ansem wasn't really Ansem twist, right? Because while you've been getting the Ansem reports throughout the game up to the Hollow Bastion second visit in the Battle of 1,000 Heartless, which, if you're reading them, reveal something's going on. There's another Ansem. The Ansem in these reports claims to be the real Ansem, and the other Ansem was a fake Ansem. So we, as the audience, are starting to learn something funky's going on. However, every member of the audience might not be reading those reports, and Sora and crew are not privy to this information. So when we get to the scene where it comes time for this information to be told to us, it has to be told to us very suddenly. There's no dramatic build to it in the script. There has been a dramatic build for the player experience, because we've been reading the Ansem reports, and we've been piecing together clues of what might be going on, and who the fake Ansem might be, and who the real Ansem might be. But when we reach this scene, there has been no dramatic buildup. If Mickey were to simply say, guys, I have some news. The Ansem you fought before was an imposter. The real Ansem, the real King Ansem, Ansem the Wise as they call him, was actually a good, benevolent king. But he was betrayed and disappeared 10 years ago. The man that you fought was a trusted apprentice of his who betrayed him and stole his identity. His name was Xemnas, or his name was Xehanort. And he became... His true name is Xehanort, and he became the Ansem that you know, that you fought. And it was a good thing you stopped him because he was a bad guy, but he wasn't the true Ansem. The true Ansem's a good guy, and we need to try and find him. Also, by the way, the head of the organization is the nobody of Xehanort. His name is Xemnas. We need to deal with him too now, okay? Now, you guys probably recall the scene from Kingdom Hearts 2 doesn't go quite like that. Why doesn't it go like that? Because despite the fact that the game has a built-in dramatic build to the reveal of Ansem Seeker of Darkness's true identity and the true nature of Diz and the true Ansem, it is all in optional content. So when it comes time for the scene to occur, it must be unveiled to us slowly and dramatically. You see? But we have not constructed a story where we are going to where Sora and crew are going to piece together the clues. We have constructed a story wherein Mickey walks into the room and has all of the information. And if he simply says it, that will not be very exciting. So, he gives us a little bit of information, then we go into Tron World for an hour or two, and then we come back out, and he talks in weird, circular, overly long dialogue that makes it harder to understand the twist to explain what's going on. And indeed, conceals information because Mickey has a sense of dramatic building and storytelling, where he knows if I tell this too slowly, it'll mess things up. And I should probably forget the name Xehanort. I know his name because I met him. And an hour from now, after we fight Demnix, I'm going to go, wait, now I remember his name is Xehanort. But it won't be as dramatic if he just says the guy's name is Xehanort. It would be much more dramatic to accompany the name reveal with a face reveal, with a flashback to sinister Xehanort plotting and interacting with Ansem the Wise and Mickey 10 years ago. And to accompany that with the reveal of Xemnas pulling off his hood and the reveal of his name. So, we space out exposition which could have been delivered in maybe 3 sentences if we were an extremely economical writer. And instead we spread it out across, I don't remember exactly. I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna spitball and say that was a 5-minute scene in Kingdom Hearts 2 where they're standing in Ansem's office and Mickey explains what's going on. I'm gonna guess that was a 4 or 5 minute scene. Maybe I'm wrong. With a little prelude teaser scene beforehand. Then the actual exposition scene. Then, depending on how good you are at fighting Demnix, an hour or 2 before we say the guy's name. Why is this key? Because it means in that weird circular conversation where we're trying to explain to the audience what's happening, but we're explaining it poorly and slowly because we want to drag it out, we don't get to say the name of the imposter. We don't get to say Xemnas or Xehanort to clarify what's going on. So for the entire scene, we are referring to 2 people, Ansem and not Ansem. So we already have a scene which is being deliberately written to be slow and confusing. And we are making it more confusing by the fact that we are referring to 2 distinct characters, or technically 4 distinct characters if we include all permutations of them, all by the same name. Because we needed to drag the reveal out to make it more dramatic, you see. Now, another writer might address this by simply changing the scene or peppering hints throughout the game in a context that is present in the actual script and not just in codex entries. But they did not do this. They could have simply ripped the Band-Aid off and told us in 3 sentences, 4 sentences, real fast, this is what's going on. But that would not have been very dramatic. So instead, we will space this out in this weird thing where, I don't know if you guys, I've watched a lot of Let's Plays of this series out of curiosity to see other people's responses. And Nico B, I don't know if you guys have watched his stuff. He's a fun Let's Player. He did blind playthroughs of all the Kingdom Hearts games a couple years ago. And he is, perhaps more so than most blind Let's Players of Kingdom Hearts that I have watched, was intensely dedicated to the material. He was really enjoying it, and he was really paying attention. He was reading and rereading Ansem reports. He was scrounging the game for every single morsel of dialogue. He saw stuff in Kingdom Hearts 1 I've never seen, and he didn't find it with anybody's direction. He went looking for it. He was way in there, dude. And at the ending of the Battle of 1,000 Heartless sequence, he didn't get it. At the end, he's trying to explain. So wait, so this is what's going on with the... So this guy is this guy, and who's what? And only in the next episode at the beginning, he's like, okay, I want to thank everybody in the comments who came along and helped explain to me exactly what is going on with the Xemnas, Xehanort, Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, Ansem the Wise twist. Thank you guys, I get it now. This guy is reading all of the reports. He is giving the game as much credit as he can. He is paying the utmost attention, pausing during cutscenes and carefully trying to wrap his brain on what's happening and not literally physically taking notes, but taking verbal notes. He is extremely committed to caring about the material. And the game devotes a reasonable amount of screen time to explaining this twist and has supplemental documents, which he was reading and rereading, which contribute to explaining the twist. And he did not understand the twist the first time through. This is not good. Anyway, we're almost done with this scene now, I think. I'm going to get back to watching my 4-hour-long video. Now that we're 3 hours into this stream.
So that makes 12. Then, who do we get to replace the kid?
20 replicas were created by Vexen. The first 12 were nothing more than puppets, barely human. The prototype model was the Riku replica, and then number I was made. That leaves us with 6. Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku replica, and young Xehanort's hearts. 5 vessels, 1 left.
All right,
Vexen and
okay.
Demnix are candidates, but backups at best. The plan for the last replica is to give it a heart that is connected to Sora's.
Connected to Sora? Anyone in mind?
The second prototype that was created, number I. Though erased from memory, it remained in Vexen's records. Its existence is greatly linked to Sora's memories, and thus should prove to be more than adequate for our needs.
Number I. An imaginary number. How fitting.
While young Xehanort is occupied with transferring hearts,
See, what does that mean? That flowery dialogue. An imaginary number. How fitting. What does that mean? What equivalence are we trying to draw here? Anyway, Yosh Kapoor screams, "Wait a minute." Feel free to share whatever you realize in a second here. I'm going to keep going.
I will go and retrieve Vexen.
Reliable as always. It sounds to me like you've got everything dependably under control. Well, I'm off to do my part.
Yes, Kapoor, they were backups in case the Xion situation, the Riku replica situation, or the possessing Sora situation from Dream Drop Distance did not work out. I assume that's what they mean by backups. They need their 13 total quantity. What if some of their other vessels don't work out for some reason or get killed? We need a couple people to fill out our roster. Makes sense.
The plan, as we agreed upon.
Neptunal, the second replica's not called Number I. They just said she's like the 9th or some shit.
Some Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku replica, and young Xehanort's hearts. 5 vessels. The prototype model was the Riku were created by Vex.
Oh, am I mistaken? Hold on.
The first 12 were nothing more than
Yeah. Hold the phone.
By Vexen.
20 replicas were created by Vexen.
The first 12 were nothing more than puppets, barely human.
The first 12 were really crappy. Got it.
The prototype model was the Riku replica.
Riku was the prototype. But he's being presented as functionally a real person in this one, but he's barely human? Was he the prototype for the upgraded version? After the crappy...
The first 12 were nothing.
12? I'm confused. Never mind.
Barely human.
What does it
The
matter?
prototype model was the Riku replica, and then number I was made.
After Riku was constructed, then Xion was made. Okay. This is incorrect because Xion exists before Vexen leaves for the place, Castle Oblivion, and then Riku Replica's created thereupon. So that's not, I don't think that's right, unless they just had Riku Replica on ice for the hypothetical future. Cartridge Jams is in the chat. Hey, Cartridge Jams, guess what? Guess what I was playing earlier on stream? We're gonna take a dance break. We need it anyway. I'll refill my water. Do a little Cosby dance. Sasuke99 Pro said, "Thank God I'm starting to put the barrel in my This is a piece by Cartridge Jams. His username is just Cartridge G. I guess not Cartridge Jams, it's Cartridge Jams. Who does some cool remixes of a bunch of different stuff. I'm not sure I knew you watched the channel, or if I did, it'd slip my mind. Got some good stuff. Got this. Got a track called "Nominee Deserved More Than 9 Bars," which is a great name for a track. Bunch of other, also a bunch of non-Kingdom Hearts stuff. Got some Sonic remixes and stuff as well in there too. Oh, says, Nomura said post-Melody Memory that he looks forward to using a new approach to storytelling. I took it like a threat. Honestly, I don't think it'll happen. I don't think Nomura will get to make his Verum Rex only game. People are speculating these. Oh, it'll just be Verum Rex next time. All Kingdom Hearts all the time, baby. Excuse me. I don't think that'll happen. But if it did happen, I mean, it might hypothetically still fall prey to many of the exact same problems. But if he's in a scenario where he is forced as a writer to have things happen throughout the course of the entire runtime, and he's not filling for time with exposition about lore that he clearly does not care very much about, it can be a good time. I mean, Days is a good example of a game where he was forced to buy a story, because he wrote most of the script for that game, but he didn't plan the story. The lady who does the light novels actually outlined the story, and then he worked from that. He was in a scenario where he had to write a lot of useless missions, yes, but wherein very frequently our main characters had to have conversations with each other. And well, there wasn't really a lot of lore necessarily to deal with. It was mostly about their relationships developing. Now, with a game that I'm sure will spend a lot of time explaining what a fictional world is and all kinds of other stuff, I'm sure we'll waste a lot of stuff on that, a lot of time on that. However, I'm willing to bet he has some kind of actual narrative through line in mind for Yozora, his best bros, and not Stella. So, you know, we'll see what happens there. Having actual narrative content to work, whenever Nomura actually has, like, meaty narrative content to work with, the scripts are not that bad. 0.2 is short and to the point, and its script is mostly fine. Not completely, but mostly. Days forced him, by its very structure, to write scenes where characters talked to each other about things other than what replicas are. So it was fine. You know, we'll see what happens with that there KH4. We'll see what happens with that there KH4.
That leaves us with 6. Ansem, Xemnas, Vanitas, Riku Replica, and young Xehanort's hearts. 5 vessels, 1 left. Vexen and Demyx are candidates, but backups at best. The plan for the last replica is to give it a heart that is connected to Sora's.
Connected to Sora? Anyone in mind?
The second prototype that was created, number I. Though erased from memory, it remained in Vexen's records. Its existence is greatly linked to Sora's memories, and thus should prove to be more than adequate for our needs.
Number I. An imaginary number. How fitting.
While young Xehanort is occupied with transferring hearts, I must go fulfill my duty. I will go and retrieve Vexen.
I don't understand why young Xehanort is uniquely qualified to transfer people's hearts. Shouldn't they all have the skill because they're all older versions of him? And so in Harry Potter, you can learn to apparate, which is teleportation. You can also side apparate, which is if someone doesn't know how to apparate, but they're touching somebody else who apparates, they'll be brought along with them. Does young Xehanort know some method of side time travel? It doesn't matter. Anyway.
Reliable as always. It sounds to me like you've got everything dependably under control. Well, I'm off to do my part.
The plan as we agreed upon.
Which one of them has these powers? I would assume that falls under the category of illusion magic, which we know Ienzo is good at. Does Xehanort know illusion magic? Food for thought.
May your heart be your guiding key.
Oh, yeah, remember that? Remember that? Okay, so, and then this is where Remind actually starts. Now Sora's teleporting in to save Kairi, but we don't care about any of this. Not today, at least. Not today. Anyway, one other thing worth discussing in here is the Xion stuff. Because one of those things we were reading earlier was with regards to me getting bent out of shape over how could notes have existed about Xion. But Days says there were Xion notes, right? You can read them. You can literally read Vexen's notes on Xion after you complete the game. You can unlock them. I completely agree with this. I don't have a problem with the idea that there were notes of Xion sitting around which did not get erased through memory erasure powers. This would call to mind the fact that Axel kept a journal which talked many times about Xion. So perhaps if he'd flipped through it, he might have wondered, who's this Xion broad I keep talking about? But maybe he didn't have time before the ending of Days and his untimely death in Kingdom Hearts 2. I find this acceptable. This is not a problem for me. Sincerely, legitimately. Hey, listen, a lot happened right after Roxas died. I don't think that Axel was really in the mood to go back and read old journal entries. That's fine. And it would make sense for our villains to, after Vexen dies, to go and read through some of his science notes. See if they can't pick up on some of the stuff that stupid science bitch was doing. I realized I was kind of drifting towards Charlie Day for a second there, so I went for it. Hey, man, I don't know. He created a reasonable doubt. He made you look like a stupid science bitch. That's what he said to Dr. Mario in the upcoming movie. Anyway, my issue with the recreation of Xion is not the presence of the concept of notes on Xion's existence. This is fine. My issue is the motivation behind it. So if no one remembers who Xion is, maybe they found these notes. They go, ooh, some kind of replica project. These notes say it was completed, but I don't remember it. Very strange. Connected to Sora, memories. Perhaps our villains are smart enough to deduce something happened with memories. That's why we don't remember it. You know, it's a reasonable shot to call in the Kingdom Hearts universe. Here's my problem. Demnix and Vexen are backups. Yes? In favor of, they can be replaced by Riku Replica and Xion. These are preferable candidates, right? Okay. They don't know anything about Xion, other than that she was a replica who had some kind of Sora memory, something in her. Maybe they think this will somehow gain them some kind of advantage if they have something who's connected to Sora with magic. Sure, right, whatever. Now, Kingdom Hearts 3 doesn't do anything with this. They tried to use Xion. If Xion had actually had screen time as a villain in Kingdom Hearts 3, I would have been into that, but that didn't happen. She appears and is healed within 30 seconds of her appearance, but that's another discussion. My issue with the revival of Xion based on these notes is their decision-making of why they would risk one of their slots on a wildcard entity about whom they know essentially nothing other than her physical makeup. Yes, we can agree on this. Additionally, if we can all recall the nature of Xion from the original 358 Days Over 2, she was an entity who gained a heart over time due to oversaturation of Sora's memories, which were siphoning into Roxas's dreams, and then she was absorbing them, where they were coming to her directly from Sora. I don't remember the logistics of exactly how she was getting those memories. She was getting them somehow, and siphoning power off of Roxas throughout Days, right? We all remember these exciting events from the best Kingdom Hearts game. I'm joking about that. It's pretty good, though. I need to go back and replay it. I haven't played it since launch. I need to replay it sometime. Joey has my copy. I lent him a copy to play when we were doing the playthroughs, and I think he got like a quarter of the way through, and I don't think he finished it. So I need my copy back. I need to replay that crap. Anyway, Xion, as an entity, is a blank device which projects an appearance based upon how others perceive her, with a basic feminine form, something to do with the importance of Sora's memories. However, people who don't have feelings towards her see her as an empty puppet, yes? We all hopefully agree on this. She, as a character, does not develop a character, is in fact non-verbal until after repeated missions with Roxas. Presumably both him treating her like a human being, unlike the other members of the organization, and presumably memories leaking from his brain part to her brain part, slowly causing her to become verbal and to develop a personality over the course of the first few hours of the game. We can all agree on this, I hope. At the ending of the game, she has assimilated many Sora memories, which have allowed her to form, presumably, her own heart. But this is preventing Sora from waking up because all the memories she's sitting on are his memories of Kairi. Sora kind of needs those. They're very important to his identity, everything else. So they have to be returned to him. Her destruction either A, sets those memories free and they simply return to Sora, or they become tied up in Roxas's brain, and that's why they need to grab Roxas and recombine him with Sora. This is, again, an instance of, I wish just a character would say that, because I've never quite been clear on why exactly Roxas needed to return to Sora if Sora still has a body. If Xion was sitting on a bunch of important memories and now they're stuck inside of Roxas's brain, so Roxas has to come back and remerge with Sora, that makes sense. I will accept this. Anyway, the problem is that Xion as an entity had her own memories and her own experiences in her own heart, which were functionally deleted from existence by her destruction. Yes? Okay. Perhaps these are contained within Roxas, we say to ourselves. Perhaps these are contained somewhere within Roxas, or better yet, contained within Sora. After all, we see her presence inside of Sora in Dream Drop Distance at the very end. So it is safe to assume that Xion's heart, memories, identity, personality are somewhere within Sora, yes? However, all of that is still tied up within Sora's memories of Kairi, because all of Xion's existence is tied up in Sora's memories of Kairi. So the idea that they could create Xion, who has a voice at all, who has a physicality at all, simply based on Vexen's notes, and without any of the experience or exposure that she has, that doesn't make sense. And then having Sora give a perfunctory line, and I remember specifically after Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, when they were like, we might do DLC, Nomura was like, we may explain how Xion came back in the DLC. And their explanation was, oh, they found some notes, and so they remade her, and then when she and Sora were in close proximity, she got fixed. That's bullshit. And deeply lame. Because the villains have no reason on God's green earth to recreate her. If they want someone with a close connection to Sora, they were literally just talking about Riku Replica a breath ago. And they've got access to time travel. They've got infinity recruitment options. Also, literally Vanitas is on their squad. Worth pointing out. They never do anything with him. He didn't get to do anything. That's a whole other discussion. Namane says that because both Roxas and Xion have scrambled memories of Sora, she could rearrange the memories in a way that they could technically all exist, but Diz wouldn't allow that. No, I mean, I understand that, like, within the lore of Kingdom Hearts, there was, they probably could have all functioned, but Diz didn't like that. Though, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, the Fugga, I believe that Xion, at least, Naminé did not know a way to fix it without decompiling Xion. Because the whole point of Xion as a character was that her entire existence was only running on her entire computer system, if we want to call her that, was running on the data of Kairi's memories. And without that, she's not really a person. It would have required very involved surgery to be able to get that to work. I could be mistaken. There's a lot of crap going on in these games. I hope you understand why even somebody who spends a lot of time on this, sometimes some stuff gets a little bit weird and funky. Anyway, point being the idea that all that was necessary for Xion to be okay was simply to have a body and be in proximity to Sora is nuts. And that body is just the notes that they, like, it's Xion's base form. Xion, as she exists by the ending of Days, is a completely different entity than she was at the beginning of Days. And it doesn't, I don't know why her data would warp into her proverbial data trapped inside of Sora, as Remind suggests, would warp into this other body, and why everything would just be okay. The real problem is that it doesn't make sense that the villains would do this in the first place. I don't understand why the villains would enact this plan when they've got infinite options on Villain Squad, that they would pick a thing that none of them remember. Literally none of them even remember it. None of them remember anything about this. For all they know, Xion Number I could be the biggest threat to their plans. She could have run the biggest coup d'etat ever, and they all forgot about it. It's a weird thing to bet this horse race all on some wild card you don't know anything about when you have infinity options for recruitment. You could try the whole possess Sora thing again if you were so inclined, but Devil's Advocate, Xion wasn't Xion per se until she began to interact with Axel, and she began to become herself, and Syax did it on purpose. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Xion wasn't herself per se until she began to interact with Axel. Do you mean in Kingdom Hearts 3? Or do you mean in Days? And Syax did what on purpose? If you mean Syax treated her like crap on purpose, I'm aware of that. She got to interact with a heart that knew her. Like Axel didn't know Kairi, I'm not sure. I guess Axel knew Sora, is that what you're saying? But did Axel interact with Xion before or after Castle Oblivion? They're not friends until after Castle Oblivion, I think. No, the number I notes just say kicked Zigbar's ass, says Cartridge Jam. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Vexen wouldn't have been around to take notes on that because he was dead by the time that happened. In 3. Okay. All right. You're saying that I would disagree somewhat that her personality wasn't fixed until she interacted with Axel, because between her hood coming off and the memories, according to Remind, when the memories return, like she falls on her back and doesn't have dialogue for a couple of minutes, but then in Remind continuity, she's up and fighting Syax alongside Sora and Roxas, and we are to assume that Remind is now the canon timeline, I think. I'm not trying to discredit what you're saying. Oh, I'm just not sure I completely understand it. I apologize. Though, again, the point that I was trying to make, that I make in the 3-hour-long video, which this person was commenting upon, was essentially the issue becomes, ladies and gentlemen, the issue becomes that we have a game that came out in 2009 which says Xion is the deadest person who ever lived. Fixing her would be so complicated. Bringing her back would be so complicated. And then we have 10 years before Kingdom Hearts 3 comes out. How are they going to fix Xion? How are they going to fix Xion? All right? The villains decide, apropos of nothing, let us rebuild her base form. Then, whereupon, Sora sneezes on her, and she is restored to her form as of the ending of Days, without being transformed into a creepy Sora like she was at the ending. Also, she's wielding a Kingdom Key before Sora ever interacts with her, which was generated, if I recall correctly, specifically due to the memory leakage stuff going on in Days. Again, I could be mistaken. I'm not sure. But my complaint about this was never that Vexen having documentation on Xion didn't make sense, because as the person pointed out, we literally could read some of that documentation in Days. But the idea that they chose to do it, and the idea that things were fixed so simply, robs this game of any of its dramatic tension. The fact that the return of Xion is not a quest undertaken by our heroes to bring their friend back, but instead a screenwriting coincidence to create a more convenient situation, whereupon in a DLC designed to explain what happened, it is explained that Sora being in proximity to Xion fixed her, is weak sauce. It's not satisfying writing for a 10-year buildup of how are we going to bring Xion back. This is my issue. There's a little bit of it doesn't make sense, but the issue is not that when in the 3-hour video where I exclaim, Vexen used sticky notes to bring back Xion, I'm not proposing that the idea that there were notes of Xion around is insane. I'm proposing that being the justification is lame. That's what that complaint is actually about. We're finally done watching this cutscene from Remind, and we've been going for almost 4 hours. We are, I believe, 15 minutes into the 3-hour-long video, or 24 minutes into the 3-hour-long video. We will go for another 30 minutes to an hour. Whereupon, we will take a break and reconvene tomorrow. Unless I just feel really good about continuing with this. You know what? Streamers stream at midnight all the time. Who cares? We can do as we like. There are no rules. There are no laws. Ladies and gentlemen, we left to go look at that video to discuss. I want to demonstrate. We left to discuss the nature of Terra and Xion's returns, and it took us an hour and a half. To be fair, we got sidetracked into a bunch of other stuff, and the nature of writing and the style of Kingdom Hearts' writing, we got distracted with a bunch of other stuff in the process. But that is how long it took us to unravel exactly why this stuff doesn't quite track to me. So this is why, in comment sections, when people are like, Jacob, I'm not sure what you said in that Let's Play makes sense, and I leave a 27-paragraph reply. I do not intend that at all as an attack, as a I am right and you are wrong. It is because I know that in the playthrough with Joey or with Aiden, I did not take the time to explore everything thoroughly. Because look at how much time it just took for us to unpack exactly what might be what the game is claiming to be going on with Old Man Xehanort and Terra Xehanort in Kingdom Hearts 3, and how even once we've completely unpacked it, it still violates like 15 different established lore rules for Kingdom Hearts. My shoulder just popped. I have work in the morning-ish, says LAW. Well, then that's a good excuse for us to not go all night then. Anyway, let's continue for a little while longer. We'll see how this goes. Listen, the archive will be up later. We'll conclude this some other time. It's fine. We haven't talked about Kingdom Hearts on YouTube in like a year. Basically since this video came out, so. I hope you're all getting your fix, because it won't happen again for a while. No, we are still not 1 hour into the video, Hyper Aminanashi. In fact, we skipped the first 11 minutes of the video, so we've only watched 13 minutes of the video.
As far as I can tell, the only purpose of introducing time travel into Kingdom Hearts from a dramatic standpoint is we get consequence-free Terra back in Kingdom Hearts 3, which means the only reason time travel exists in Dream Drop Distance is fan service. So that's the difference. And when I talk about rules in Kingdom Hearts not making sense, it's because the rules exist solely for the sake of themselves. They don't exist to serve the drama. When the characters in Endgame say, this is how time travel works, don't think about it too hard, we need to focus on resolving these character arcs and plot threads, then that's what happens. When characters spend 17 minutes explaining something in Kingdom Hearts, there's no relationship work or drama happening. I was talking with Joshua about this earlier, the only actual character work that happens in Kingdom Hearts 3 is the 2 scenes that Kairi and Axel get. That's the only time where there's like, just characters talking about how they feel and developing relationship stuff. That's it. Outside of like the Disney stuff, but that's cheating. That's it. I wouldn't care about the lore not making sense if there was dramatic stuff to engage with. But since basically DDD, there's no dramatic stuff to engage with. That's why and you have to understand this as well. All the criticisms that I levied at, that I leveled at, like KH2, Birth by Sleep, as we were going on through the playthroughs, I like Kingdom Hearts 2 a lot, despite its problems. And despite the fact that I'm personally not as big of a fan of Terra, Aqua, and Ven as I am of some of the other characters in the series, and I think Birth by Sleep has some issues, I also think that's a really good game. The first game in the Kingdom Hearts series that I actively dislike in any regard is Dream Drop Distance, and I still think the gameplay in that game is fun. The problem is that Dream Drop Distance is the first game in the...
Despite the fact that I think Dream Drop Distance has major gameplay issues, I still think that it is fun to play if you are unaware of these issues or on a first-time playthrough, similarly to what I feel about Birth by Sleep. I don't think it's a bad game to play. I just think it's got issues with its gameplay that make it difficult to truly get into. But there's plenty of games that are really only fun to play like once or twice. Shooting of Uncharted 1's kind of crummy, especially in the original PS3 version. I still think it's like a fun enough game. Shooting of Uncharted 3 is crummy, and I got no excuse for that one. If you guys like hearing me complain about stuff, I really like Uncharted 1, 2, 4, and Lost Legacy. I am not a fan of 3. If you like hearing me complain about stuff, look forward to the playthrough of Uncharted 3.
Series that doesn't have anything dramatic going on. It doesn't have any character work happening. That's where the problems actually start. And when you get to a point where there's no character work happening...
KH1, you guys are talking about some kind of like hypothetical reboot of... Underground Reboot is a cool title to give something. No, guys, I've already figured this out. The name of a Kingdom Hearts reboot or redo of some kind, we want to have a secondary continuity, maybe even going concurrently with the main continuity, is called the reboot, which retells the story of the first game, is titled Kingdom Hearts Second Verse. It's a second universe, and also plays into all of our musical themes and everybody's love for the music in the series. Kingdom Hearts Second Verse. That's the name of the Kingdom Hearts reboot. I already know the name of it.
Drama that all you have to engage with is the stuff that the story is putting in your face and telling you to care about, which is the lore. Kingdom Hearts 1 doesn't spend 10 minutes explaining anything to you. It says it doesn't even explain what the keyholes are until after that happens. Leon says, "Oh, if you use it's in a text box. It's not even in a fully voiced cutscene. Oh, if you point the keyblade at the keyhole, it stops the world from being destroyed. Sora, please do that for Traverse Town and other worlds."
And that's a good example of the stuff that we were discussing earlier with regards to the prioritization of these scripts, right?
And you get it from that little poem that's written in the lab that you find on there, and that's about it.
The scripts of the original games didn't spend a lot of time on circular dialogue and lengthy exposition scenes because they had enough stuff going on to fill out their time otherwise.
The explanation of lore and mechanics is when Naminé explains her powers, which doubles as a dramatic scene where we find out how Naminé feels and what's actually been happening and how Sora's been manipulated the whole time. So they take that scene that's giving us exposition about the lore of what's happening in the game, and they double it up and make it into exposition about character work and Naminé's backstory and drama. And so the main reason that I criticize so much in Kingdom Hearts 2 and Birth by Sleep is not because the problems in those games are really that dramatic, but it's because no one did complain about them, and they just kept getting worse until the games that are bad. That's the real reason that I talk about that stuff so much, is because I'm tracing a through line of where problems started and then kept snowballing and becoming bigger and bigger.
Uh-oh.
Just one time.
Nope.
One time.
Nuh-uh. Shut up. I can't do it. Listen, guys. You guys want to watch it at good speed? A higher speed with the sound off? Sorry, with the sound on, I mean. We gotta sit through some ads.
Well, people after Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, even people who were like complete standing the game, defending it,
yeah,
like they were so befuddled by the ending of the game that they needed to look for, it must have been a translation error. Because in English he says I wanted to create a new world pure and bright, and it's like, well, in Japanese he said pure and blank. So he wasn't actually a fan of the light. But it's like the whole scene is him talking about how darkness spread like a plague, and the only way to fix it was to reset the galaxy. Yeah. And then the beginning of Remind is him explaining in explicit detail to the Master of Masters
how bad the darkness is.
I've gone all over the world, and I see that there is darkness everywhere. Everybody, the weak steal power from the strong, and then they create bull excuses for why they did it and why they deserve it. People are nice to each other, but they only do it to get things for themselves and to justify their own existences. The world is assholes. It's a very 17-year-old male thought process, which is hilarious to think that 17-year-old male Xehanort, he never changed his thought process over the next 75 years. He was just dedicated to this one idea. It's like the only way to fix it is for me, a smart guy who understands how effed up the world is, bro, to create a new one where everything is better.
Mid-90s music. Just a lot of it.
Like a couple of times people were like, hey, play Remind, it explains everything. Hey, play Remind, it ties up the loose ends. And I replied to both of them with just, no, it doesn't. And then towards the end, I was like, screw it, whatever, who cares? And I started typing, and it's like, my favorite part in the Remind DLC was when Roxas, Axel, and Xion had to beat up the bad guys to get their slave brands back. They needed to get their slave brands back, or else they couldn't be friends anymore. They needed the connection of their servitude to their masters. They needed the slave brand back that was forced upon them. My favorite part...
That's still so gross. I forgot about that until I was saying it. That's still the grossest thing. This isn't a good example of just a desperate attempt to gussy up a scene with something, with no real consideration. They have to beat up Xemnas to... Why would they do it, though? They need the the recusant sigil because it was what they had when they started. Maybe they just want to beat him up because he's an asshole. We don't need this. If the series is about a vibe, the series is about just, ooh, that feel. I just want to get this feeling of sad characters through. Why, in this dramatic scene of our characters finally being reunited, beating up their biggest villain, are we wasting so much screen time on new lore about the power of the recusant sigil and how it's so key to our connection and to the feeling of because I don't think that the writers really have the confidence to write the more character-oriented dramatic scenes. So they populate it with this type of stuff, hoping that this will suffice and fill the runtime. I think. That's my feeling on this, at least.
Of Remind was when Terranort and Lingering Will were fighting, and Sora time travels and comes out of Lingering Will, but he doesn't have a body, so that should be impossible.
Oh yeah, we've been having this whole conversation about time travel, and we forgot to talk about how in Remind, Sora time travels and physically interacts with the world multiple times, even though that is the one rule that minutes beforehand we reestablished all these guys who are time traveling. We need the replicas for them to get into, and these are the ones who are time traveling, and these are the ones who weren't. Sora can time travel, and he can manifest a secondary physical form, and just don't worry about it, it's fine.
He's just a disembodied heart, so how does he have a body? So that's impossible. My favorite part of the Remind DLC was when Mickey recreated the microwave hallway sequence from Metal Gear Solid 4, except it had no thematic or
God, I hated
weight, and nothing was happening, and it was less visually interesting, and there was no story purpose to it, and it was more mechanically annoying, and it was like twice as long as the already extremely long microwave hallway sequence. My favorite
the
part...
microwave hallway sequence cut to other characters to like show what you were fighting for and all that. There's nothing.
My favorite part of the Remind DLC is when they're like, oh, Xion came back because Vexen wrote some notes about her. So we took those and we made Xion come back, even though the whole issue was that her memories are tied up inside of Sora and whatnot. Also, Vexen died in Chain of Memories before Xion itself actualized, so all of his notes on Xion would have been on her base form. So why did she like, no, don't hurt Axel, we need him? Why did she have her voice? Why did she, when the hood came off, why did she have hair?
Oh, that's what you mean. Ooh, is that she didn't start self-actualizing until directly interacting with Axel. Got it. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. I will tentatively accept this explanation. It does not explain why she has a kingdom key, but frankly, that didn't make sense anyway, because Roxas is running around with Oathkeeper and Oblivion, 2 Keyblades, one of which is his, which I thought was Sora's, and one of which is Xion's. So we got duplicates of Sora's Keyblade and duplicates of Xion's Keyblade, so nothing matters. Moving on.
Memories. Did they come out of Sora? Does he not need them anymore?
Yeah, here we go. The issue is that Xion needed Sora's memories to exist, not that she was missing her own memories. The pictures in this scene that represent memories of Xion with her friends, but the memories Xion needs are Sora's memories of Kairi, because they were the basis of her function. So I guess Sora doesn't need those memories of Kairi anymore? We solved that problem, huh? Also, how does Sora know that these floating pictures of memories are returning? Returning to who? Sora doesn't know Xion's deal. Did he read the script? Because even time-traveling Sora doesn't know her deal. No one stopped and explained to him what was going on with Xion in the time period of the original flow of Kingdom Hearts 3. So yeah, it's a bit of a, whatever. Anyway.
Sora lose the memories that she was based on when that happened, or did they get duplicated somehow?
I thought...
Also, did Vexen, like, he wrote down notes? How did they just make that? Also, my favorite part of the Remind DLC was that when they're explaining that they just found these notes and they made something out of it, they're like, we don't even know what this is, we don't remember her, so why did you make it? Why didn't you just find another organization member, or some guy who likes power, or another time-traveling version of yourselves?
Oh, says, oh, okay, but the Keyblade stuff is effed beyond explanation. All right, got it.
Why would you risk your entire plan on a wild card thing that you have absolutely no idea what it is? My favorite part of the Remind DLC is that during that conversation, they say, we don't remember who this is or anything about her. She's been completely wiped from all existence. And then 30 seconds later, in the cutscene that was in base Kingdom Hearts 3,
I remember.
In the cutscene that's in base Kingdom Hearts 3, Xemnas says, oh, that's right, you guys were friends. Because as it was written in Kingdom Hearts 3, Sayax and Xemnas did remember her, but they forgot about that, even though it happened 30 seconds later. My favorite part of Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind DLC is that Kairi got turned into...
God, I legitimately felt like I was having a stroke during this part in Kingdom Hearts 3, when, like, literally just an original cutscene from Kingdom Hearts 3 is playing, and just the volume gets ducked, and Mickey and Sora just start having a telepathic conversation. And it's worth noting that Mickey is still active during the scene. I think that Mickey, in the original scene, has dialogue talking to the characters around him. So he's at the same time having a mental conversation with Sora. I could be wrong. Maybe he's not participating in this scene. Maybe he's still caught up in the reversed stop-za. No, I'm pretty sure he's flipped down and landed by this point. Who cares?
to a crystal as a part of Xehanort's backup contingency plan that is never explained, and they never say what it is. My favorite part of the Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind DLC is how Kairi breaks up into a bunch of heart fragments that are located inside a heartless.
Jin, yeah, I know Keyblades are a metaphysical manifestation of a person's heart. My point is that that Roxas is carrying hers. So I guess she generated a second. Like, can you just do this all day? Like when Riku manifested the Kingdom Key, lost it, manifested another one. Remind me, does his new car keyblade, is that a repaired Kingdom Key D, or did he manifest a third keyblade out of himself? I don't recall. I don't remember. It doesn't matter.
A puzzle, a fountain, a dark side, an elevator shaft, Riku and Mickey. My favorite.
This is a joke, obviously. You need gameplay to just fill the stuff out. But the point is that you have DLC. Like, the DLC, the express stated purpose of the DLC is that we're going to explain how all this stuff happened. So making the explanation so vague and gamified of, oh, he went inside of Xehanort again, and there were fragments of Kairi's heart hidden inside of random objects, and he got them, and then she was like that. I find it very amusing that you're like, here's some DLC for $30 that explains how Sora saved Kairi and what happened and what was going on. Well, she was crystallized, not killed. What does that mean? Don't worry about it. We're not going to explain it. Go find the heart fragments. What are those? Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. I just paid you, I'm paying for you to explain this stuff to me. I didn't even care. See, here's the thing. I didn't care about all this explanation crap and Remind DLC because the people were like, what happened to Sora at the ending of the game? It made perfect sense. He used the power of waking one too many times, saved Kairi, died. Great. I didn't need to know any more than that. And their attempt to gussy it up with extra crap makes it all weirder and harder to follow along with. Whatever.
My favorite part of the Kingdom Hearts 3 Remind DLC is how...
Hold on. You could say that the Keyblade Roxas has is a fragment that he has of Xion. Like, the memories he had of her manifested enough to materialize a Keyblade. I think in Days he just takes her Keyblade, though, doesn't he? I think he's literally just carrying them. Of course, then he also transforms them into totally different forms, and it's just because it has to match the continuity of the Secret movie and what happened in 2. So it didn't make sense even back then. It doesn't matter. We're just riffing. We're just riffing, ladies and gentlemen.
Kairi breaks up into a bunch of heart fragments that are located inside a heartless, a puzzle, a fountain, a dark side, an elevator shaft, Riku and Mickey.
I just find it very silly that you're gonna have a game with 90% of its cutscenes are exposition. You're going to release $30 DLC where the primary draw is an explanation of what happened. And that whenever it comes time to actually explain something critical that maybe the audience might be interested in or to use your lore in interesting ways, you always take shortcuts. You always gamify it into silliness like this heart fragment of Kairi. I find this decision-making to be slightly deceitful and indicative of the fact that the writers did not so much care about the lore so much as they needed to fill time in those 90% cutscenes. Decent example is Data. Data, I find the idea of taking a Disney fairy tale fantasy story and heavily injecting computer elements into it to be kind of interesting. I think drawing head-to-head comparisons between worlds of magic and worlds of computing could be very interesting storytelling. It doesn't do this, but something I've thought about a lot is as I've been reading the Harry Potter fanfiction that I've talked about, the Pure Blood Pretense series by Violet Matter. Very frequently, one thing that I feel very strongly about original canon Harry Potter and this fan fiction is that Muggles are just kind of better. Like, we're better at a lot of stuff. Wizards have some things that are kind of convenient for them, but like we're a lot smarter than they are. And indeed in many instances we're solving a lot of their problems. According to J.K. Rowling, Hogwarts didn't even have plumbing until they adopted it from wizards, you know? So, like, you know, hey, listen. We got a lot of good ideas going on. And there's a lot of stuff there's some stuff in the Violet, in the fan fiction that I've been reading that even regards, like, at one point in book 4, there's a character who creates an extremely sophisticated object, which they basically say I drew direct inspiration from, from advances in Muggle computing, in algorithms, right, in code writing. I find this very interesting. My notes for our discussions on those series frequently contain, in the last book in particular, frequently contain the phrase Muggle superiority. Anyway, I think that writing a story where you have a clash between what is possible with magic and what is possible with computing, especially in a world where computing functions Tron style, is really interesting. And it seems to me that Tetsuya Nomura, as an artist and as a writer, is deeply interested in contrast. He features asymmetry a lot in his character design, not as much recently, but in like the early 2000s, that was a big staple of his design philosophy. The entire aesthetic direction of Versus 13, which, if nothing else, we can probably say is a direct dump of what's going on in his brain, is guys in suits living in Tokyo who fight with swords and magic, and people in medieval armor fighting with machine guns, right? I think the guy is deeply interested in these types of anachronisms and contrasts, and it makes sense to me. And indeed, there's a little bit of artistic genius behind it, of having a fantasy Disney story start with a Matrix homage, essentially, in Kingdom Hearts 2. Accomplishing something very different thematically from what the Matrix is going for. But clearly, listen, that game's also full of people in black robes. Clearly, Nomura liked him some Matrix. The cool black leather outfits. As discussed, I think that as I discussed earlier in the stream, I think the Roxas sequence has very different dramatic goals, which it achieves, perhaps not as well as it could have, but which achieves largely through its use of these concepts of computer worlds and of false realities, and facilitated by this Matrix-esque narrative. Okay, cool. Interesting to have this contrast between computing and magic in this setting. I wonder how we will further explore this. The reason Data pisses people off now is because Data has graduated from being computer to being another branch of magic. A branch of magic more powerful than normal magic, which can do anything that it wants. You can store data inside of a person. You got some data you want to store somewhere? Put it inside Sora. Who gives a crap? What does that mean? How did Ansem the Wise store data inside of Sora? How does that work? You're trying to thwart some time traveler scheme 10,000 years in the future. Maleficent's going to time travel somewhere. You go ahead and you build a computer with a digital version of her inside of it, and that counts. That contributes to time travel rules. The Data has moved well outside of the realm of being anything resembling a contrast or an interesting idea to explore, or something where Nomura has anything that he seems to actually want to say about computing, which I feel like I keep saying Nomura, it's not fair. I feel like when these ideas initially started to appear in Chain of Memories with data, with replica forms, and with memories being manipulatable data, quotation marks, and moving on to Calm with the digital to Kingdom Hearts 2 with the digital Twilight Town. I think that there was some interesting stuff being explored with these ideas, that perhaps you could have created an illusion magic town. But I think that by tilting it this way, it gives it a completely different slant from everything else that's going on in the story, especially the stuff going on with Roxas. It gives it a very different vibe that I appreciate. It gives it a completely different textural feel. And I think that's important to the successes of the opening of Kingdom Hearts 2. The difficulty, Sora's mom put Ansem's data... Anyway, when Sora was born, the freaking, half the time when you say Data, I think you're talking about the character from Star Trek. When I'm talking about Data, you'll know. When I'm talking about Data, I'll probably call him Data. When I'm talking about Kingdom Hearts Data, I'll probably call it Data. But anyway. 5G waves from his gummy phone. To me, pushing computers data into a realm of they can do anything that I need for screenwriting purposes at any time and excuse anything, and they function essentially as another branch of magic which has no rules. Because minimum time travel, nobody's heartless. Tetsuya Nomura has, and the writers have attempted to establish rules for these things, and they have violated them, but they've attempted to establish them. Data doesn't have rules, dude, because you just write a different program. There's no rules for data, so anytime the writer's like, how do we solve this one? Data! Data. Now there's nothing. Now data's nothing. That's why people don't like the whole data stuff. It's not even the contrast. It's not even that I necessarily think it's out of place in the series, because I think it was used very intelligently in Kingdom Hearts 2. And I like the inclusion of the Tron stuff, and indeed wish there was more of it in these games. But the way that it's used now is essentially as a catch-all magic whenever we don't feel like creating new magic or don't know how to use old magic to accomplish something. So anything interesting that could have been said with it or could have been examined with it has been deleted into non-existence, to the point where now if we say that Yazora's world is a data world, that's not going to work. So it doesn't matter that it's a fictional world. We got to create a new thing because now we need to be able to establish some damn rules for it. And saying it's a data world, it's all over the place. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch to compare it to the fictional world and Yozora stuff, but whatever. Anyway.
My favorite part of the Remind DLC is how Sora and Kairi played the mobile game, so they knew to drop Chirithy off with Ventus. My favorite part of the Remind DLC
they know about
is when
that?
Sora points a Keyblade at Kairi and makes Naminé come out of her. So if he could do that, why didn't he point a Keyblade at himself and make Roxas come out of him? My favorite part of the Remind
Presumably,
DLC is
he
the part
could
where
do this because of the power of waking, but he had the power of waking and knew it as soon as he saved Ven. So why didn't he save Roxas and Xion? Why didn't he release their hearts immediately if it's as simple as all that? It's very, again, with the build-up of how these crises were created throughout the series, to have the payoffs be is very unsatisfying to me and indicates a certain level of disinterest in the material. Because I think Tetsuya Nomura wants to write stories, in Kingdom Hearts at least, about teenagers with separation anxiety, being sad. And there's some levity in there with the Disney stuff and the adventure. But the core is really about dealing with being lonely and drifting apart from your friends. That's the core of the experience. Kingdom Hearts 3 isn't about that. It's about getting the band back together, baby! I don't think that interests him dramatically. Hence, the characters are scattered, the characters have few interactions, and there's very little to do other than throw in some obligatory exposition scenes throughout the game until we get to the ending and to resolve things as quickly as possible. And then kill Sora so we can reset the deck, we can reset the scoreboard, and we can get back to teenagers with separation anxiety. I suspect this is where many of these issues come from.
Naminé come out of her. So if he could do that,
No, 8 Shadow 4. Sora did not just create a body for Naminé out of thin air. They got that. That's Riku Replica's body, remember? That they got and they were like, this can be Naminé. Even though Vexen could presumably create infinite replicas, and indeed she had taken on the physical appearance of Naminé in this scene.
Off with Ventus. My favorite
Before
part of the Remind DLC is when Sora points a Keyblade at Kairi and
Sora released her heart from Kairi. So if the heart entering the replica is what causes it to take on a form, that hadn't happened yet, but whatever. We're not going to get into that can of worms, because I guess there's not really much to say about it. That's it.
makes Naminé come out of her. So if he could do that, why didn't he point a Keyblade at himself and make Roxas come out of him? My favorite part of the Remind DLC is the part where they show all of the evil Aquas coming out of the tornado to explain, no, you see, Aqua had PTSD. That's why she froze up. Instead of, putting a scene in the base game where Aqua was nervous and she froze up and people were like, is everything okay, Aqua? To set up that she...
And then I talk about that way later in the video. There's a whole section. This section is literally called the real reason why Aqua froze, or why every scene is bad, I think is what it's called. Hold on, what's the full name? Why every character / scene is bad. Okay, so I went harder.
was an honored A game. No, don't you see? It made sense. You just, now we've explained it. She had PTSD.
That was one of
Duh.
I'm sorry, in base KH3 when that happened. I mean, it's obviously in the playthrough, but I think that was one of the funniest moments in my gaming life. I wasn't even playing it. It was just, I couldn't believe I was watching. Why did she just give up?
My favorite part of the Remind DLC is when they realized, oh wait, crap, our animations in the first game sucked, and in the base game sucked, and they animated a bunch of new fight scenes. They're actually well animated.
God, the freaking animations in KH3 base are so embarrassing. Final Fantasy VII Remake came out a year after this game. Think about, like, sure, Final Fantasy VII Remake has a lot of unimportant NPC interaction cutscenes, which are like, you know, BioWare auto animation tier, right? Not impressive. Every important scene and a lot of unimportant scenes that are not involved with like quest givers, basically every required cutscene, unless it is like the character standing around in a dungeon saying we should go that way next, has like full motion capture, proper facial animation, everybody's moving properly. Every single scene in this game is just so flatly shot, and it's the character standing around in a room and talking to each other. It is shot and animated to the same level of quality of like Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts 2. And frankly, Kingdom Hearts 2's level of animation quality was already reaching a point of not necessarily unacceptable, but like it was being outclassed rapidly. I'm pretty sure Devil May Cry 3 was already out when Kingdom Hearts 2 came out. Think about that. Think about the cutscenes in DMC 3. Think about the cutscenes in Metal Gear Solid 3. Like, okay, so the only, like, Metal Gear Solid 3 has weak facial animation. Everything else about it is light years ahead of Kingdom Hearts 2. Final Fantasy XII, to be fair, Final Fantasy XII was a ludicrously expensive video game that went into development around the same time that Kingdom Hearts 1 went into development, so these aren't necessarily, these are apples to oranges comparisons. What I'm saying is that Kingdom Hearts 3's cutscenes are embarrassing and bad.
Like they had time and money, or maybe they hired new animators, I don't know, because all of a sudden the action scenes in Remind are actually pretty good. So they animate an action scene where Kairi's fighting Xemnas, and she's like kicking the crap out of him, and she breaks his swords, and she's actually kind of doing well, and then 30 seconds later he grabs her by the wrist and he teleports away, and she dies. My favorite part of the Remind DLC was the part where...
Jin, the Remind DLC is the final mix of Kingdom Hearts 3. The patch came with gameplay updates, secret bosses, and additional story content. KH3 with the Remind era patch and a purchase of Remind is Kingdom Hearts 3 final mix.
the Terra, Aqua, and Ventus open a portal and go to the Realm of Darkness. Number one, the place where Aqua is traumatized PTSD from. Number two, the place that we just established you can only get to if you have the Kingdom Key D, or the Kingdom Key W, I guess as it is now called. Remember how the reason that they said we couldn't go help Aqua, but now we can. Okay, so what changed in 0.2? What's changed, Mickey? Oh, you have the Kingdom Key D, which you've had for the last year? Why didn't you go help Mickey? Why didn't you go help her? And then 30 seconds after Chip and Dale explained to you in Kingdom Hearts 3 that the Kingdom Key D can open a portal to the Realm of Darkness, and that's the only way to get in, then Sora finds the Keyblade that Aqua had in the Realm of Darkness, and he uses it to open a portal to the Realm of Darkness. And then in the Remind DLC, Terra, Aqua, and Ben all touch the tips of their Keyblades, and it opens a portal to the Realm of Darkness.
I can't get into the Realm of Darkness stuff tonight. We're not going to talk about that right now. I'll save that for another day.
Take a break and listen to music.
Skip ahead.
My favorite part of the Remind DLC was when Naminé showed up and said, Sora, what are you doing? And he said, I'm saving Kairi. And then she disappeared, and she was only there to be in the trailers.
Oh, Naminé.
My favorite part of the Remind DLC was when Lingering Will just died. He just died. He just got hit with a sword and he fell apart. That isn't that important. That's just silly.
Crossburn says, well, you can't compare it to Final Fantasy VII Remake. KH3 wasn't produced by a massive company like Square Enix. Ah, shit, my bad. You right. When you write, man.
That was just funny when he just Lingering Will died. My favorite part of the Remind DLC is when Terranort goes, darkness awaits you! And the darkness hits time-traveling Sora, who came out of Lingering Will to fight Terranort. And he goes, darkness awaits you! And then it cuts to black, and there's a loading screen, and then you're back as past Sora in the labyrinth going to the boss fight, and the scene, they didn't know how to end the scene, so they just cut away. And what happened? What happened? My favorite part of the Remind DLC is when Sora goes inside of himself.
Oh my god.
And Roxas is like, you just see the stained glass, and Roxas' voiceover comes in and says, I have a plan. And Sora says, okay, wait for my signal. And then it cuts back to reality, and there's like 30 seconds of cutscene, and then Sora runs forward with the Keyblade, and then it flashes back to 30 seconds ago, and now Roxas and Sora are both there fully animated, and Roxas says, I have a plan. And Sora says, okay, wait for my signal. And they go into slightly more detail about the plan, but they still don't explain what the plan is, they just go into slightly more detail, and then it cuts back to reality, and Sora goes, now! And he jumps up and he attacks Xemnas, and Xemnas grabs him and throws him across the arena, and Roxas goes, huh? Oh no! And then he runs, like he missed the signal!
This is better music in the game.
Do you guys... I need to run to the restroom really quickly. But, for those of you who haven't played Remind, do you all want to know what it feels like to have a stroke? Would you guys like to know what it feels like, the feeling of a stroke? I need to excuse myself for just a moment. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'm gonna let you guys feel feel the feeling of having a stroke. I'll be right back.
Wait.
Since I'm stepping away and going to the bathroom, if an ad rolls or something, I apologize.
It's all right. You can stop now. It's all right. Xion. The memories are returning.
Useless puppet.
Xion!
Your Keyblade is no more. And still you think you can play at being a guardian of light? You can wait your turn. Also ran.
This is Roxas's heart? Oh. Why? Sora. Roxas? I need your help. Got it. I have an idea. Wait for my signal. Okay.
I think I may have put it a little bit too early for the full... Yeah, okay, I made a mistake. There's this bit where we see the stained glass, and then it just kind of cuts to normal scene. I apologize. I said it a little bit too early for the stroke experience. The stroke experience is coming, though.
Hands off my friends.
It cannot be.
We've all seen this bit, so I'll fast forward just a touch. This is unchanged from the original Kingdom Hearts 3 release, so you've all seen this. This is all exactly the same, I promise.
Sora. Roxas. I need your help. There's something me and my friends have to reclaim. Something that connected our hearts. That's what's binding me to this world. The last key. I need your help to get it back. Got it. I have an idea. Wait for my signal. Roxas! Now! Hit! Ha! Yeah! Ah!
I don't know if you guys fully processed what just happened there. Let's go back a few minutes and do a direct head-to-head.
This is Roxas's heart? Oh. Roxas? Why? Sora. Roxas? I need your help. Got it. I have an idea. Wait for my signal.
Okay, so that happens. And then we watch the cutscene that was in the original game, and then we stroke out. This is 5 minutes later. I've just jumped ahead after the whole scene that was in the original game.
I need your help. There's something me and my friends have to reclaim. Something that connected our hearts. That's what's binding me to this world. The last key. I need your help to get it back. Got it. I have an idea. Wait for my signal. Roxas!
So, we have a scene in which Sora telepathically communicates with Roxas, all right?
This is...
Roxas says, Sora, I need your help. Then a bunch of energy
I need your help.
flows into Sora's head. Watch this. Come on, game. Let's go. Pick up the pace!
Got it. I have an idea. Wait for my signal.
Then we watch another scene that we've already seen before for like 5 minutes. And then Sora, who's time traveling Sora, possesses past Sora to execute his genius plan. I have a plan, wait for my signal. He charges forward. We then get a flashback to the scene we just saw 5 minutes ago, but this time we get to hear what Roxas said for some reason.
I need your help. There's something me and my friends have to reclaim.
God, all these scenes could stand to be, you know what, frickin' 2 times.
Connected our hearts. That's what's binding me to this world. The last key. I need your help to get it back. Got it. I have an idea. Wait for my signal.
That was the same scene, folks. That was a flashback to the scene that we just saw before, but we were allowed to see more of it this time. That conversation happened the first time. We just weren't allowed to see it that last time. So, we have 2 scenes to establish Sora and Roxas had an internal dialogue where they established a plan and Sora has a signal. We have the first scene, and we've got it. We have a flashback, which reiterates it and gives us slightly more information. Sora says, got it, wait for my signal. I have a plan. His plan!
Roxas!
Possess his older self, and charge his enemy and attack his enemy. He says, Roxas now, and I'm going to go back to normal speed, so we can do a test here.
Wait for my signal.
Roxas, now!
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10 Mississippi, 11 Mississippi, 12 Mississippi, 13 Mississippi. Oh, it was on 13! Nomura's a secret genius! Dude, the plan was to fight, dude! Well, I guess Kairi was in on the plan of attack the bad guy, too.
Now watch as your friends slowly vanish into nothing.
Dude, this game's so good. That it signals time-traveling Sora unpossessing himself, by the way.
These useless pawns must be cleared from the board.
What happens here? I'm gonna speed it up again. I don't care. Oh, crap. Wrong thing. Wrong button. And now he's possessing Roxas, because like in this game, in Remind, they only let you play as other characters in the context of Sora secretly controlling them for some reason. Anyway, then they fight, and then they all connect with their heart's true light, and then they fight and they get the X. Ah, yeah. Now we can be friends again because we beat him up, and why is it freezing? It doesn't like going 2 times speed. That's too much for it.
That's the mark Xemnas gave us. It's what connected us from the start.
Dude, this is such a good game.
Foundation of the bond we share.
Why are you freezing up so much?
The mark will disappear along with Xemnas, and that's fine. I just wanted to reclaim it for myself. It's how our bond came to be.
This is important to add in, guys. That they didn't need this, but they needed it, and they thought, like, this really adds something, this really truly adds something extra to the scene. Do you see what I mean about, they have the opportunity here to add extra scenes of the characters, like, interacting and talking about their feelings, and instead they add in more bullshit that literally, in the context of the scene, the characters are like, this doesn't matter. It's gonna disappear, but that's fine. I just wanted to get, because they can't think of like a thing for the characters to say to each other that's emotional. So they shove in a new MacGuffin that they themselves admit is not important. But they're like, well, we gotta put in a new scene, so they gotta do something. They need to get the thing from the bad guy, so they fight him.
And that's fine. I just wanted to reclaim it for myself. It's how our bond came to be.
This is the connection we need.
We needed it. We needed our connection, dude. We needed it, man. We needed this. We needed our slave brands from Organization 13. What a badass game, dude. These games are effing badass.
So that we can end this battle once and for all.
Oh, dude, they escaped from the Sith lightning. Good. Sora's either repossessing himself or just lingering inside of his body at this point. Yeah, it's unclear.
I will scatter them all to the winds.
And then we cut back to original Kingdom Hearts 3 scene, and Kairi gets Kairi napped, and there we go. Remind.
Roxas, that was the signal, buddy. Oh no, that's the signal.
Oh god, we should honestly just stop this whole thing and watch Serial by Ruby Dog. Oh boy. Folks, real fast, real quickly. We're not going to watch the video because it's like 10 minutes long. I'm just going to pop this open real quick. I'm just going to pop this sucker open. Take that. Thank you. I'm going to put this in the chat for everybody because I need... Just open it in another tab. Just open it in another tab and watch this video later. The fact that this has the fact that this doesn't have 3 million views is criminal. Serial is one of the greatest short films ever made. Absolutely criminal. Everybody needs to open another tab and watch Serial here. Here, I'll give you a little sneak preview.
Yo, you want to trade cereal?
Yeah, sure.
I love cereal, man.
Me too, dude.
I think I love it more than my dog.
Don't you think that's a little bit over the top?
No, man. Cereal keeps me alive, and that asshole shits on my pillows.
Well, I love my dog. What was that?
Everybody fucking freeze!
Dude, what the fuck is happening?
Where's the fucking safe?
We're fucking safe, man. This isn't Haley Joel Osment's house.
Well, what do you have in this piece of shit then?
Cereal. My mom just went grocery shopping. We have a shitload of cereal.
I'm pretty hungry, boss.
What? Let's just get out of here.
No, we're not leaving empty-handed. Take these bags and fill them with cereal. Don't you fuckers move. We good?
Better be good.
Good. Let's go.
Well, well, well. If it isn't my brother and his flunky crew.
You son of a bitch.
Don't be angry that I'm always one step ahead, brother. Now, what's your haul? Or should I say, our haul? What the fuck is going on?
There is no loot. Just cereal.
This is no time for jokes, brother. Now hand over the loot.
You'll have to kill me, brother.
I don't need to.
Ricardo! What are you doing?
Sorry, Nick. The grass is greener on the other side.
You backstabber! Shit, let's go!
That's the signal.
It's only just started. That's all we'll watch for tonight. Please, please watch Serial. Other videos from Ruby Dog are also good, though I will give you a content warning. Some of them are extremely, deeply R-rated. Just FYI. And it's before there were age restrictions on videos on YouTube, a lot of them. The Panda over here, also a absolute all-time classic. I saw someone in chat say, is this the Mentos guy? Yes, these guys did. I think their most viral video was a parody of the Mentos Fresh Maker advertising campaign.
That's the signal. That's the signal.
I just want to say, I'm going to slow it down. Now that you guys have seen the source material. Look how close we are on the timing here. How well Joshua and I know this film.
Rox, that was the signal, buddy.
Oh no. That's the signal.
That's the signal.
Anyway.
My favorite part of the Remind DLC was when time-traveling Sora is in Scala Adkylum, and real Sora is over there, and Xehanort shows up, who I guess he's also time-traveling?
I think so.
And he says, haha, Sora, you'll never save Kyrie. Even though it doesn't matter, because the fact that Sora is here is because he's already lost in the future, so he's just doing it to spite Sora, I guess? But Mickey said, but telepathic...
It's like Waluigi holding a princess and going,
but telepathic stopped Mickey, talked to time-traveling Sora, and told him that he crystallized Kyrie because of his backup plan. But they never explained what the backup plan is.
No.
So was he saying, haha, Sora, you'll never get your girlfriend back because of the backup plan? And then just Sora beat it, and so it didn't matter what the backup plan was? My favorite part of the Remind DLC was when Kyrie and Sora fight armored...
Oh yeah, and that did not come up in Melody of Memory, by the way. Whatever was back, that was just so we had an excuse for, like, there's, like, literally just, oh, what's the stakes? Oh, he's gonna use Kyrie for his backup plan to be evil, even though we literally already finished the game and he quit and being a villain and is like, I give up. But now we have a time-traveling asshole version of him who's like, ha ha! Sora, you'll never beat my contingency plan involving Kairi. What contingency plan? Ah, well, you beat it, so it doesn't matter. We just wanted to artificially shove some stakes into this so you could have a final boss fight against Xehanort at the ending of this DLC. Again, an example of these writers could attempt to find creative solutions to their writing problems. We need to make something happen. Let's find a clever, interesting way to facilitate that scenario. Instead, they generally pick the path of least resistance. A very quick hand-wavy line about why something is happening with very little consideration, and they simply move on towards the next thing. It robs both the story, what's happening thematically, the plot progression, what's literally happening in the progression of the story, and indeed the world building and the lore of anything interesting. Because it's very cheap. It's just being done to move things along in a very uninteresting, unengaging way.
And then just Sora beat it, and so it didn't matter what the backup plan was? My favorite part of the Remind DLC was when Kairi and Sora fight armored Xehanort on a big platform in the sky at the same time as Sora, Dawn, and Goofy are fighting Xehanort inside Skull Island. So there were two Xehanorts. Was one of them a fake Xehanort, or a time travel Xehanort, or a spectral projection Xehanort? Or was the Xehanort that we fought with Sora and Kairi just his armor animated and there was nobody inside, even though it had not Christopher Lee's voice, Doc Brown.
Really? Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd, yeah, he's the new voice for Xehanort.
Yeah, that's still so weird. But Jacob, Verum Rex versus 13, please be excited.
My favorite part of the Remind DLC was when Yuzora showed up and said a bunch of stuff that doesn't make any sense so that we could all take to the forums and make more videos and generate more traffic to get people excited for the next Kingdom Hearts product. Even though we just paid $30 for this Kingdom Hearts product.
Someone just wrote DDD2 with Kairi as MC? Well, as if.
If they did that,
this was recorded before Melody of Memory was announced. Like, but of course, Melody of Memory was not a true Kairi game.
Nothing happens. I don't even like Kairi anymore. I don't like Sora or Riku or any of these people anymore. They're all assholes. If they had any brain power in their skulls whatsoever, they could have avoided the entire ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. Like, remember when Xehanort is like, you require motivation, and he...
All right, boys. Let's slow it down a bit here.
Kills Kairi, right? Which I assume was because he needed Sora to jump up and hit his Keyblade to make the 13th clash, right?
Literally nothing.
Nothing would have stopped Sora. He was going to go and attack Xehanort anyway. He was there to kill... They were there to kill the villains.
It's still hilarious to me that the only way they could give Sora motivation in that game to attack Xehanort was to
He didn't need it. He was going to attack him anyway.
He literally just... It needed to be he Bowsered the love interest and then shanked her. It's like the most
remember in Final Fantasy 13 when the villain is like, if you kill me, you'll destroy the world, and they're like, F you, villain, we're gonna kill you, and then they killed him, and then the world started falling apart, and they were like, oh no, we did not foresee this, and then Vanille and Fang turn into a crystal, and it goes, and it's like, oh good, everything's fine.
Spoilers.
So it didn't matter. When in Kingdom Hearts 3, so there's two things that could possibly be going on with the Keyblade War at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. There's two things that could possibly be happening. Number one is every time that someone is killed, it gets us towards one of the total KO counts that we need to get the Keyblade. Which is what the game leads you to assume, because every time you kill somebody, there's the cutscene of the darkness pfing out of them, right? And it's not Xehanort leaving them, because they all still have yellow eyes, and we've never seen that effect before, so the audience assumes, oh, this is Keyblade being forged, that's why it's bothering to show it to us. But then at the ending, when Sora has to jump up and clash blades with Xehanort, it's implied that perhaps that specifically was... We'll get to that in a second. Let's say that killing Kairi was the 13th KO that they needed, in which case, there were only 13 total casualties required to form the Keyblade. So, if the heroes had all died, would the Keyblade have not been forged? If the heroes had killed 7 of the bad guys and then left, would the Keyblade have been impossible to forge at that point? Going beyond that, okay, if maybe the 7 lights are worth 2 each, right? Yeah. Like maybe that way you get to 13, 14-ish number, right? Yeah. So maybe that it had 12, and when he killed Kairi, he actually got 2 points, so he got to 14, but that meant that he met the quota of 13 to form the Keyblade. Now that doesn't...
The freaking dark slaying quota.
Yeah.
Joshua makes fun of that there, but you can see me go, yeah, because I mean, to be fair, in universe, what's happening is they need a certain number of things to happen for the Keyblade to be forged. The hitting the quota, maybe even exceeding it as is being proposed here with this mathematical interpretation of the events of the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3, it makes sense. They've got a quota to hit to make this thing appear. It tracks logically, kind of.
That doesn't make sense for a couple of reasons. Number one, what defines when this happens? Because, like, Braig didn't die, he ran away, so it's not a casualty. What defines it? Like, is it like you have to get them to, like, 10... Do you have to break their aura from Ruby? Is it designated by aura breaks?
Ruby.
So it's not casualties, because, like, you know... Okay.
We managed to name drop Miraculous Ladybug and Ruby in this stream. Boy howdy. You guys are this must be Christmas for you guys.
Okay, Riku Replica didn't actually die. Just he was other Riku Replica flew through him. Braig didn't die, he ran away. So okay. So let's say it was casualties. That doesn't really totally make sense, because if that was the case, then the Keyblade should have been forged when they all died to the Demon Tide.
Kairi had 2 hearts. Nominee, so she could count for 2. You're You make a good point. Kairi could count for 2. But regardless, the point that I was making there is that it wouldn't, the quota would not be met anyway because these characters would not be working towards the count. You make a good point. Kairi could hypothetically count for 2, but it doesn't matter anyway. And the point is that if all of the heroes had been killed and it was about the quota being fulfilled, they wouldn't have all been worth 2. Kairi would have been worth 2, so that wouldn't have been enough. In this instance, 1 Kairi would be enough to fulfill the quota. We don't need there to be 2. I was saying in a hypothetical scenario where they all count for 2, Kairi could exceed that quota. Anyway.
Going beyond that, okay, if maybe the 7 lights are worth 2 each, right?
What's Ruby? What's your stance on Ruby? You guys. You make me laugh.
Right? Like maybe that way you get to 13, 14-ish number, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they had 12. I mean, he killed Kairi. He actually got 2 points, so he got to 14. But that meant that he met the quota of 13 to form the key blade. Now that doesn't
the freaking dark slaying quota.
Yeah. Now that doesn't make sense for a couple of reasons. Number one, what defines when this happens? Because like Braig didn't die, he ran away, so it's not a casualty. What defines it? Like, is it like?
Says Braig didn't die. I thought he just recompleted himself and showed up in the Keyblade graveyard. So let's examine this. If Braig had recompleted, he would have appeared in the place where he was turned into a nobody. We don't know where that was. If we were to guess that it was in the lab, If we were to guess that it was in the lab on Radiant Garden, he would have appeared in a room surrounded by a bunch of people who would have had some serious questions for him. But perhaps he was turned into a nobody the second time somewhere else. However, we bother to have this protracted thing.
Do you have to break their order? Makes sense for a couple of reasons. Number one, what defines when this happens?
Hold on.
Of 13 to form.
Oh, and I guess it's not here. We'll see footage of it. Braig is the only guy we don't see die. Is the only guy we don't see break away. There's a major point in the scenes that they decide to produce here to show Braig leaving. Not dying and being recompleted. Leaving. If he was just recompleted, there would be absolutely nothing to stop them from showing him drifting away. The only function of having a scene where he teleports away and fakes and and falls, but we don't see his body, is to imply he didn't die. This is like, when you want to talk about form of cinema or whatever, and I'm like, you know, there's rules or whatever. That is literally Cinema 101. If you show a bunch of characters die, and there's another character whose body you don't show, the audience will assume, oh, that bitch ain't dead. And then we see him later, and he's still got the yellow eyes and still got the black cloak. This would communicate to us he's probably did not reform in any way. I mean, I don't know why he would. Let's look at it from Braig/Lushu's perspective. Being a nobody basically means you've got a second life. You can get killed once, and you'll be okay. If I was him, and I knew I was playing the long game, and after this whole Keyblade Graveyard nightmare was over, I had a whole other saga of games to participate in with the Furry Foretellers 5 and the Master of Masters, I wouldn't blow my life on a fight with these chodes. I'd go, ooh, oh, you got me. Ooh, I'm a little boy. Ooh, I'm just a little boy. Ooh, oh no. Ooh, oh, you got me. Oh, I'm dying. No. Oh, you got me so good. No. And then when you gotta come back in Kingdom Hearts 4 or 5 or whatever, you get to die once for free. If you want to tell us that Xigbar recompleted, show him dying like all the other characters. The only purpose of having him not die in the exact same manner as every single other character is to communicate to us that something different was going on there. And if the game designers in this instance, did not realize that having one character out of 11 die in a different manner than the other character, I guess Xion didn't die. And Xehanort is his own whole deal. Having one character die in a manner dissimilar from all the other characters who died. If he didn't realize that doing that slightly differently, if the filmmakers, I shouldn't say he, cinematographers, writers, whoever, if they did not realize that showing 10 people die in one way, and then showing an 11th person maybe die in a completely different way, a much more overly produced way, if they didn't realize that that would communicate to the audience that maybe something was different about that scene, they do not deserve to be directing scenes. Just don't. That's ridiculous. If that wasn't meant to communicate something else, then they made a serious mistake. If all of the characters died in a bunch of different creative ways, and some fell off of things, and some people got blown up, or they fell into quicksand, then who would care? Every single other character falls on their knees. Ah, Sora. Ah, goodbye. Shh. This one guy, we don't see what happens to his body. Something's going on. Why didn't we see the body? No body, no crime, Xion. He ain't dead. It wouldn't make sense for him to be dead. Anyway.
It doesn't make sense for a couple of reasons. Number one, what defines when this happens? Because, like, Braig didn't die, he ran away. So it's not a casualty. What defines it? Like, is it like you have to get them to, like, 10... Do you have to break their aura?
Says, but he already extended his life beyond human lifespan. He only extended his life beyond human lifespan by jumping to different bodies. Braig is like his probably several hundredth vessel at this point. He doesn't have bodies that live longer than normal human lifespans. Once he's done with a body, he jumps to a new one. Braig does not have irregular sustainability. He doesn't have special Braig, Luxu, does not have special unkillable qualities. He has stayed alive for centuries by living in people and then hopping to other bodies before that current vessel dies. Presumably, if a body Luxu was inside of got killed, that would be a bit of a roadblock for him. That would be something he would have to figure out how to deal with. Anyway. Oh, come on.
Ruby? Is it designated by aura breaks?
Don't talk about it.
So it's not casualties because, like, you know, okay, Riku Replica didn't actually die. Yeah. Just other Riku Replica flew through him. Braig didn't die, he ran away. So okay, so let's say it was casualties. That doesn't really totally make sense because if that was the case, then the Keyblade should have been forged when they all died to the Demon Tide.
I guess.
And if that is the case, then if it is total casualties, Riku Replica didn't die and Braig didn't die, so killing Kairi still wouldn't have gotten him there. I guess if she counts for 2, then she would have gotten him there if they weren't actually at 12.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess she would count for 2, maybe, whatever. Yeah, you're right. Okay, my bad. I forgot my own point that I made.
But then it still raises the question of, does this mean that the heroes are...
I forgot my own point that I made. Person who pointed out that Naminé and Kairi could have counted for a 2-fer. My mistake.
Then she would have gotten him there if they weren't actually at 12. But there were 12 Keyblades circling around Xehanort.
Oh, yes, but then of course. Yeah, of course.
So no, we had gotten to 12. So that doesn't really make sense, but whatever, it doesn't matter. But then it still raises the question of, does this mean that the heroes are stupid? Because the heroes could have just killed a couple of them and left, and Xehanort can't win. But that doesn't seem like that's the actual interpretation. It seems like what it actually is every time that the blades clashed. Which raises the question of, okay, so...
This is key, because all the quota stuff is more just like playing devil's advocate for a hypothetical alternative explanation. The clash explanation is the one that makes more sense and which the game appears to be suggesting.
Slashing Kairi in the back didn't count. It has to be a blade touch. It has to be a clash of power, right? Okay, so why didn't he just fight Kairi? When they were all when Sora, Riku, and Mickey were fighting the 3 Xehanorts, right? Presumably the second that they met blades, like that got to the 12 count, right? Yeah. So all Xehanort needed to do was wave some smelling salts under Kairi's nose when she woke up startled and summoned her Keyblade, swing at her, and if she blocked it, then you win, right? Yeah. If everybody is separated in a labyrinth and they can't see each other, what is stopping each of the 13 Darknesses from teleporting in, hitting Sora's sword or one of the other Light's swords, and then teleporting away? Even if the heroes are smart and they know that, okay, we can't touch blades with all 13 of the guys or else that'll form the Keyblade. You've made this labyrinth, they're all separated, they don't know what's happening. Once enough of the boss fights happen, you can just have Xehanort teleport in. It's not like Sora isn't going to defend himself. He'll raise his blade and block it, so the Xehanorts could have won like 5 minutes after they showed up. And everybody would have still been locked in the labyrinth, and they could have been at full power. None of them needed to die. They could have gotten their 13 blade clashes, the Keyblade would have been formed, and then they could have done it. On top of that, why is it that the Keyblade parts look like No Name, which is the Master of Masters Keyblade, which he developed based on the Kingdom Key, not the Kingdom Key, the Keyblade, because the Keyblade is a cosmic entity that already existed, and the Master of Masters studied it to create all other Keyblades. So, number one, why is it that as they're getting all the parts, they appear as No Name?
What I said a minute ago about someone being not allowed to make scenes if they would direct something like that is unfair, obviously, but that's just like look, if what happened in canon was he recompleted, then that's fine. But like you guys understand why showing a character who, like, every single other character in the scenario, we watch them fade away from existence, and this one character dramatically, like, look, I'm gonna fall to my death now. Woo! You guys understand why, like, that flourish being present would communicate something to the audience, right? Like, I hope you understand. If what happened in canon was he recompleted, that's fine, whatever. But you guys do understand why that's a little funky, right? That's a weird way to make that scene if that's what you're trying to... If he died, why didn't you just show him dying? Because him teleporting up there and dramatically committing suicide contributes nothing to his character other than concealing what happens to his body. And when we see him later, he still has yellow eyes. He still has the black coat. Anyway.
And number 2, why do they levitate around Xehanort? What's special about Xehanort? Is the particular rock that he's standing on, is that just happens to be the perfect center of the battlefield and that's where the Keyblade parts appear? Or are they coming to him somehow? Why didn't they come to Sora instead, or Riku, or Kairi for that matter, or freaking Luxord? Why did they appear right there? Why did they look like No Name? If it had been light casualties, would they have been a different Keyblade? Would it have been like, like the Starlight Keyblade, or maybe one of the masked, like the Ava's Keyblade or something like that? Why was it No Name? Like
questions.
And when he
Just
got it,
do what I say.
and when he got it and he shot Kingdom Hearts, what was he waiting for? Why didn't he blow up the universe right then? He started floating up into the sky and didn't do anything.
If the audience and the writers had a better grasp on the mechanics behind this battle, then Xehanort wouldn't need to literally win in order for the stakes to escalate. Realistically, every time we completed a boss fight, the villains got a step closer to winning. Regardless of the interpretation of what's going on at the ending of the game, I think that we can all agree that every time that we completed a boss fight, that somehow contributed to the forging of the Keyblade. No matter if you think I'm stupid or not, or reading into this too much, I think we can all hopefully agree that every single time we completed a boss fight, that got Xehanort closer to having his 12 keys we have now, leaving just one more, right? We can all hopefully concur on this, I hope. Doctor, do you concur? I blew it. Why didn't I just concur? Realistically, every time we completed a boss fight, the villains got a step closer to winning. But the game can't present it that way, or, the heroes will look stupid. So, in order for there to be an escalation of stakes at the climax, Xehanort has to get the Keyblade and win. Except he can't really win. The good guys have to win. So, he wins, but doesn't, because, reasons. What I'm trying to get at here is that if we had constructed the finale differently, if we constructed a slightly different set of rules, and hopefully more intelligent characters, we could have had villains who were going to win, and the heroes took clever and brave steps to be able to thwart their victory, right? They were seconds away, the doomsday clock was ticking down, they rushed in and they smashed that like button, they deactivated Sephiroth's evil doomsday device, Xehanort's evil doomsday device, and they won the day, yay, right? We're not doing that here. We're doing this whole thing where every step our heroes take is getting them closer to being defeated. But we can't present it that way, because then that would make the whole final 2 hours of the game very odd to play. So we don't present it that way. But then that means in order for the stakes to escalate, because we could have the stakes be like, oh God, every second we're here, the villains are getting closer to winning. And we can increase the stakes and ratchet the stakes up throughout the whole thing of like, God, I wish there was a better way to deal with this. Now, of course, the better way would be to get on a ship and leave, because the villains can't win without them. Even if they get the Princesses of Heart, if they don't get Kairi, I could have gotten Rapunzel and Anna and Elsa and thrown them on a gummy ship. They got nothing. Villains can't win. The villains can only win by being engaged with, one way or the other. Regardless of your interpretation of how the Keyblade War works, I think we can all agree on that at least. So disregarding the details of how the lore works, we have a dramatic problem here. Because if we acknowledge that with every step we take, the villains get closer to winning, then the script similarly has to acknowledge that the characters are making a mistake. Now, if we had created a dramatic situation in which they were compelled to participate in this and there was no way out of it, then we could build up this tension more and more and more, building towards a eureka moment when our heroes finally realize, aha, the clever solution we have overlooked, the missing piece of the puzzle that we did not understand has finally been given to us, and now we can defeat the villain. We can finally thwart this evil scheme. But the game is not written in this way. And we cannot allow the script to acknowledge that fighting the Xehanorts is a mistake, because then we would have to acknowledge that this is a bad course of action, and it would draw attention to the fact that this is stupid. We're making a bad decision by participating in this fight. But we need the ending of the game to be dramatic and get more exciting. So when Xehanort, we get to the end, Xehanort wins. He gets the key blade, and he's like, aha, Kingdom Hearts is mine. And then he floats there in space for, I don't know, like a full 3 or 4 minutes while the heroes have exposition, and he doesn't do squat. He just floats there. And they're like, what do we do now? The portal trap fights in Scala ad Kylum. That's it. Keyblade laser, pachoom, fight him, we win. The issue, if we had a better grasp on what the scenario was, if the writers had a better grasp on what the scenario was, if we had a different scenario entirely, we could have constructed a scenario within which, good night, Brad P. We're probably going to wrap up here soon, too. So you can watch the last few minutes on the archive later, and then we'll probably continue with this tomorrow or maybe next weekend whenever I get around to it. If we had constructed a scenario with a better grasp on what was actually happening and why it was happening, and with better reasons to compel our characters to participate in this bloodshed, we could have built a more dramatic escalation to the climax. However, the writers must have intuitively realized that if they acknowledged that the situation was getting worse, it would draw attention to the fact that surely there's a better solution than what we are currently doing. But they didn't want to put in the time and energy to write an alternative situation. I say they didn't want to. Maybe they didn't have time to. It seems like this entire ending of this game was completely rewritten after the release of Endgame Infinity War, which was like, what, March of that year? March of 2018, and this came out in like in January of the next year. So, you know, this whole ending was probably rewritten in the last year of development, and like, this type of stuff has to be locked down months before the game releases. So it's entirely possible there was a whole other version of this ending that got scrapped because Nomura was like, I got this idea. Or somebody else on the team said, I got this idea. Because, hey, listen, a lot of people like Marvel movies. Who knows? Anyway, point being, but then again, the problem, that really wouldn't have changed anything because the problem with the 13 darknesses and 7 lights has been in place since Dream Drop Distance. I've been bitching about how this whole thing doesn't make sense and the heroes simply should not participate since Dream Drop Distance came out. So it really doesn't matter. But anyway, point being, if we'd built something different, we could have had this dramatic escalation of stakes. To acknowledge the dramatic escalation of stakes in the script would be to undermine the entire point of the script because it would draw attention to the fact that the heroes are making a mistake and there is no really good reason for them to be here. So in order to make the ending dramatic, there's no way for them to escalate at the end except for Xehanort to simply win. But of course, the villains have to win, so Deus Ex Machina, Xehanort fails because we get the ability to trap him in a portal and punch him a lot. For a series... Forget series. For a game, which spent 90% of its runtime, 90% of its non-Disney-based cutscenes on exposition about how the world works, this is a bit of a weird way to resolve all of your conflicts. Anyway.
What was he waiting for? Shot Kingdom Hearts. What was he waiting for? Why didn't he blow up the universe right then? He started floating up into the sky and didn't do anything. What was he waiting for? He had it. He could win right there. He could have blown up the entire universe. You should have aimed for the head. Done. Why didn't he win? I don't understand. What happened?
No.
What happened in the ending of the game?
He shot Kingdom Hearts, and then he felt really sad.
Circo Dusk asks, wait, why didn't they just let Xehanort win? If Nomura wanted to introduce Versus 13 in a cage, why didn't the next game start with a new world? With lingering souls, Versus had ghosts and dead people know of Sora and the gang. Zora finds out or whatever and tries to revert the timeline. Because Circo Duck, this is the conclusion of the Darkseeker saga. And we would have had to fight Xehanort in the next game if he won. We would have had to beat him and restore the universe and just stop him from taking everything over. Because the game is the conclusion of the trilogy. And the game, despite arguments that people will make to the contrary, sold itself as such. Perhaps not a conclusion of the series, but a conclusion of this arc of the series. And so we must beat the bad guy at the end. And also because I think Tetsuya Nomura is over this guy. He wants to write about the Master of Masters and Yozora and the Foretellers and Luciu. This guy's a rube. This man that you see before you, he is a rube. There's a man behind the man, and his name is Luciu. He was secretly behind everything. And of course, the Master of Masters was secretly behind him. And in Kingdom Hearts 8, we will find out that someone else was secretly behind the Master of Masters, because this is simply the style that Mr. Nomura has adopted for his dramatic reveals. I mean, it's been every single time the man behind the man reveal. Every time. I guess technically Days didn't have... The twist was about Xion's persona, but... Kingdom Hearts 1, Ansem was the man behind the man, or in this case, the woman, the witch, Maleficent. Chain of Memories almost has a man behind the man twist with the reveal of the Naminé's pseudo-villain, but I guess not really, not super so much. That's fine. Kingdom Hearts 2, Ansem wasn't really Ansem. He was another guy, the secret man behind the man. There was another guy, version of him running around, birthed by sleep. The man behind the man behind the man was this Xehanort, this new one, the old man. He was the man behind the other older man, right? Yeah. And now, you know what? Xehanort, at the end of his story, turns out he was just being tricked by a body-hopping ancient one. The man behind him was actually Brig the whole time, and the man behind that man was actually the Master of Masters. It's the same thing every night. It's the same thing. It's the same thing every time.
What happened?
No.
What happened in the ending of the game?
He shot Kingdom Hearts, and then he felt really sad because he realized he was being a bad guy, and he was like, I just want to be a good guy, and then he went to heaven. That's literally what happened.
Crossburn says, KH3 is the first game where I actually couldn't tell what was going on, mainly the Keyblade Graveyard. Every other game, I could at least tell what was supposed to be communicated to me.
Yeah, no, like,
for me,
DDD is just dumb. I understood what was happening.
For me, specifically, Remind is the first piece of Kingdom Hearts media where I literally did not understand what was happening and what I was supposed to be gleaning from it. Like, it's just insane. It doesn't make any sense. It's like a fever dream. It's like a Kingdom Hearts fever dream. It's the first time I've ever legitimately felt that I walked away from a Kingdom Hearts product having not understood a good amount of what happened in it.
That's perhaps an unfair take, and not even a representation of probably how I felt in that moment. I said it as being maybe a little bit more dramatic than I needed to be in that moment. However, I will say Remind is perhaps one of the more useless products in the entire franchise, aside from something like Coded, because it spends a lot of time attempting to explain what was going on with this scene or that scene, and it's really not a... It doesn't much happen there. Like we just saw a minute ago. Let's shove in this extra scene to explain what's going on with Roxas and Sora's return. And oh man, they had a plan. Wait for a signal to attack a guy and get an X that they don't need. And there's a bunch of stuff like that in Remind. It's a lot of weird equivalencies being drawn and a lot of extra scenes that have a lot of puffed up screenwriting to suggest their overarching importance, but when examined, really do not tell us much about the world building or the lore. There's certainly stuff that's in there that has some kind of overarching narrative value, which is why that accusation is a little bit unfair. But there are significant chunks of Remind that feel very obligatory, where it's like, well, we're redoing the ending of the game. Let's go through all of this. Let's go through all of this content. Oh yeah, ads in 1 second. Someone points out. Let's just go ahead and let that ad roll. Oh, dude, it's my favorite guy, famous actor. Some of the ads for him literally pop up, and it says, as a famous actor. You know who he is. Yeah, whatever. Dude, Far Cry, man. Remember that time when Far Cry 2 was like this really interesting, weird game that nobody played? And then remember when Far Cry 3 was like, oh my god, it's Skyrim with guns, dude. And then the series hasn't evolved at all since then. And that was like a PlayStation 3 360 game, dude. Dude, freaking Far Cry, dude. Yeah, man. Are they doing a remaster of Blood Dragon or something? I feel like I remember reading that at some point in time. Blood Dragon. That was good shit. Blood Dragon was cool because it was stupid. I haven't really seen a game at that scale that's embraced that kind of that vaporwave / 80s like that aesthetic that Blood Dragon had. I guess kind of Sayonara Wild Hearts looks like that a bit, like some indie games, but I haven't seen like a bigger product that isn't just like strictly focused on its art style, kind of take on that look. Boy. It's very late in the evening. We're 45 minutes into the video, boys and girls. Listen, I knew that talking about the other stuff up front was going to take a long time, and examining what the hell was going on with Terra was going to take a long time. So I am not dissatisfied with the amount of progress we made tonight, though I am dissatisfied it took quite as long as it did. Should we... How many of you are even in here still? God, there's a lot of you still in here. There's 66 of you mother effers. I don't know why I said that. You're all very remarkable that you're all still here. Why are you? We're all hanging out and spending your evenings. I guess some of you may be European. But a lot of you guys are spending a lot of time here tonight. Wow, I appreciate it. Ali W is leaving. I think, yeah, honestly, I was like, we could go for a few more minutes. We probably need to wrap up. This is getting ridiculous. I've been keeping you guys here for a long time. We'll have to return to this tomorrow. I suspect, without lengthy lore dives, and jumps over to remind cutscenes and and lengthy self-evaluations and criticisms up front. I suspect we can get through the remaining 2-ish hours of this in a much more timely manner. Especially because some of it's not even super... I'm not sure I'll even have that much to say about it, really. So, I suppose we will simply return to this tomorrow. Don't forget to discuss the Realm of Darkness thing, says Jin. What do you mean the Realm of Darkness thing? Oh, you mean... I mentioned, like, I'm not going to talk about that today. You meant the whole makeup of, like, everything going on with, like, getting in and out of the Realm of Darkness. I'm not going to talk about that tomorrow. I'm not going to talk about that, like, I'm going to talk about that 3 years from now in a review of 0.2 or something, man. We're not talking about that on the show right now. Yeah, I don't think this will need 3 parts. I think we do another stream. I figure we could probably get through 2 hours of this with slight speed up in like 4 or 5 hours. We do this again tomorrow afternoon. Maybe we start a little bit earlier. We can get this sucker knocked out. This has been fun. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. We obviously don't stop and talk about Kingdom Hearts a lot these days, because I am, continue to not do that stuff. Not really talking about Kingdom Hearts a lot these days, you know? Why are you not being cooperative? Oh, come on. There we go. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, Macintosh computer, which I use, which is being briefly uncooperative. That music's too loud. I apologize. That was too hot because it was adjusted for the video, not for nice background music as we wrap up for the evening. Thank you all for coming and hanging out. Don't expect this to be a super regular thing because I've kind of been Kingdom Hearts'd out over the last couple of years. I intend, as a point of reference, I've been working for honestly for years. I've been jotting down notes for hypothetical reviews of these games. The problem is that if I was to make reviews of these games, I would want to really put a lot of work into the whole process and make these things extremely polished, and the amount of work that would go into it is just not something I've ever felt ready to invest, because I rarely have time to work on YouTube stuff in the first place, and I suspect I would spend months and months and months working on essentially one video to even review just Kingdom Hearts 1. So over the years, I've been, when I have thoughts, writing down notes, sometimes in format where it feels like it'll work as a script, and other times where it's like, talk about this, examine this idea, examine this angle, talk about why this works, why this doesn't, just stuff as it comes to me over the years. And I've been thinking about taking a more serious shot at trying to construct a review of Kingdom Hearts 1 minimum. Get myself started on it. Let's see where it goes. Not sure where that's gonna go. I'm not gonna announce anything for sure, because I'm sure if I even suggested an idea of when I wanted to get it out, I'd be wrong, because I'm not even committed to doing it yet. I'm not sure it's a good idea. I'm not sure it's where I need to be investing my energy professionally, hobby-wise, YouTube-wise, whatever. I'm thinking about it. With that in mind, folks, we will return to this. We'll return to watching this video, maybe tomorrow, maybe later this coming week, depending on my availability. At some point, I'll probably stream these freaking Kingdom Hearts games again. If I start working on the reviews in earnest, I will probably stream a lot of Kingdom Hearts. I'll probably stream the PS2 version of KH1. I'll probably stream the HD version again of Kingdom Hearts 1. This is far-flung future stuff. Whenever I'm really taking these reviews seriously. In the meantime, please, if you're not checking it out, we're doing a lot of other interesting stuff on the channel right now. If you want to hear me actually talk about other stuff that I really enjoy, we're doing the Uncharted games. I think they're a rollicking good time. First game is myself and Joey. Second game is myself, Joey, and Aiden all the way through. She doesn't pop in here and there as a guest. She did in Kingdom Hearts 2. She's there the whole time. Uncharted 3, I said Kingdom Hearts again, didn't I? Whatever. Uncharted 1, Joey and myself. Uncharted 2, myself, Joey, and Aiden. Uncharted 3, when it comes out, will again be myself, Joey, and Aiden in its entirety. No guest appearances, just the three of us all the way through. When I have edited very little of that because I've been very busy. Eventually, it'll happen. Uncharted 4, which has been filmed, and I'm dreading editing, is myself, Joey, Aiden, and Joshua, all four of us, which is probably a mistake. I was a little wary of putting that many people on the sofa, having that many competing voices in a video series, but I'm glad we did it, if only once. Schedules lined up where we could actually have everybody together at once, do all four of us. We thought, why not give it a shot? It didn't work out for the whole thing, because unfortunately some stuff came up for Aiden, and she was not available for the kind of back half of the game. She is going to be in the first half of the game, where it's all four of us. I feel that a little bit having the four of us kind of sucked some of the oxygen out of the LP. I think it's still fun. I haven't edited a lot of it. We had fun filming it, so I'm sure it'll still be good. The back half of Uncharted 4 is just myself, Joey, and Joshua, because Aiden couldn't make it. What about the best Uncharted game, Lost Legacy, asks Ninja Bunny? Haven't filmed it yet, because I'm not filming anything else for Let's Plays until I get 3 and 4 of Uncharted sorted. We're not working on anything else except streams and main channel videos until then, because I cannot take the headache of having another Let's Play sitting around not edited and taking the time to shoot it. It's just, I'm not gonna put that kind of work in until I got the other ones sorted out. Streaming Psychonauts. Joey and I haven't done that in a couple weeks. I'm not sure quite when we'll get back around to doing it. My objective is to beat Psychonauts before mid-December and play Psychonauts 2 while Joshua's in town, home from college. Maybe with Joey, maybe just myself and Joshua. Remains to be seen. I'll get back to Gravity Rush eventually. Additionally, like I said, I haven't done any editing of any kind for YouTube in months, like 2 months at this point. When I get back around to it, my first task will be to edit the discussions Aiden and I have recorded for the first book in Violet Matter's Pure Blood Pretense series. And our discussion of the front half of the second book, The Serpentine Subterfuge. We did record a discussion of the back half of Serpentine Subterfuge. It got deleted. We're going to have to re-record that at some point. We'll probably try and do another research log episode sometime soon here. Myself, Joey, maybe Joshua, if we can get him on the air. But I don't know when that's going to happen. Next time I have Joey over, we're probably going to focus on streaming Psychonauts and watching Legend of Korra. We may not have time to also record an episode of the research log. And we will be back to watch more of this untitled video. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I will have stuff to work on tomorrow, so it'll depend on how fast I can get through stuff. And then I'm busy during the weeks, but if we started early enough and quit early enough, I could hypothetically stream on a weekday afternoon. If not, we'll reconvene next weekend. I'd really like to not wait until next weekend, though. We're going to lose all continuity on this if we wait that long. Yeah, I think that's it. I got nothing else for now. You guys know by now that I'm bad at ending streams and stuff like that. So, I think that's it for today. Boy, oh boy. A lot of talking about Kingdom Hearts. Just a rollicking good time. I will request again, said at the beginning, but just because I'm thinking about it, please do not attempt to find the posts that I was talking about at the beginning of this or bother anybody who made them. They're all entitled to their opinions, and they took a lot of fair shots at me. So there's no begrudging anything in talking about any of that. Simply just using that as a point of reference for a little bit of self-criticism and also to clarify a few things. Cartridge Jams says, adios, friends. People check out Cartridge Jams on YouTube. Got a bunch of fun music remixes. And again, check out Serial by Ruby Dog. I'm going to put the link in the chat again. Please watch. And I believe that is it for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. You all have a good night. It's probably very late for a lot of you. It's getting pretty late for me. Adios, everybody.